This young man and an S-rank dungeon are currently sealed off, yet he's effortlessly destroying every monster inside. After coming out, he's stopped by top-tier hunter inspectors, but none of them lasted more than a few seconds. That's because in his past life, his world was destroyed by monsters pouring out of hell, and he was humanity's last warrior. But after facing the final boss of hell, he was defeated. However, thanks to diligently liking a video, he was reborn as a young man in another world. And okay, no more rambling. Let's begin. And so the story begins. Enjoy the show. The world I once lived in was destroyed. Everyone had to fight monsters to survive. I spent my whole life doing just that, fighting day after day just to stay alive. And so, days turned into months, months into years, and even 10 years flew by in the blink of an eye. With just a single sword, I could cut down any monster. I wasn't afraid of anything. A muscular monster looked down at the sword god, its eyes glowing red with danger. It spoke, "Give up. The world you once lived in is already gone." The mastermind behind all this. It watches you struggle between life and death and extends an invitation. What a waste of talent. Become my sword. Hearing this, the sword god was filled with rage, gritting his teeth and snarling, "Don't make me laugh." In a fit of fury, he bravely charged forward. The sword god leaped into the air, drawing his sword at the same time. The monster swung its arm, but couldn't catch him. Instead, the sword god left a long gash on the back of its hand. The monster hadn't expected this, its face twisting into an ugly grimace. The sword god was about to turn and assess the damage, but before he could act, it swung its arm, landing a punch that sent him flying in a beautiful arc. Not satisfied yet, the monster beat him down while verbally humiliating him. "No matter how desperately you struggle in my eyes, you are nothing but an insect." The sword god took the full force of the blow, coughing up blood on the spot. But with his extraordinary willpower, he still managed to do a backflip and land safely. Regaining his balance, the sword god launched himself toward the monster. Alone with a single sword, he charged, determined to fight it to the death. The monster, in its Super Saiyan-like state, looked down at him like an ant, then swatted him away like a fly with a lightning-fast movement. With his incredible vitality, the sword god resiliently stood up again. The monster didn't finish him off, but coldly watched him struggle. The sword god suddenly noticed the pendant on the monster's chest, and his cloud-like blue eyes flashed. The monster saw him raise his weapon into a defensive stance. As if waiting for that exact moment, the sword god suddenly acted. He unexpectedly threw his sword like an arrow. The sword struck the center of its chest before flying off into the starry sky. The monster's weapon stopped just 1 millimeter from him. Half of the pendant was shattered, and a strange crack appeared on its chest. The monster, filled with hatred, its eyes bulging, shrieked in a high-pitched voice, "You bastard!" That last throw had drained all of the sword god's strength. The remaining part of the pendant continued to shatter into tiny pieces that flew away. In this moment between life and death, the monster screamed in terror. "Stop." Though unwilling, the monster had no choice but to turn to dust. As it completely vanished, he could finally relax. The exhausted sword god fell backward onto the battlefield, his cold, jade-green eyes slowly losing focus. He lay amidst the endless smoke and fire, gazing at the sky and remarking, "What a spectacular view." A young man walked under the warm sunlight. Beneath his messy, tangled hair were a pair of indifferent, world-weary brown eyes. He didn't know where he had taken a wrong turn, but alarms were blaring everywhere. A sign on the fence read, "Namsan Gate Minimum C Rank 3 People. Civilians are prohibited." A loudspeaker announcement blared, "Please scan your hero registration number and personal identification code. Civilians who are not heroes, please do not enter." It was Dojun. He walked up to the gate, ignoring the announcement, then lowered his center of gravity into a ready stance, and with a boom, his figure vanished, leaving only a cloud of smoke. The alarms wailed frantically, along with the urgent announcement. "Warning. An unregistered hero has forcibly entered the gate." Dojun paid no attention and kept moving until he was surrounded by trees. Then he finally stopped. As he took another step wanting to go deeper, he heard a voice call out. The young man, Dojun, reflexively looked over. A group of people in uniform were approaching. The black-haired man asked, "Are you lost? I don't know what happened, but we're about to leave, so you should come with us." Dojun stared at them without a word. A girl whispered, "Bro, look at his clothes." The guy with the buzz cut next to her also whispered, "Right, he doesn't look like a hero at all." They scanned Dojun from head to toe and let out a long sigh. "I know the support staff wears all sorts of things these days, but that outfit. And what's with that backpack? Could he be some greenhorn porter abandoned by his hero party? But that can't be right." Not wanting to listen to their chatter, Dojun spoke up to explain. "I understand what you're all saying, but I just got here." A tactless young man said loudly, "See, I told you. He got left behind, right?" The black-haired man, looking understanding, gave some gentle advice. "I've seen plenty of people like you. I know what you were thinking when you entered the gate. Don't talk to me so familiarly. But thinking you can go hunting in a gate just by watching some videos or browsing the web is suicide. First get an official hero license, then pass the training and tests. Besides this, Namsan Gate is a C rank. If you want to start, try an F rank gate first, Dojun replied, with a calm and indifferent expression. I know you mean well, but no thanks. The group was not expecting that reaction, and was completely stunned. Two of the younger guys couldn't hold back and yelled, "What is this lunatic? Who knows? Bro, don't stop me this time." The older man held up a hand to stop them. Calm down. He looked at Dojun's retreating back and said, "Just let it go. If he's going to ignore sincere advice like that, then let him experience it for himself. He'll learn that this gate is nothing like what he's seen in videos or online, but a cruel world." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Dojun ran into a creature. A monkey-faced, bull-horned monster grinned condescendingly at him. Standing in the beast's shadow, he calmly took off his bag and closed his eyes. The monkey-faced monster swung its arm to attack. Dojun leaned to the side, dodging it. His eyes flashed, his irises changing from brown to gold. The monster's weapon slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust like fog. When the dust settled, it was utterly shocked. Dojun, with his slender arm, rushed forward and threw a punch, instantly blasting a huge hole through it. The monster's head seemed to just evaporate from existence. The bull-horned, monkey-faced monster lay dead right there. Dojun looked up and couldn't help but remark, "Nothing has changed at all." Dojun stared at the charred beast before him. A moment later, he reached out and picked up its blade. The beast then dazedly looked at his own reflection in the blade, as if he hadn't yet woken from a dream. Then Dojun pointed his blade at the headless corpse. With a squelch, blood splattered everywhere. He focused, digging deep into its body, searching. A few minutes later, he pulled out a blood-soaked stone, sparkling brightly. It was a low-grade magic stone. He couldn't help but sigh. In the past, he wouldn't have even bothered to glance at something so trivial. Dojun unzipped his backpack, rearranging the items inside before adding more. As he was busy, a rumbling sound reached his ears, the footsteps of the unlucky monster's brethren. This time, 3 of them appeared at once. One was already winding up to swing its axe. The monster swung its axe fiercely, and he ducked to dodge it. He channeled his strength into the hand holding the magic stone, and suddenly threw it, much to the monster's astonishment. The magic stone blew its head clean off, and the monster that had just been posturing was taken off the stage just like that. The remaining 2 charged forward simultaneously. Dojun tossed his backpack aside. You could tell he was about to put on a one-punch kill performance. Meanwhile, that other party was also wandering through the forest. The girl in the group said, with a bit of hesitation and worry, "It's that rude guy from before. What if he really dies?" A young man with a fox-like face asked, "Wait, are you actually worried about him?" An experienced-looking older man reassured them. "If he's a trespasser, agents from the control center are probably already on their way. This is a C-rank Namsan Gate, so they'll send elite agents of B rank or higher. As long as he doesn't go crazy and charge into a monster horde, he won't die. So don't worry." A bald man agreed. "He's right. That arrogant bastard is probably shaking like a leaf right now, waiting for the agents to rescue him." Meanwhile, a monster with a scarred face was the one shaking like a leaf, taking a punch that caved its face in. Another one with its hair in a bun took the chance to ambush him from behind. It was too slow for Dojun. Its blade only cut through the air. Seeing its prey vanish from sight, the top-knotted monster became wary. Dojun instantly appeared behind it, raised his leg high, and kicked its head clean off. It gushed blood like a rain shower, and so the one-sided battle ended with both of them defeated. Dojun dragged the rough stone sword, swung it powerfully, his eyes sharp as he counted 3 more magic stones. After finishing up there, he continued hunting for a while longer. Who knows how much time passed, but his backpack got a little fatter. Dojun wandered around looking for prey, feeling a bit dejected. The harvest wasn't that great. So far, he had 12 low-grade stones and 16 mid-low-grade ones. An agent from the center spotted him and immediately reported to his comrades. "This way." Hearing human voices, Dojun glanced over curiously. In an instant, 3 other agents appeared on the scene. A brown-haired agent demanded in a stern voice, "We're from the Gate Control Center. Please present your hero registration. If you are not registered, please come with us to the Control Center." Dojun raised an eyebrow, voicing his confusion. Gate Control Center. The agent emphasized each word in a low voice. "Please comply with our instructions," while thinking to himself, "What is this now? So annoying." He looked at them, a glint in his eyes, suggesting he wanted to fight, but in the end he just shooed them away with an indifferent expression. "Piss off." The brown-haired agent immediately gave the order. A blonde agent took out his equipment. "Please cooperate. If you resist, we may be forced to use violence." As he said, that his other hand swiftly grabbed Dojun's wrist. The blonde agent held out a pair of handcuffs and warned, "Any injuries resulting from your resistance will be your sole responsibility. It's best to resolve this peacefully at the control center." Not waiting for his wrist to get some new jewelry, he grabbed the agent's hand back, feeling the grip on his own wrist. The blonde agent's eyes widened in shock. Dojun looked at him and said, "Seriously, stop bothering me. Get lost." Seeing this, the other agents heightened their alert and drew their weapons. In a flash, the weapons revealed their true forms. He glanced at the equipment and scoffed internally. A level 4 magic sealing device. Think that's gonna work on me. CO Dojun applied a little more force, dislocating the blonde agent's joint while saying with special emphasis, "This is your last warning. If you don't want to get hurt, go back." The moment he finished speaking, pressure came from the front. The agents attacked. Seo Dojun casually blocked their blows. The agent on the right threw a punch, but he tilted his neck, effortlessly dodging it. At the same time, quick as the wind, he raised his thigh and kneed the agent in the side. The excellent knee strike made the right flank agent lose his balance, and he followed up with a kick that sent the man flying. The agent on the left was stunned by this sight, frozen in place for a moment. He stared at him as if he were a terrorist. So Dojun turned to look at that agent and gave a slight nod. Immediately after, his figure blurred, as if it had vanished. The agent, unable to see him, thought in terror. He disappeared. He suddenly appeared right beside the man and punched him once. The agent took the full force of the blow, clutching his stomach and coughing. He then called out, "Hey." The agent held his body flustered. Seo Dojun asked. "If I register as a hero, I won't run into this kind of trouble again, right?" The agent hesitated before replying, "That's right. As long as you don't break any laws inside a gate, there's no reason for agents to be dispatched." He then asked, "What about rifts?" Hearing this, the agent suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Those are pathways to other worlds, where strange monsters appear opening up all over the globe. The byproducts obtained from hunting monsters in these places are used as a new energy source. For that reason, the places where the government completely controls the pathways and contains the monsters are called gates. Spaces that have not yet been converted into gates are called rifts. After hearing the explanation, he basically summarized it. "So that means no matter which gate I go to, you people will come find me, right? The reason being, illegal entry or something like that." Seeing So Dojun's annoyed expression, the agent quickly explained, "Yes, that's right. If an unregistered hero enters a gate without authorization, the control center receives a notification. Agents waiting nearby will be dispatched. Rifts aren't as easy to access as gates. And the Hero Association wouldn't just stand by either." He didn't give a damn about all that complicated stuff. He said arrogantly, "So what?" The agent held his tongue, regretting everything. This guy is a total psycho. Damn it, I should have reported to headquarters from the very beginning." Just as he finished cursing internally, Seo Dojun grabbed the agent's face, swung his arm, and casually tossed him away like a ball. Seo Dojun looked at the agent and thought, just another nameless grunt. The agent, half kneeling and clutching his wounds, shouted, "You bastard, next time I'll definitely kill you." Seo Dojun couldn't care less and continued on his way. The moment the jewel on that monster's chest shattered, the monster roared in despair. "Stop right there." Hearing his voice, which was almost a scream, I also began to lose consciousness, feeling like I was being sucked into something. Death. I must be dying. With that mindset, the sword god closed his eyes to accept it, but after waiting a while, no one came to take him away. He opened his eyes in confusion, only to find himself suspended upside down in the blue sky with a strange young man before him. The sword god spoke. "Who are you?" A younger, timid-looking Seo Dojun introduced himself. "My name is Seo Dojun. I am on the verge of death. If you accept my plea, I will disappear quietly." The moment he finished the sword, God said without hesitation, "I refuse." Hearing this, Seo Dojun was at a loss for what to do. The sword god stated his reasons. "I have no lingering attachments to this life. After 10 years of fighting to the death, I was betrayed by the comrades I trusted. The country I lived for was destroyed, my friends are dead, and so is my family. No matter how hard I tried to live, in the end, there was nothing left, was there? It was the same for you." This sentence left Seo Dojun completely stunned. He couldn't help but try to persuade him. "Even though my life was like that too. I don't want my grandmother and Seo Eun-young to live like that." The sword god finally softened, cleared his throat, and asked, "So, just tell me one thing briefly. What do you want?" He hadn't expected him to change his mind so quickly. Seo Dojun's face lit up as he quickly said, "What I want is for the Gasan Digital Complex in the Gumshan district, now known as the Hero Complex." The trade of byproducts from the gates was more active than in many small companies. After hunting enough mana stones, Seo Dojun walked through the streets with his backpack on. He walked for a bit and came across a purchasing shop, thinking to himself, maybe I'll pick this place. A nasty-looking receptionist saw him enter and said, "Welcome." Seo Dojun entered and said, "I'd like to sell some mana stones." The cashier heard this and immediately perked up, puffing out his chest. "You've come to the right place. We offer the best purchase prices in Seoul. No, in all of South Korea." Hearing this, he dumped the mana stones onto the table. Seeing the pile of blood-stained rocks, the cashier couldn't help but scoff internally. Seriously, he could have at least wiped the blood off before bringing them in. Outwardly, he said amicably, "You've got quite a few mana stones there. Please wait a moment while I sort them." "Would you like some coffee while you wait?" He said whatever was fine and just sat there waiting as the guy behind the counter inspected the stones. The clerk counted them while typing on his calculator like lightning. 12 low-grade mana stones, 16 mid-low grade, and 5 high-low grade. The commission fee is 40% of the purchase price. You already knew that, right? So, the total amount you'll receive is 5.46 million gun. Hearing the ridiculous commission fee, Dojun spoke up. Hold on, I'm the one doing the hunting and you guys just buy them, yet you take a 40% commission. The cashier was caught off guard and froze. Then his expression immediately changed to a sneer. Sir, it seems you don't understand how things work around here. We normally take 45%, you know. It's only because it's you that I lowered it. If you don't want to sell, then take them back. I guarantee you won't find a better price anywhere else. CO Dojun started pulling his items back casually, saying, then I'll take them back. The clerk immediately slammed his hand down on CO Dojun's and, looking for a fight, held out his other hand to demand payment. Hey sir, you have to pay the appraisal fee, you know. The coffee isn't free either. The appraisal fee is 300 G and the coffee is 10 gun. I had to use an expensive cloth to wipe the blood, and now it can't be reused, so please pay a total of 350 gun, including the cost of the cloth. CO Dojun pulled his hand back, his voice cold and challenging. I don't have any money for you. If you want it, come and try to take it. The clerk gave a hideous laugh. Backed by his cronies, he threatened, you have to pay, you hear me. We're backed by a few C-rank heroes. You son of a bitch. As soon as he finished speaking, a few big guys came out from the emergency exit. The one with a scar on his face looked at the clerk and barked, what is it? Why'd you call me? Another troublemaker. CO Dojun shifted his gaze from the clerk to the big guys. Scarface's mouth hung slightly open as he looked down at him, trying to intimidate him. The clerk, pale and trembling like a leaf, hid behind the counter. Scarface screamed as he was sent flying towards the reception desk. The C-rank hero just lay there, unable to get back up. His two cronies were also laid out symmetrically on his left and right. CO Dojun dusted off his hands and calmly walked to the counter. He stood before the receptionist and stated his new terms for this transaction, a 1% commission. From now on, let's have smooth transactions. I'll be back again. A little later, he returned home and threw a thick stack of cash on the table. His grandmother and So Un-young were stunned, speechless. His grandmother picked up the stack of money, gauging its weight, and asked hesitantly, Dojun-wa, what is all this money? He awkwardly scratched his head and made up an excuse. Oh, it's nothing. I lent some money to a friend for his startup a while ago, and his business is really successful now. His grandmother asked suspiciously. You really have a friend like that? So Dojun had to say vaguely. You remember the places where I grew up, right, Grandma? He was a friend I used to play with back then. The grandmother clutched the money in her hands, her voice old as she said, Of course I remember. The innocent Seo Un-young chirped, Big brother, does this mean we're rich now? Seo Dojun smiled gently and ruffled his little sister's hair. From now on. The little girl was overjoyed and ran around the room cheering, We're rich, we're going to be rich. Seo Dojun watched her, his eyes filled with contemplation. The memories of the other Seo Dojun surfaced in his mind. My grandmother and Seo Un-young, let them live in the safest place possible. And then he disappeared before I could answer. He looked in the mirror. Seo Dojun's face now bore a slight resemblance to the Sword God. When I woke up, I had become Seo Dojun. The safest house in South Korea currently costs 110 billion Jun. I have no obligation to fulfill that one-sided promise. But once I get my strength back, that amount of money is nothing. Fissures, dimensional gates, monsters. Everything here is weaker than in my old world. For me, the one who was once the Sword God in a world that was destroyed, this place is like child's play. But not even 10% of my power has returned yet. As he was deep in thought, the doorbell rang, followed by a voice calling out, Seo Dojun, are you in there? He stood up proactively and told his grandmother, I'll go see who it is. You stay inside, Grandma. Then he went to open the door. As soon as he opened it, he saw a guy with brown hair and another with blonde hair waiting. The big guy with brown hair grinned. Seo Dojun. Debts have to be paid on time, right? The blonde guy added. Hurry up, do you even know how much you owe? It's 48 million gold. He knew about this from the original's memories and let out a sigh. These are the loan sharks, the real Seo Dojun borrowed money from before he died. The 5 million gun for his grandmother's hospital bills had multiplied 10 times in a short period. The brown-haired guy's eyes widened. You just made some money from a gate, didn't you? The blonde-haired guy demanded. Hand it all over. We're just following the contract, so don't feel like you're being wronged. As soon as he finished speaking, the brown-haired guy took a punch to the cheek. He flew backward and slammed into the wall. The blonde guy froze, turning to look at the brown-haired guy in shock. What? Before the blonde guy could even process what was happening, So Dojun cracked his knuckles. The amount I've already paid back is over 9 million Juan. If anything, you're the ones who should be paying me back. The blonde guy was scared stiff and forced a placating smile, stammering, Are you really so? Dojun so. Dojun raised his fist, his eyes deadly, and said, Tell your boss that I'll be paying him a personal visit very soon. Then he let loose, and the sound of fists hitting flesh echoed loudly. A little later, he and his sister went to a shopping mall to hang out. They went into a stuffed animal store. Looking at all the cute stuffed animals, the little girl asked expectantly, Can I really buy one? Can I get this doll? Seo Dojun smiled kindly and said, "We've already bought our things. Now you can pick whatever you want." When I shared his memories, the barren emotions inside me began to change. Right now, it's just compassion. But the original Seo Dojun was always kind to his half-sister, Seo Eun-young. I'll at least protect that part of him. After some hesitation, the little girl asked very timidly, "Big brother, can I choose this one?" Seeing the scrawny bunny plushie in Seo Eun-young's hand, he grabbed the plump bear she had liked earlier, held it up and said he'd told her to pick whatever she wanted. Seo Eun-young grinned foolishly and scratched her head. Afterward, the two went to a restaurant for a meal. They were enjoying their delicious food when someone called out, "Is that Seo Dojun? It really is you." He turned to look. A plump girl with two burly bodyguards came into view. She curled her lip into a mocking smile and asked, "Who are you to judge anyone dressed like that? You're not one to talk. And who's that little brat next to you, causing trouble just like your mother?" As soon as she said that, the atmosphere grew tense, though Seo Eun-young had no idea what was going on. Who is this lady, she wondered. Seo Dojun remained silent, not bothering to react to her. But she wasn't about to give up. When she couldn't provoke the older one, she turned her attention to the younger one. She rudely demanded, "What's your name?" The little girl replied politely, "Eun-young." Looking for trouble, the woman sneered. "So, you're from the Seo family. Look at the way you're dressed. You're just as pathetic as your mother, aren't you? What's wrong? Cat got your tongue. Can't answer me." When her provocations failed to get a reaction from Dojun, she became visibly annoyed and redirected her attack toward the little girl. "Hey kid, do you know what the word bastard means? Do you know what she's about to?" Seo Dojun cut her off coldly. "You're as ugly as an orc." The insult left her dumbfounded. The sword god couldn't stand this woman any longer, his contempt clear on his face. Seo Dojun was born out of wedlock and grew up in poverty. At the age of 7, after his mother passed away, he was finally taken in by his biological father. He endured over 10 years of discrimination and contempt, and was completely cast aside after his stepmother gave birth to a son. He was then kicked out onto the street and forced to live with his grandmother and a half-sister he had never met. Seo Dojun, what was your heart made of? To endure all that. But now things would be different. The sword god stood up and looked down at her as he berated her. "We've lived together for 22 years and I still find you disgusting. From your face to your rotten personality, even your pig-like brain is beyond hope. You're jealous of girls who are prettier and better than you, and you're always wallowing in your inferiority complex. You're not even on the same level as this little girl. At least she knows how to consider her brother's finances." After his tirade, he looked down on her as if he were a god. The stepsister's eyes widened in rage, and the two bodyguards looked on in terror. "What did you just say?" Just as a fight was about to break out, a lady approached Dojun. "It's been a while." The girl immediately ran to her like a wronged child. Mom, you won't believe what that bastard said to me," but her mother wasn't interested. She snapped, "That's enough. Step aside. Is that any way to behave?" "Seo Dojun, are you all right? No matter how busy you are, you should come home once in a while." The sword god cursed her internally. What a hypocrite. She was the one who tormented Seo Dojun the most for 12 years. She continued with her feigned concern. "Your father worries a lot about you too," he commented. "How disgusting. It's not like we have the kind of relationship where we can ask about each other's well-being, is it? Get out of my sight." Unable to keep up the act, her face turned colder than ice. Hong Hae-ju turned and left in a rage. Her daughter stared after her mother in disbelief. She was bewildered, repeatedly asking herself, "Is this really the Seo Dojun I know? The guy who would just bow his head and take it even if he was slapped for no reason?" Scared, she hastily grabbed her bag and ran after Hong. "Hyo. Mom, wait for me." Those two had completely ruined their pleasant meal, he said in a firm voice. "Let's go, Seo Eun-young." The little girl looked sad. "Okay." The sword god gazed into the distance, thinking to himself, Dojun, the one who always remained silent when treated poorly, is gone now. She'd better realize that. The sooner the better. In their car speeding down the highway, the stepsister regained her courage and started whining. "Mom, why did we just leave like that? We should have beaten that bastard to a pulp. Do you have any idea what he said to me? That jerk said to me?" Hong Hae-ju finished touching up her makeup and called Director Lee. The person on the other end answered, "Yes, ma'am." She asked coldly, "Why is Seo Dojun still alive?" Director Lee nervously rubbed his bald head and reported the facts. According to the report, Kang Chol Wu left Seo Dojun inside the rift. That bastard should be dead. Hong Hae-ju couldn't control her impulse and screamed like a madwoman. "Exactly. Then why is he still alive?" Director Lee quickly said, "I'm sorry. I'll investigate it again." The stepsister's face turned pale and her voice trembled. "Should be dead." "Mom, what did you just say?" Hong Hae-ju paid her no mind, staring blankly into space. Seeing her mother's silence, the girl became even more frantic. "Mom, what do you mean? What did you do? Don't tell me you tried to kill Seo Dojun." Without even turning her head, Hong Hae-ju asked nonchalantly, "Do you still have feelings for Seo Dojun?" The question hit a nerve, and her daughter scrambled to defend herself. "No, that's not it. If Grandpa or Dad finds out about this, Hong Hee-ju swiftly covered her mouth, bringing her face close to her daughter's. Her expression was ruthless as she hissed, "Let me handle this. You keep your mouth shut." The daughter was too terrified to even whimper. Hong Hee-ju was seething, thinking to herself, "How dare you defy me, you goddamn mutt. No matter what, I will make you disappear from this world." 10 years ago, spatial rifts suddenly appeared. From them, monsters poured out like a flood, slaughtering people en masse, and the world quickly fell into chaos. But then heroes emerged. It was they who pulled the world back from the brink of destruction. At the same time, a strange material was extracted from monster corpses, monostones. Monostones quickly replaced all old energy sources, and all nations rushed to convert the rifts into gates. Now the entire global industry revolves around gates and heroes. To put it bluntly, if you want to make money in this world, you have to become a hero. He stood before a small office and muttered, "This is it, the Yongdongpo headquarters of the HCS Guild." Seo Dojun calmly walked forward and with a click opened the door. Hwang Seok-biom was taking a drag from a cigarette flanked by a blonde and a brunette. He shouted, "Who the hell are you? You have the nerve to show up here after beating my men to a pulp." Seo Dojun looked around for a moment before saying, "The more I think about it, the more I feel like I got the short end of the stick." Hwang Seok-biom roared, "The short end of the stick? What the hell are you talking about?" Dojun stated it simply. "I believe I deserve compensation for the emotional, physical, and property damages that you all have caused." Hearing this, Hwang Seok-biom's mind raced. The meek little kid from before has really changed. The way he handled my men, he must have had an awakening inside a gate. He leaned in close, trying to intimidate him. "Looks like you got a little power and it went to your head. Let me tell you, what happens to trash who get cocky after their awakening?" As soon as he finished speaking, his underlings swarmed out. Every single one of them looked like a hardened criminal glaring down at him. Hwang Seok-biom grabs his jacket lecturing him. "Those guys act all high and mighty, but after awakening, they're nothing but useless D-rank trash. Listen up, I've got a whole crew of D-rankers under me. They won't even let you get a word in." He clearly had no intention of talking things out, trying to get the guy to leave. He called him back and told him to sit down. "I'm not finished talking." A subordinate in glasses got agitated and lunged forward, yelling, "What, you disrespectful bastard, you dare talk back to me?" Seo Dojun calmly snatched the guy's glasses, tossed them aside, and swiftly punched him right in the face. The subordinate collapsed to the floor, leaving everyone stunned. Then as he started beating them down one by one, he spoke. "You guys aren't just loan sharks, are you? I know you forged documents too. If I want to make some money, I'm going to need a few heroes." After 3 guys went down, the next one finally had a chance to strike, but missed completely. And so he took a blow to the head and was knocked out cold. The Seo Dojun of this moment was like a god of plague, his gaze utterly terrifying. He returned to his calm demeanor, his tone almost a command. "Get me a clean one with no loose ends. The deadline is tomorrow morning." They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The whole gang broke out in a cold sweat. Hwang Seok-biom was so overwhelmed his brain practically shut down. This power. He's not some C rank. He might even be a B rank. Growing tired of waiting, Seo Dojun asked. No answer. Hwang Seok-biom quickly shouted, "Okay, I'll do it. I'll take care of everything." Just when he thought the ordeal was over, he felt a hand grip his shoulder. "One more thing. Was it Hong Hae-ju who told you to kill me?" At the question, her image instinctively appeared in his mind, but Seo Dojun didn't give him time, squeezing his hand harder. When he still didn't speak, a sharp pressure on his collarbone made him cry out in pain. Hwang Seok-biom hastily yelled, "It was Hong Hae-ju, it was her. She said she hoped you'd drown in debt and then kill yourself. That's what she told me. Let go, please, please let go." Having gotten his answer, Seo Dojun released his grip, murmuring, "Suicide, huh? So that's why she trapped me in the gate." Hearing this, the goon instinctively tried to clear his name. "Trapped you in a gate? I don't know anything about that, I swear. If you died, I wouldn't get a single cent. Why would I put you in there? I'm telling the truth." Seeing the man was about to wet his pants, he didn't doubt him. With a thoughtful expression, he pondered for a moment, his lips moving. "Kang Chol Wu. He was the one who pushed me into the gate. Bring me all the information you have on him by tomorrow morning." Hwang Seok-biom's voice trembled. "Yes." Seo Dojun left the office. As the entire gang breathed a collective sigh of relief, the sword god looked up at the clear blue sky, unconsciously thinking of Seo Dojun. "Please let my grandmother and So Eun-young live in the safest place possible." The request was officially met. "Is that all you wish for? Very well, I will help you." The next morning, holding a brand new ID card, he went to the gate management center and scanned it. A cold, mechanical voice announced, "Hero registration card verified. Your level is below the recommended minimum. Please be cautious and reconsider before entering." Dojun looked at the card, pouted and muttered, "That bastard at the company should have just raised my rank to A." He proceeded inside, ignoring the scanner's repeated warnings. "Your level is below the recommended minimum. Your level is below the recom. Bamsium Gate. B rank, D-scale tunnel terrain. Recommended rank A. Entry prohibited, unless in a group of 2 or more." It was a B rank gate, but since its scale was only D soloing, it was quite difficult. but because of its tunnel-like structure, it only allowed solo entry, so if you weren't at least A rank, clearing the gate was nearly impossible. If you were truly unlucky, you'd have to single-handedly fight hundreds of monsters in a pitch-black tunnel. Before him was a giant serpent with beautiful scales. The air was thick with a deathly aura. Seo Dojun was more than pleased. Putting on his gauntlets, he said enthusiastically, "This is great." The serpent shot out its hard, venom-drenched tongue. Seo Dojun ignored it all and plucked out the mana stone. Seeing its kin slaughtered right before its eyes, the golden serpent let out a furious hiss. After finishing one off, Seo Dojun looked back and narrated to himself. The black-fanged serpent, a venomous snake whose poison can paralyze you with a mere scratch. He leaped high into the air and landed forcefully. Spinning like a top, he flickered in and out of sight, leaving several claw marks from its head to its tail, even gouging clean through its body. After dealing with this one, his gauntlets were drenched in snake venom. Looking at the level of corrosion, he casually estimated it was worth about 300 grams. Another hiss sounded, and Seo Dojun instinctively glanced over. This time, they'd brought the whole family for a gang fight. He got up close and personal with these venomous snakes, and the more he fought, the more fired up he got. Blood splattered everywhere, and the venom spit by the snakes was like a downpour. A moment later, only Dojun remained standing in the tunnel. He reached in to grab his loot, then wondered, no mana stone. Seriously, nothing, he thought to himself. If it's like my previous world, then the drop rate for a mana stone from a black-fanged serpent is less than 3%. Looks like I'll have to hunt a few hundred more. He walked through the tunnel into a lush green forest. He noticed several skeletons nearby, overflowing with death energy, and followed the gaze of their empty eye sockets. Is that the boss? Seeing a snake, 3 to 4 times larger than the ones he'd encountered, he dropped his backpack and muttered, I didn't even know the way yet. I ran into it here. How convenient. I'll just end this quickly and head back. He leaped up and threw a punch, but this time he was repelled, a sharp pain shooting through his wrist. He saw a large handprint indented on the snake's body. He was stunned. My attack didn't work. Before Seo Dojun could think of a countermeasure, its tail slithered close and whipped him, sending him flying into a wall. That tail whip really stung. Dojun sat for a moment to recover. Only when the boss snake menacingly approached did he force himself up, leaping to the side and narrowly escaping death. Immediately after dodging, he pushed off the ground and shot towards the boss snake. He practically flew at it, landing a punch that cracked a part of its scales. Judging by its eyes, it seemed he had earned its respect. Facing an enemy with superior abilities, he couldn't help but wonder, just as I expected. It's completely different from the other snakes. It's so tough, my punches do nothing. What should I do now? If only I had my original power back, something like this would be nothing. At this impasse, a faint glint of light caught his eye. Seo Dojun looked over and saw an old sword. Hesitating for a second, he resigned himself to his fate, pulled the sword out, and muttered, It's old, but I have no other choice. It doesn't matter how dull the blade is. What matters is how it's used. He used the sword to dodge the snake's fangs. He used his strength to jump, not forgetting to form armor over the hand holding the sword. His pupils narrowed as he spoke with deadly resolve, to fall by my hand. Consider it. Your Honor, you damn snake. He gripped the hilt tightly. The boss snake let out an intense hiss, opened its maw, and lunged forward. The sword god focused his spirit so intensely his irises vanished. Then with a single slash he shattered its head. The boss was down, but the sword also shattered. Seo Dojun held his posture waiting. His lips were pressed into a thin line. He then let out a sigh of relief and muttered, If I hadn't been able to take it down with that, I would have been a goner. He stared intently at his new spoils, as venom filled the air. Model Seo Dojun obtained a new material for a weapon. It was a bit short for a longsword, but after some sharpening it would be usable. At any rate, it was a better haul than what he got from the gate at Namsan. What a relief. By the time he got out of there, it was late at night. Seo Dojun sighed, never expecting a B-rank gate to take so much of his time. Recovering his strength was his #1 priority right now. He just hoped his old comrades wouldn't see him in such a pathetic state. The next morning at that same shop he'd visited before, a hunter placed his loot on the counter. The clerk calculated for a moment before saying, You've gathered a good number of mana stones. The commission is the usual 40%. The hunter wasn't happy to hear that, and tried to haggle. What 40% is way too steep. I'm a regular here, can't you cut me a break? The clerk started counting money, rattling off his excuses. Hey, you know, we have the cheapest commission on the market. The basic processing fee at the gate center alone is 5%. Plus, we don't leave a paper trail, so you don't have to pay any taxes. When you think about it, this kind of deal benefits you more, doesn't it? The hunter, seeing his point, started counting his money. Yeah, I guess you're right. But hey, what happened to your face? Hearing this, the clerk just shrugged helplessly. Don't ask. Some lunatic barged in, beat our guards to a pulp, and I got roughed up too. The hunter put his money away and started rambling. See, this is why you can't just rely on some C-rank bodyguards. You have to look at their actual skills, not just their rank. Ranks are just something the bureaucrats came up with for easy management. It's completely different from real strength. Some newbie who just got his license and works as a doorman. How can he compare to a hero who risks his life hunting monsters every day? The clerk thought to himself, all right, if you're done, just get out of here. You talk too much. The hunter winked and chuckled, saying, we've known each other for a while now. If you need anything, just give me a call. With that, he turned to leave. Just then, our main character arrived. The moment the clerk saw that dreaded face appear, he flinched instinctively. He pointed a trembling finger and yelled, it's him. He's the one who did this to me. The hunter turned around incredulous. Huh, this guy. He's tall and looks like a decent kid. You're saying he caused trouble here. Hey, are you the one who caused a scene? You call yourself a hunter and you go around beating up innocent people. Don't you know hunters aren't allowed to attack civilians? The clerk smirked inwardly. The guy you're messing with is a 7-year veteran hunter. He's got connections all over the place, knows a ton of high-rank and low-rank hunters. You're finished if you mess with him. Seo Dojun glanced back and said, worry about yourself before you go, trying to lecture me. His words were like adding fuel to the fire. The clerk was getting even more excited. Seo Dojun wasn't afraid of anyone. Go on, are you going to avenge them? For a moment the hunter's anger flared and he clenched his fists. You want to die. He was dead meat. The number one cause of death for hunters wasn't monsters, but conflict with other hunters. 7 years of instinct screamed at him to run. See you later, I'm busy. Gotta go. Seeing his backup just walk away, the clerk was completely stunned. Seo Dojun questioned him. You don't seem to like me very much, do you? The clerk's face went pale. Without waiting for an answer, he tossed a backpack packed with mana stones onto the counter and said flatly, calculate it. Seeing the sparkling stones inside, the clerk felt an immense pressure. What is all this high-grade mana stones? Who the hell is this guy? The clerk couldn't resist the temptation and started punching numbers into his calculator. A moment later, his soul left his body. As he yelled, the total is 150 million gun. Dojun heard the amount and was secretly annoyed. I grind all day, and I only get 150 million. Outwardly, he calmly demanded, hand over the 150 million. The clerk quickly sputtered, you still have to subtract the commission. Seeing the dagger-like glare in his eyes, the clerk thought, did I say something wrong? Luckily, Seo Dojun remembered the fee and said with a sigh of relief, right, a 1% commission. That leaves 148.5 million. Bring it to me. The clerk cursed him internally. What? The commission is 40%, are you deaf? Out loud, he only dared to say, transactions over 100 million require approval from a superior. Seo Dojun looked at him and ordered, then go get approval. Now. The clerk made the call, speaking softly into the phone. Yes, boss. Here's the situation. As soon as the person on the other end picked up, Seo Dojun snatched the phone. He spoke directly to the owner. You heard me right. Tell him to transfer the money to me. The shop owner replied politely. I understand. Please hand the phone back to my employee, without even waiting for him to finish. Seo Dojun threw the phone against the wall. Feeling the heat from the smoldering phone and receiving the I understand command from his dreaded superior, the clerk didn't dare say another word and immediately complied. Yes, sir. He came back with several full bags of money and left the store. Next time, let's make the transaction more civilized. The clerk wept internally. Since when was a civilized transaction so one-sided? 10 minutes later, the shop owner finally arrived. He asked anxiously, Lo, why didn't you pick up? What was that call about? The clerk was completely drained mentally and physically. He said wearily, Boss, I quit. I can't do this anymore. Seeing the phone embedded in the wall, the owner's face darkened. The clerk looked at his boss with a bleak expression. The owner made a call for backup. Hello, Han Do-yun. It's me, your uncle. I need you to come over for a bit. On the other end of the line was a young woman. Every passerby stared at her in awe as she walked by in her chic black high heels. A crowd gathered around her, making her look like a famous celebrity. Is that Han Do-yun? It really is her. Amidst the admiration, Han Do-yun arrived at her uncle's shop, greeted by the chime of the door. Welcome. The clerk saw her and gasped, Oh my god, Han Do-yun. She took off her sunglasses and gave a playful wink. Yep, that's me. The clerk was completely shocked, thinking, Han Do-yun, South Korea's 4th S-rank hunter. I heard she was the boss's niece, but why is she here? Han Do-yun, as if reading his mind, took the initiative to explain. My uncle said he had a headache because some hunter came and forced him to sell mana stones. Could I hear the details? Meanwhile, Seo Dojun and Seo Eun-young were in their yard. One was playing with dolls, the other was training. Even if I hunt all day, it's hard to make even 100 million. At this rate, I'll be too late. I have to be strong enough to hunt in an S-rank gate even if it's just 1 day sooner. To do that, the most important thing right now is to regain my former strength. But unlike in my old world, the mana in the air here is scarce. Even if I gathered mana like this every day for 3 years. No, it might take even longer. It would be better if I had some decent equipment. But there's hardly any good gear here. Even garbage items are rare. As he was stressing out, he suddenly sensed danger. The little girl who had been playing happily saw her brother running towards her. He scooped up Eun-young and rushed inside. Seo Eun-young, you need to get inside. He brought the little girl in and slammed the door shut right away. Their grandmother saw how frantic he was and wondered, what's wrong? Suddenly, the entire apartment shook violently. The grandmother screamed in terror. An earthquake! It's an earthquake! Eun-young panicked and started screaming too. My senses are extremely sharp, so Dojun thought. That's no earthquake. The sky had turned pitch black and was starting to crack. The cracks spread wider and wider, like a spider web. The central fissure was located right in his yard. A fissure, his grandmother asked in a panic. So Dojun, what in the world is happening? He gave a stern warning. It's dangerous. Nobody leave your rooms, then leaped straight into the fissure. His grandmother and sister called out to him, but it was no use. Dojun, big brother. At that same moment, at the Hero Association headquarters, the people who received the alert shouted, Captain, we've just detected a fissure in Mappo. The association manager thought for a moment before issuing an order. A new fissure after 63 days. The White Lion Guild is closest to the Mappo area. Contact them immediately. Quickly dispatch any other nearby heroes. Where was the fissure discovered? A subordinate replied. In the yard of a private residence. Hearing this, the senior manager gave a bitter smile. A private residence. This is trouble. If a normal person, not a hero, enters a new fissure, they can't come back out. His head started to buzz. Even worse. If they die, a 10-day monster wave will pour out from the fissure's region. If that happens, the entire city will. The manager asked again, have you identified the person who entered the fissure? The blonde agent said. His name is Seo Dojun. He's a resident of the house where the fissure appeared, and his grandmother said he went in to save his sister. So, he's not a hero. To date, when a normal person enters a new fissure, what is the probability of a monster wave occurring? The blonde agent hesitated for a moment before answering 99.9%. Hearing those hellish odds, the room fell into despair. At the same time, Hong Hae-ju was losing her temper with a subordinate. She snapped, questioning him in disbelief. Awakened Seo Dojun has awakened. What the hell are you talking about? Director Lee replied with absolute certainty. He hasn't registered with the Hero Association yet, but he definitely awakened at the last gate. Hearing this only made Hong Hae-ju even more furious. She cursed. What the hell is that bastard Kang Chol Wu doing? This never would have happened. If you had just killed that scum yourself, why did you have to complicate things? And he already took the money. Tell that bastard Kang Chol Wu that if he doesn't kill Dojun, he'll have to pay back 10 times the amount he received. I don't think we'll need to contact Kang Chol Wu. What do you mean? Director Lee's face went pale as he said, a new fissure just appeared in Mappo, at Dojun's house. We've also just confirmed that Seo Dojun has entered the fissure. The media will get a hold of this news soon. Hearing this, her mood improved slightly, as she muttered, so that means we won't have to see that vulgar bastard again, will we? Director Lee hesitated. That's right. But her mood was only slightly better. She was still fuming. Hong Hae-ju ordered in a low voice, keep an eye on things until we're certain. Director Lee reluctantly replied, yes ma'am. Meanwhile, Seo Dojun was inside the fissure's space. He was standing in a primeval forest lush with greenery. Dojun felt the vast, majestic nature and his heart stirred. He couldn't believe this was the forest from his childhood. The shape of the forest, every branch and blade of grass. And of course the wind, the abundant mana in the air, and even the shape of the sky and clouds felt special. Maybe if I go this way. He let out a hearty laugh, just as I thought. The World Tree. An ancient spirit tree that holds the flow of pure mana. The reason the world was destroyed before was because this tree was burned and the flow of mana was corrupted. I can't believe the world tree is still safe. I don't know how, but now I can reclaim the mana I once had. Elated Dojun excitedly sat down to cultivate. Seo Dojun immersed himself in this ultimate training space. Day after day he meditated inside a hollow of the world tree. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. He forgot to eat or sleep completely, focused on his breathing. He continued to train diligently like this until one full moon night. Dojun was snapped out of his frantic training mode by the presence of a horde of monsters. Vukana. Seo Dojun looked down at his old enemies, silently vowing to settle the score. The ones who burned the world tree in the past. They were charging madly towards the world tree. Out of habit, Dojun glanced at his hip, thinking, it would be better if I had a water element sword. But the Vukana monsters wouldn't give him the time. Dojun activated his mana and made a quick decision. It doesn't matter. I'll crush every last one of them. Blue mana enveloped his body. He reached out his hand and unleashed pure mana, attacking the intruders. A Vukana hit by Seo Dojun's mana clutched its head and shrieked. Dojun's eyes widened as he glared at them sternly. Seeing that he could easily annihilate one of their own, the others became much more cautious. The Vukana horde didn't dare to recklessly approach as Dojun released his mana. The condensed mana was released in the form of gas and detonated. This fighting style also had its inconveniences. It's been a while since I've released this much mana at once. They kept a safe distance, preparing to launch long-range attacks. Through the space filled with smoke and dust, a barrage of mana bullets came flying. When the mana bullets were just a few centimeters away from him, they were neutralized by a mana shield he had erected. Dojun used his mana to levitate his body, murmuring, "I've confirmed the world tree is safe. Now let's see what the mana in my body can do with these eyes." With that, he cracked his neck, loosened up, and headed towards the Vukana horde. Seeing him get closer, the Vukana continued to roar with their mouths wide open. Not waiting for them to fire their mana bullets, he took them out. His mana shot straight into the Vukana's mouths, dealing damage from the inside and causing them to explode. 2 unlucky Vukana died just like that in a fiery explosion. Where their bodies vanished, a mana stone was left behind. Seo Dojun walked past the mana stones, muttering nonchalantly, "Confirmation complete. Once I take care of the rest of you, I'll be able to get the immortal ember, won't I? I remember it having a pretty high drop rate. Let's see how many I can harvest from this mob." For the sake of harvesting the immortal embers, Seo Dojun went on a rampage. He just kept destroying and dodging endlessly. An unknown amount of time passed, and he returned to the hollow of the world tree to inspect the fruits of his labor. Amidst a pile of mana stones, a sparkling golden seed emerged. This golden seed was Seo Dojun's target. He picked it up and couldn't help but think to himself, "The immortal ember. I can't believe I got my hands on this again." He crushed the golden seed and a flame erupted in the palm of his hand. Dojun poked at it with interest for a bit. "I want to draw more mana from the world tree, but in my current state, that's impossible. The only thing I can do right now is absorb this ember and convert my mana to the fire attribute." As he finished absorbing one immortal ember, he fondly recalled his time as the sword god. "Back then, I never needed to absorb these embers. But now it takes a whole 10 minutes just to absorb one." Seo Dojun rotated his arm to see if there were any changes while glancing at the golden seeds at his feet and thinking, "I'll just have to absorb as many as I can." In the sky, a giant fissure suddenly appeared. Reporters and media outlets immediately swarmed the area along with the general public. Someone gritted their teeth and let out a curse. "Damn it." He tilted his head back, staring outside, his mood utterly foul. It was all because of that damn lunatic. What the hell is going on? Hyun glanced at the watch on his wrist, his tone completely nonchalant. He said he was doing it to save his sister, but the scene outside is exactly the same. Nothing's changed. Sounds real noble, doesn't it? He heard it's easier to awaken inside a crack, so he just jumped right in without a second thought for anyone else. If you want to die, die alone. Why do you have to drag other people into it? Hearing the words from the person beside him, he let out a smirk and asked, "So what did the chairman say?" Se-on-gu seemed annoyed as he replied, "The usual. Told us to just wait." Still, he himself found it a little strange. But why, Hyun wondered aloud in a low voice. It's probably because this time cracks appeared simultaneously in the US, China, England, Turkey, and Switzerland. Several other major nations are also showing signs of cracks. That's probably why the chairman is so busy. This is the first time something like this has happened. I heard the others managed to get it under control from the start. Se-on-gu gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed tightly. "So, we're the only ones in trouble. It's all because of that bastard. The first guy who went in. Just you wait. When he comes out, I'm gonna smash his face in." A gloomy humming sound was emanating from outside the crack. The voice now belonged to the host of the daily news program. "It has been 28 days since the new crack appeared. The Hero Association has issued a Level 1 warning for a monster wave." On the screen was the blurred image of a young man. If the first civilian to enter Mr. So does not return in the next 2 days. Someone suddenly reached out, grabbed the remote, and turned off the TV. Hwang Sok Byom, a cigarette dangling from his lips, mused thoughtfully. "You mean that kid Seo Dojun?" "Is that Seo?" Director Kim Yong-do bowed his head slightly, the light glinting off his glasses. "Yes. I had my people verify it. It is definitely Seo Dojun." Director Kim Yong-do, Hwang Sok Byom's right-hand man. After hearing the report, he paused for a moment before asking, "What do you think are the chances of that kid coming back alive?" He quickly calculated. If he were a normal civilian, it goes without saying. About 1%. No, not even 0.1%. A grotesque, smug smile spread across Hwang Sok Byom's lips. A civilian. Pathetic. Hearing his words, the underlings below nodded like woodpeckers. The people at the Hero Association are completely in the dark. He casually propped his cheek on his hand and suggested a possibility. What if? The kid awakened. Kim Yong-do's mind raced immediately, offering a hypothesis. If he did awaken, it would still depend on his rank. Honestly, it's very difficult to assess. Hwang Sok Byom sighed, leaning his entire body back into his chair. That's true. Being a good fighter doesn't mean you can survive in a crack. His next command left the director slightly stunned. That Seo Dojun kid. He has family, doesn't he? Keep an eye on them. The order brought Seo Un-young and her grandmother to his mind. What are you planning to do, sir? Hwang Sok Byom's voice was low as he made his decision. For now, treat them well. Then he took off his glasses, his face revealing a dark, sinister expression. If he dies, we'll sell his family's organs. If he comes back alive, we'll just say we were taking care of them. That way we create a debt. The scene changes to a massive ancient tree bathed in a brilliant light. Dojun was currently focusing his mind to strengthen himself. How much time has passed? In his hand was a pale golden wisp of energy fitting for its name, immortal ember. I've already absorbed hundreds of them. Then the golden wisp began to rapidly spin in his hand. Now I can use fire mana whenever I want. My fire resistance has also increased dramatically. Dojun's eyes flickered as he recalled his past life as the Sword God. If we're only talking about the fire attribute, I'm even stronger now than I was at my peak, back when they called me the Sword God. His hand gently touched the trunk of the ancient tree. His voice echoed slowly through the air. Then and now. Glimmering specks of light from the world tree drifted down slowly. Thank you, world tree. Then Dojun bent down and picked up several red gemstones, placing them in a basket. He slung the basket over his shoulder and softly said, "His farewell, I may not see you again." However, his eyes shone with resilience and determination. "But if you are ever in danger." Finally, Dojun turned and walked away with a gentle smile. "I will protect you no matter the cost." The scene quickly shifts to night with the moon high in the sky. He was now slowly emerging from the crack. His toes touched the ground lightly. Dojun tilted his head back, observing the deserted landscape around him. There's no one within a 1-kilometer radius. They must have evacuated everyone in preparation for the monster wave. As he looked towards the row of buildings ahead, a light flashed. There's a fairly strong aura coming from that direction. Without a second thought, his body shot forward like the wind. In an instant, Dojun appeared behind Hiyun and the other man. As he observed them, he silently made an assessment. Judging by their uniforms, they seem to be the ones from the gate earlier. If they spot me, I'll be in big trouble. A golden flame from his immortal ember skill quickly flared up in his hand. In a flash, Dojun decisively threw it into the distance. The spark flew across the sky toward the rooftop of a nearby building. It finally vanished, leaving behind only a faint glimmer of light. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the sky. He was stunned, unable to understand what was happening. What was that? What was that noise? Seongu turned his head toward the sound and light, quickly asking, "Is that a fire?" The two of them rushed towards the blaze. By the time they arrived, the flames had already consumed the building. He stared with wide, sharp eyes, unable to believe what was happening. What is this? Why is there a fire here? Meanwhile, from a distance, Dojun was carefully evaluating the effectiveness of the skill he had just used. The targeting accuracy of the fire attribute seems pretty good. He looked down at his own hand, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Gusok. Isn't this the flame you were always so proud of? The smug and confident image of the Sword God was now recalled from memory. You would have been satisfied, because you were the strongest fire mage on the continent. Hiyun's eyes suddenly flew open, his pupils constricting. Startled, he whipped his head around, his brow furrowed. Wait a second. He turned towards the rift, which was fluctuating, and muttered, "Something strange about the crack." Seongu was confused by his statement. What do you mean? In an instant, the crack began to shrink before vanishing completely. Both of them were now racing back to where the crack had appeared. He quickly noticed the abnormality that he hadn't seen before. The crack. What Seongu's stern face couldn't hide his astonishment. The crack was now just a few flickering wisps of light before it dissipated. It's disappearing. Dojun slowly walked up a staircase in the quiet night. Suddenly, he turned his head, his eyes flashing with terrifying power and seriousness. Early in the morning, the city's breaking news bulletin airs with an urgent report. The new rift that appeared in Mappo vanished early this morning. On a company's LED screen, the anchor continues the report. Today marks exactly 29 days since the citizen known as S entered the rift. The Hero Association, which had been bracing for a monster wave, was caught off guard by this strange phenomenon and is now investigating the cause. Pedestrians on the street all look up at the screen, lost in discussion, completely unaware that the person they're talking about is right there. At the same time, a mysterious fire has broken out at a scrapyard near the rift area. They stop to gossip. That guy, C, disappeared right after he went into the rift, didn't he? He deserved to die. Who in their right mind would rush into a rift the moment it appears? They spew malicious words. Still, he's dead. That's a bit harsh. How heartless can you be? If that rift hadn't disappeared, this place would have been a war zone. Dojun stops thinking about the news report. If it disappeared, does that mean I'll never see the world tree again? What a shame. But maybe it's for the best. He looks up at the sunny sky. As the bright sun shines down, Dojun tells himself, I have other things to protect now. Suddenly, he stops in front of an old office building. At a glance, it looks like it's been abandoned for a long time. Inside, two thugs are talking in the hallway. Their cigarette smoke fills the old corridor. The one with a scar on his face smirks a cigarette in his hand. Now that that bastard is dead, the old hag and the little girl will be done for soon. The other guy replies, Yeah, our boss isn't just anybody. He'll squeeze at least 10 times more out of them. The scarred man continues taking a drag from his cigarette. Forget the old woman. That little girl will probably grow up to be a real looker. The boss is probably figuring out all sorts of ways to use her. As they're talking, a voice cuts them off. Dojun steps out from the shadows towards them and speaks. Where's your boss? A car pulls up right in front of the old office. A man in black shoes gets out. It's Hwang Sok Byom stepping out of the car. He arrogantly slicks back his hair as he walks. A relieved smile spreads across his face. He's finally dead. Now I can finally sleep in peace. Suddenly he turns and asks manager Kim, do I have anything on the schedule today? The manager quickly flips through his notebook. You have a lunch meeting with CEO BI, sir. Nothing scheduled for this evening. Right after he takes off his sunglasses and turns back to give an order. Is that so? Contact Madam Kang and tell her I'm stopping by tonight. Tell them to prepare some decent new girls. The manager understands. Yes, sir. The two of them walk up the old office staircase. Suddenly, Hwang Sok Byom's eyes widen in shock. He arrives just in time to see one of his underlings get kicked and sent flying. The man's blood splatters right in front of him, leaving Hwang Sok Byom speechless, his mouth agape. The thug is thrown into a corner, crashing into a pile of equipment. Dojun stands still, watching him letting out a series of heavy coughs. His voice is like the Grim Reaper's as he orders Hwang Sok Byom, aren't you going to crawl over here like a dog? Hearing his name, the man trembles all over, beads of sweat pouring down his face. In a flash, Dojun is sitting calmly on a nearby chair, looking down at Hwang Sok Byom, kneeling on the floor, his voice lethal. Are you deaf? Terrified, the man has no choice but to crawl towards him as ordered. Dojun's hair hangs down, obscuring his expression. He coldly commands bark. A scumbag like you doesn't deserve to be called human. Dojun growls as the other man keeps his head bowed low. Hurry up and bark like a dog. Faint sounds echo through the room. Terrified Hwang Sok Byom opens his mouth wide and begins to bark, spit flying everywhere. Woof woof woof. His two underlings face the wall, pretending not to see, not daring to help. Hwang Sok Byom keeps barking like a dog. Unsatisfied, Dojun looks down at him and commands again, louder. Sitting on the chair, he growls angrily, to my face you grovel. Pretending to be so loyal, you'd give me your own liver, but the second you see an opening, you stab me in the back. Dojun's eyes are murderous as he asks Hwang Sok Byom, do you think I've never dealt with trash like you before? Terrified, Hwang Sok Byom slams his head on the floor, begging, please, I'm begging you, just spare my life. I'll be loyal to you like a dog for the rest of my life. Dojun shuts him up with a kick straight to the chin. Hwang Sok Byom spits out blood flying to the side in agony. He turns his gaze to the man with the glasses. Dojun gives him a mission. From now on, you're the boss. Don't bow your head to a beast like this ever again. He continues, overthrowing your superior isn't a big deal for you guys, is it? I'm giving you permission. Just do it. Kim Yong-do fearfully presses his lips together. He bows deeply, politely refusing. Our boss has a lot of powerful connections. If I suddenly became the boss, they'd find it strange. Sweat pours down his face, his voice pleading in fear. So please don't do this. Please spare my boss this one time. Dojun glares at him with a look that could kill. Why are you being so difficult? Aren't you the guys who specialize in stuffing people into oil drums and tossing them into the sea, or crushing them in a scrapyard? He patiently says one more thing that terrifies them to their core. In that case, I'll just throw him into a gate as monster feed. Hearing this, Hwang Sok Byom frantically starts bowing his head again, begging to be spared. Please, I'm begging you, please spare my life. Just spare me, and I'll live like a dog for the rest of my days. His underlings start bowing their heads along with him. We beg you, we beg you. Dojun thinks to himself with a look of disgust. Dealing with Hwang Sok Byom now would be cleaner and save me trouble later. But he sighs, have I gone soft? He extends his hand as if offering a lifeline. Here. Hwang Sok Byom, thinking he's been forgiven, looks up with a joyful expression. He tremblingly reaches for Dojun's hand, muttering endlessly, I'm sorry for everything I've done. As he speaks, a bright light suddenly erupts from Dojun's hand. So from now on, you'll see me as your master. Huh. The moment his hand touches Dojun's, it's incinerated by fire. At that instant, Hwang Sok Byom screams in agony. In Dojun's eyes, the man is wailing pathetically. He says threateningly, this is your last chance. Dojun quickly retracts his hand. Hwang Sok Byom's hand, burnt to a crisp, falls to the cold floor. He turns and walks away, the man's pathetic screams still echoing behind him. Dojun glances back at Hwang Sok Byom and warns him, from now on, if my family gets so much as a single scratch, all of you will die. So protect them properly 24 hours a day for the rest of your lives. There are many rumors about Dojun. Officially, Dojun is a person who vanished along with the rift. The sun shines down on the entrance of a W.C. Donald's. Dojun is sitting inside the restaurant with his younger sister. The little girl is happily eating a pastry. The government, the Hero Association, and all forms of media consider Dojun to be a dead man. Information scrolled across his phone. He stared pensively at the screen, which was reporting news about him. Reflected in the window, Dojun's face wore a look of detached indifference. Telling people I survived and came back would just cause more trouble. He smiled, watching Yoon puffing her cheeks as she took a bite of her bread. They'll find us a new house soon. It'll be better if we just take our time moving out. The little girl happily enjoyed the pastry in her hand. A few crumbs still stuck to her mouth as she looked up and smiled at him. I'm so happy we're moving soon, Dojun told her. Now you can go to preschool just like the other kids. And that's not all, you'll get to go to elementary school next year. Hearing this, Seo Eun-young's happy mood instantly vanished. Alarmed, Seo Dojun asked, What's wrong, don't you want to go to preschool? She answered sadly, Yeah. Then Seo Eun-young explained why, stunning him. The other kids. They just make fun of me because I don't have a mom or dad. Seo Dojun turned away, his lips pressed into a thin line. He looked back at her and said gently, It's okay. You don't have to go then. You don't have to see those kids at all. You can just go straight to elementary school next year. Hearing his promise, Seo Eun-young's bright expression returned. Really? So I don't have to go to preschool anymore? Dojun replied softly, You don't have to. He thought to himself, annoyed, maybe I should just enroll her in a prestigious private school. Then no one would dare look down on her. From inside the hotel, an angry voice boomed. What? You're leaving an old woman and a child in a hotel? Seo Dojun demanded. Is everyone at Ianu out of their minds? The man broke out in a sweat as he explained, This hotel is managed by our company. In terms of safety, Seo Dojun finally relented. Fine. Whatever. He opened the door and walked in. Seo Eun-young cried out with joy. You're back. She ran and threw her arms around him in a tight hug. Seo Dojun's beloved grandmother came and took his hands overjoyed. Dojun, you really came back. Seo Eun-young clung to him, bursting into tears. I missed you. Seo Dojun, flustered by the scene, stood frozen for a moment. He smiled and replied to his grandmother. Yes, I'm back now. Seo Eun-young's voice pulled him back to the present. Hey, are you a hero too? Intrigued by the question, Seo Dojun asked back, Why do you want me to be a hero? Holding her bread, the little girl replied, I'd rather you weren't one. Dojun was curious. Why not? She explained hesitantly. Because heroes have to fight scary monsters. And sometimes they die. Eun-young's face was filled with sadness. Our family, Grandma and me, we just want you to live with us for a long, long time. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Seo Dojun pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Seo Eun-young's earnest voice echoed in his ears. We just want you to live with us for a long, long time. Seo Dojun remembered the horrific scenes from his past. Even in that brutal world, some people managed to survive until the very end. He pictured himself sitting on a pile of beasts he had slain. During all that time, fighting monsters, I lost so much. He remembered Eun-young running to embrace him. But now something precious that I'd forgotten has come back to me. Thinking of the meals with his little sister and grandmother, Seo Dojun's resolve hardened. Here, in this place, I will live to protect this simple happiness. Helicopters flew over the city, surveying the situation. At the Korean Hero Association, the headquarters below stood grand and imposing Na Dae-gwang, the founder of the Korean Hero Association and director of the World Hero Federation. Looking down upon the city from high above, he asked, So we really couldn't find anything? The woman beside him answered timidly, No, sir. At the moment we haven't been able to confirm anything. I sincerely apologize, sir. Dae-gwang sighed in frustration. This is so irritating. If a rift can just vanish on its own, it can reappear at any time. She glanced at him and replied cautiously, Yes, sir. An unpredictable variable like this is extremely dangerous. It would have almost been easier to handle if it had just triggered a monster wave. His voice turned sharp. Watch your mouth. Na Dae-gwang turned to face her directly. You should be thinking about the safety of our citizens, and be thankful things didn't escalate that far. Realizing her mistake, the woman quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful with my words from now on. He was an incredibly powerful man, Na Dae-gwang, one of the 100 most respected heroes in the world. If he were to run for president, he would undoubtedly win with the highest vote count in history. It was even said he could bring down entire corporate chaebols if he wished. But his interests lay not in politics or power, but solely in the safety of the people and preparing for the rifts. He gave his instructions and turned to leave. It's fine for now, but I want a thorough reinvestigation. She then informed him. Also, it appears the residents of the house near the rift have agreed to sell. Hearing this, his tone softened. Is that so? That's good. Na Dae-gwang, always put the citizens first. Make sure to pay them more than the market price so they don't feel shortchanged. If it brings even a little comfort to those who lost loved ones, it's well worth it. He turned to his computer, and Dae-gwang silently assessed the data on the screen. After a moment, he said, It seems this rift appeared in other countries at the same time. This is anything but normal, she asked cautiously, but didn't the U.S. and China already take care of theirs? He hesitated slightly. The problem is England, Na Dae-gwang explained grimly. All of their skilled heroes have been deployed elsewhere. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his screen. He clicked on it and his face went pale with panic. Impossible. What the hell is happening? An emergency alert filled the screen and the entire agency switched to high alert. The World Hero Federation issued an urgent bulletin monster wave erupting from the rift in England. Warning, warning, warning. Na Daeguang couldn't believe what he was reading. The rift in England. Meanwhile, early one morning at a bustling shopping center, Dojun, a bag slung over his shoulder, blended in with the crowd. He stopped in front of a small shop, opened the door and stepped inside. An employee was in the middle of greeting him when he suddenly froze. Welko seeing So Dojun, he let out a terrified shriek and scrambled to get his manager. Sir manager, it's that guy. Hearing this, the manager slowly folded the newspaper he was reading. So it's this guy, is it? He rose from his chair. Are you the kid who strong-armed my employee into buying mana crystals while I was out? Dojun slung the bag off his shoulder. Good. I've got a lot of mana crystals to sell today, and I was hoping to deal with someone in charge to get this done quickly. He then tossed the bag heavily onto the floor. The manager glanced at the bag on the floor contemptuously. Looks like he's brought another pile of unprocessed low-grade stones, just like last time. With that thought, the manager refused flatly. I'm not doing business with you. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Dojun asked, his voice laced with suspicion. Not doing business with me. The manager just waved a dismissive hand at him and turned to walk away. Looks like you don't get it. A 1% commission fee is a huge loss for me. I'm not doing business with you. So you'd better just take your stuff and leave. Dojun smiled and let out a sigh. You'll regret this. The man stopped in his tracks and said, You're right, talking to you is getting nowhere. But just so you know, there's a reason even the Gate Center charges a 5% fee. The Mana Stone distribution structure isn't as simple as you think. His face darkened as he advised him. Just give it up, grab your bag, and get lost for me, and don't ever come back. Instead of leaving, So Dojun kicked the briefcase. The dazzling mana stones inside immediately spilled out. The employee and the manager both stared in astonishment. The manager's glasses fell off his face, his eyes wide with disbelief. The manager's heart pounded when he saw it. Wait a minute. Isn't that a hero-grade mana stone? A hero-grade mana stone. It's rumored that people will pay any price for one. Why is it here? Seo Dojun crossed his arms and looked at them. If you don't want it, I'll leave. That stone with the blue hue was a hero-grade mana stone created by a drug addict. A notorious drug addict named K. Mern in Mexico. While analyzing a mana stone to create drugs, its power caused everything around him to shatter. This incredibly powerful mana stone activated the latent power within the man, and he awakened as a hero. Since then, this type of stone became famous as an essential material for awakenings and magic amplification. The hero-grade mana stone became a sought-after item among the superpowered, both a rare energy source and an incredibly expensive commodity. Seeing the hero-grade mana stone, the two men stood there, their jaws dropped in shock. He stuck his hands in his pockets and told them, Pack it up, I'm out of here. Seeing him about to leave, the manager hastily changed his attitude to one of reverence. Sir, would you please be so kind as to wait a moment? The employee was at the counter, wiping each mana stone with a cloth. While Dojun was drinking some water, the manager cautiously began to speak. Sir, he said, sitting across from him to discuss the price. I think a 0.5% fee is a bit much. Seeing this wasn't going his way, Seo Dojun stood up. If you don't like it, then forget it. Seeing this, the man quickly explained. No, it's not that I don't like it. I was just curious. He carefully asked, why change it to 0.5%? Dojun replied coldly, because I'm annoyed. The manager knew he had angered him and quickly bowed his head. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry, I was too rude. Dojun glared at him with eyes as sharp as knives. I've heard enough apologies. Just tell me if you'll adjust the fee or not. The employee glanced over at him filled with resentment. What a stubborn jerk. He has no manners at all. The manager had no choice but to accept. All right, fine, he said, then launched into a long speech. Hero-grade mana stones are rare. So, if you were a major partner, you could absolutely sell them at cost with no commission fee. But it's not like you're going to be selling hero-grade mana stones all the time, right? And for this sale, if you consign them to us, I'm willing to offer Dojun 10%. After listening, Dojun just cut him off with a single phrase, too long-winded. He stood up to leave. If you don't like it, forget it. The manager quickly shouted, 9%. We're really taking a loss to offer you this rate, Dojun replied. Then don't take a loss. Seeing he was still leaving, the man lowered it again. 8%. The chairman will kill me if he finds out, Dojun answered indifferently. Then don't let him find out. The man continued to lower the percentage, desperate to keep him there. 7%. I can't go any lower. Dojun sighed. Who told you that you had to concede 6%? I swear there's no profit left. What kind of business is it if you don't make a profit? The employee, still wiping the mana stones, watched them with a bored expression. The manager was kneeling on the floor, his head bowed. Seo Dojun looked down on him and said, For old time's sake, I'll allow you 1%. Inside, the manager was screaming with frustration, but he didn't dare say it out loud. This is daylight robbery. Seo Dojun played his final card. I'll tell you this up front. He said something that made both of them stare in shock. I have about 7 more bags just like this one. The manager hurriedly shouted, "Hey, what are you standing there for? Get the contract out here now." The employee quickly replied, "Yes, sir." CO Dojun walked out of the shop, stopping to look at the screen, showing the money he had just received. Stoneman has transferred 67 billion won. Looking at his account, he stared at the screen thoughtfully. With this much buying, a 1.1 billion won mansion isn't far off. He pursed his lips thinking about something. The problem was to get high-grade monastones. Gates weren't enough. Dojun had an idea. If only I could freely enter and exit rifts. That would be great. The manager came out and was surprised to see him still outside. He looked at CO Dojun and asked, "What is it? Is that an energy wave?" Ignoring him, he kept staring at his phone. The manager looked at his screen and understood it was about the UK. "I thought it was something serious. Just an emergency administrative message. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has just detected an energy wave in the Saran area. We advise tourists and cultivation staff to urgently adjust their schedules. The embassy is coordinating to ensure the safety of our citizens." Seo Dojun fell silent upon seeing the message. He calmly looked at the administrative warning from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The message content was now displayed. Emergency administrative message. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has just detected an energy wave in the Saran area. We advise tourists and staff to urgently adjust their schedules. The embassy is coordinating to ensure the safety of our overseas nationals. Reading this, Seo Dojun's eyes flickered slightly. Then he acted as if it was nothing, put his phone away, and turned around, leaving with just a casual remark. "The powerless sure are something else." On the bustling street, Seo Dojun walked alone, lost in thought. In the past, no matter where it was, no matter which association requested it, I would have immediately entered the danger zone. His silhouette looked firm and resolute. But I don't live like that anymore. Scene changed to a barbecue restaurant. Someone was flipping juicy pieces of meat on the grill. Yoon was sitting on the side, staring intently at the meat and swallowing, her eyes filled with craving. Under the little girl's greedy gaze, the server continued to flip the meat. Today, Seo Dojun had brought his grandmother and the little girl out for a lavish meal. Seo Dojun's grandmother awkwardly flipped through the menu, looking at the prices. She winced at the sight of a few pieces of meat, costing thousands of won. Dojun, isn't 250,000 won for 100 grams of meat too expensive? So Dojun, sitting across from her, took a sip of water and replied, his voice full of confidence, "I earned a lot this time, Grandma. Just eat as much as you like, don't worry." Young wasn't paying much attention. When someone placed a piece of meat for her, she quickly opened her mouth to taste it. The moment the meat entered her mouth, her taste buds exploded, causing Seo Young's eyes to widen in amazement. Her face was now filled with pure joy, relishing it as if she'd taken a bite of heaven. Young exclaimed happily, "It's so delicious." Seo Dojun's grandmother, sitting beside her, looked at the meat, hesitating to pick up her chopsticks. Dojun noticed his grandmother's discomfort and silently stared for a moment. Without waiting, Seo Dojun immediately called a nearby waitress to order more. Fresh, short ribs, marbled pork, shoulder chuck, eye roll, and sirloin. "I'll take 4 servings of each, please." Seeing how extravagant he was, Seo Dojun's grandmother asked with concern, "How are we going to eat all this? Why did you order so much?" Seo Dojun picked up a piece of meat and comforted his grandmother with a relaxed smile. "Just eat to your heart's content today, Grandma. You need to eat a lot too." Seo Dojun's grandmother couldn't stop him and could only sigh in resignation. Seo Young, sitting beside them, quickly offered a piece of meat to her grandmother's lips. Goodness, the little girl held the piece of meat in front of her with a cheerful face, her voice urging her on. "Grandma, the meat is so delicious. Try it. Hurry up." Faced with the little girl's pleading, sparkling eyes, the grandmother finally opened her mouth, though she didn't forget to chide her. "You mischievous little thing." The moment the meat touched her tongue, Seo Dojun's grandmother's eyes widened in amazement. She hid her delight, only letting out a few mumbled sounds before all 3 of them peacefully dove into the warm meal. But right in that peaceful moment, Han Do-yeon, with her striking long purple hair and long legs, slowly approached. Her slender figure entered the restaurant with a gentle, unhurried grace. Her beauty made everyone turn their heads. Suddenly, she called out his name, Seo Dojun. In the middle of his meal, Seo Dojun immediately turned his head with a look of suspicion. Seeing this, Han Do-yeon approached, bowing her head slightly to ask, "Could I have a private word with you?" Seeing him continue to eat so casually made her a bit doubtful. "Are you really a hero?" Before she could finish, Seo Dojun cut her off in a cold tone. "Can't you see I'm eating with my family?" His voice was like ice, his sharp gaze holding no respect for Do-yeon. "Whatever it is, wait until I'm done eating." It was the first time anyone had ever rejected her, let alone with such a contemptuous look. Do-yeon froze instantly. She looked down at Dojun in disbelief and reminded him, "I'm Han Do-yeon." But even for a famous S-rank hero, Seo Dojun didn't even look at her as he continued. His demeanor was utterly nonchalant. "Is that so?" Feeling insulted, Do-yeon stepped back, a bit disgruntled. What kind of weirdo is this guy? A long wait passed. In the waiting area, Do-yeon now sat quietly and poised in a chair. People around her acted as if they'd seen a celebrity, unable to stop themselves from turning to look at her. Han Do-yun's aura was so powerful it drew the eyes of every man in the restaurant. A nearby girl watched her from afar, blushing with admiration, when suddenly whispers broke out. That's really Han Do-yun, the S-rank hero, the global star. Is that really her? Yeah, she's also one of the top 10 most beautiful heroes in the world. Han Do-yun paid no mind to her surroundings, sitting with her arms crossed and a bored expression as she waited. The guys nearby stared at her for a long while before wondering aloud, who is she waiting for anyway, to make someone like her wait? Who's got that kind of nerve? The surrounding chatter only darkened Han Do-yun's expression, her thoughts tinged with resentment. Seo Do-hun. Han Do-yun sat to the side, silently watching the back of the man, enjoying a happy time with his family. 2 months ago he had entered a gate for the first time, and returned safely. That was probably when he awakened his ability. He was said to have died in the new gate incident in Mappo. Her gaze then returned to Dojun's carefree face as he ate as if nothing had happened. Han Do-yun was skeptical, yet here he was sitting so calmly. Her thoughts drifted back to his sharp gaze. A slight shiver ran through Han Do-yun. A single look, a single sentence from him was enough to put her on edge. But to become an S-rank hero in less than 2 months, the Kapoor Oil Corporation had invested a whole fortune to mine magic stones, and it still took them 5 years to produce one S-rank. Her face was now filled with terror as she tried to console herself. There's no way he became an S-rank in just a few weeks. He must have some other unusual special ability. Suddenly the sound of a chair scraping across the floor cut through Han Do-yun's thoughts. Yoon-young had finished eating. She walked out with her grandmother and Dojun looking excited. Yoon-young smiled brightly. That was so good, I'm completely stuffed. Han Do-yun, who was sitting far away, also stood up to wait for Seo Dojun to pass. But then, out of nowhere, some brute's foot appeared, stomping hard on the floor, right in front of Seo Dojun's family. Seeing this, Dojun frowned, his ice-cold gaze sweeping over the man. The brute was Kang Chol Wu. He looked at Seo Dojun provocatively, his voice laced with sarcasm. Well, Seo Dojun, am I seeing things? How did you manage to survive and crawl out of that gate? Seeing that he didn't respond and just wore an arrogant expression, the man grew angry. He stepped closer, his attitude threatening. I knew you were an insect, but I didn't expect you to be a snake. His appearance startled Han Do-yun, who was standing behind them. She was a bit wary, thinking to herself, why is it him? Just then, Seo Dojun looked at the man's threatening posture, completely unafraid. He kept his hands in his pockets, not bothering to reply. With a dismissive attitude not wanting to make a scene, Seo Dojun ignored him and immediately turned his head away. He averted his gaze and shifted his focus to Do-yun standing behind him. Hey, you said you had something to talk to me about. The unexpected question made Kang Chol Wu turn to look as well. When he saw Do-yun, he was shocked. Han Do-yun. What? Dojun continued to treat Kang Chol Wu as if he were invisible, still looking at Han Do-yun as he said coldly, how about this? I'll help you with your issue in exchange for you looking after my family for a bit. Do-yun hesitated. What specifically? Dojun immediately glanced behind him, signaling quickly to Do-yun. Just call a taxi and take them home. That's it. He didn't stop continuing to explain, I have to go on ahead. Do-yun silently observed the icy atmosphere before her. At that moment, Seo Dojun's gaze suddenly turned sharp, radiating a powerful aura. His voice was chilling. I have a debt to collect. Seeing Seo Dojun's provocation, Kang Chol Wu didn't wait any longer, and bared his teeth, a crazed look in his eyes, ready to start the fight. In front of a restaurant under the full moon, Han Do-yun was gently guiding Seo Eun-young to the car and reassuring the grandmother. Don't worry too much. Please get in. The little girl with a worried look on her face glanced at her as she stood outside waving. You too, little cutie. Goodbye for now. Han Do-yun forced a smile as she watched the car. The car began to roll away with Seo Eun-young inside. At that moment, loud noises erupted from inside the restaurant. Seo Dojun stared straight ahead with a cold expression. A large red mark appeared on Kang Chol Wu's face, enraging him. He whipped his head around, radiating killing intent as he yelled, You bastard, are you trying to die? A trembling employee came out to remind them, Sir, please don't cause trouble in here. Immediately, Kang Chol Wu swung his hand and struck the employee, making her cry out as he cursed. Damn it, get the hell out of here. The employee fell to the floor as he snarled, All of you get out. A second later, Kang Chol Wu seemed to go insane, screaming at the top of his lungs. Do you really want to die? You want to end up in a coffin, you bastard. As he was yelling, a hand shot straight toward Kang Chol Wu's face. Immediately after, he flashed past the man like lightning. Before Kang Chol Wu could react, he was struck. He clutched his face in pain and collapsed to the ground. Seo Dojun turned his head, his face dark as he called out Kang Chol Wu. He continued to question him even as Kang Chol Wu kept his head bowed with blood splattering from his mouth. You locked me in that damn gate leaving me to die, didn't you? Seo Dojun's eyes filled with killing intent, looked down at him as he asked, We haven't settled everything yet, have we? Kang Chol Wu slowly got up and spoke mockingly. What right does a bastard like you, who even abandoned his own father, have to talk? Did that stepmother of yours put you up to killing me? He calmly pulled a phone out of his pocket, then Dojun pressed the record button. He skillfully did all of this before speaking again. His sharp teeth clenched as a bit of smoke escaped his lips. What the hell are you babbling about? Kang Chol Wu's voice rose. His clenched fist was enveloped in flames. What did you say? He then lunged forward with his fiery punch, cursing. Your mother was a worthless tramp, wasn't she? Go to hell, Seo Dojun. Kang Chol Wu aimed straight for him and charged. The man's eyes wavered slightly. At the last second, Dojun blocked the fiery punch with his own hand. A burst of light appeared, startling Kang Chol Wu. His pupils constricted with a look of disbelief as he thought, my punch was deflected. An image of him appeared, his hand outstretched with a blue aura, which then sent Kang Chol Wu's entire body flying. Seo Dojun's eyes flashed like lightning as he lunged forward. The surrounding area was filled with smoke and dust from the battle. A female employee huddled in a corner trembled in fear and said, the police. What's the number again? 1111. Suddenly the phone was snatched from her hand. Han Do-yeon flashed a brilliant smile, holding up the phone and explaining, don't worry, I'll handle this. The cafe employee's body went limp, her teary eyes trembling as she said, Miss Han Do-yeon, thank you. Meanwhile, he was relentlessly punching the man, drawing blood. She approached the out-of-control Seo Dojun and thought to herself, even though Kang Chol Wu is a B-rank hero, I can't believe he's being so completely overwhelmed. Han Do-yeon continued to ponder as she walked. Could that man be B-rank or higher? No, maybe even A-rank or higher. But even for an A-rank, it shouldn't be this easy to beat a B-rank to a pulp, right? Her voice made him stop. Seo Do-yeon. Han Do-yeon hesitated for a moment before saying, be careful, you could actually get killed. Hearing her, Seo Dojun frowned and looked down. He stood up, flexed his wrist and walked towards her. She watched him with some concern, then asked, this person. How much do you know about Kang Chol Wu? He stopped tilting his head and looking at her with a blank expression as he replied, I think I know a fair amount. Why is that important? She let out a breath and said hesitantly, very important. Then Han Do-yeon explained, because Kang Chol Wu's cousin is the S-rank hero, Kang Dong-pyo. Seo Dojun bowed his head slightly, glanced at her and said casually, I know. Is there a problem? Seeing his unconcerned expression, she thought to herself, he knew from the beginning. And yet his attitude is so calm, as if it's nothing to worry about. This man is so reckless. Kang Chol Wu lay unconscious on the ground, beaten to a pulp, as her voice echoed. Kang Chol Wu's arrogant attitude has always been because he has Kang Dong-pyo backing him up, so what you just did, Mr. Seo Dojun, was extremely dangerous. I've heard about the feud between you two, but if you think Kang Dong-pyo will be understanding, you're gravely mistaken. The corner of Seo Dojun's mouth twitched into a slight smirk. Her eyes were full of doubt at his reaction as she asked again, Kang Dong-pyo, aren't you afraid of him? Seo Dojun stepped closer to her as he spoke. Actually, I'm starting to get annoyed. You know way too much about me, don't you? His face darkened, his eyes glaring at her. Han Do-yeon met his gaze, her lips slightly pursed. The killing intent between the two made the employee, hiding behind the counter, burst into tears, thinking, but she said she'd handle this. Finally, she was the one who broke the tense standoff between them. I'm sorry for showing up so suddenly. I came because my uncle asked a favor of me. Han Do-yeon's voice was slow and steady. You already sold the monostones to Mr. Gan, didn't you? Sell them to me. A hint of confusion appeared on his handsome face. I'll pay anything. She decisively made an extremely generous offer. I want to buy every single one you have. A smile appeared on the corner of Dojun's lips. That's quite a large quantity, isn't it? She too revealed a triumphant yet slightly sinister smile. The assets of an S-rank hero are nothing to scoff at. Ignoring Kang Chol Wu on the floor, he gently made a proposition. Nothing is unsellable, but I have one condition. Han Do-yeon quickly asked, what kind of condition? A shadow fell over his pupils, hiding a faint, dangerous glint. It's nothing big. For someone like you, Han Do-yeon, this should be simple. Suddenly the scene changed as a wine bottle was thrown violently onto the floor. Hong Hae-ju was furious at the information she had just received, her voice rising. But he's already dead, isn't he? They said he died in a newly opened rift. She grew even more agitated and threw another bottle past her director. The director, a bit flustered, tried to choose his words carefully. I'm sorry. The Hero Association definitely confirmed that he was dead, but she didn't think that was a reasonable explanation. Stop making excuses. Now what are you going to do? He scratched his head and answered hesitantly, but first I have something to report. His voice was monotone yet laced with a slight tremble as he reported. Kang Chol Wu has been attacked in retaliation by Seo Dojun. Hong Hae-ju's eyes immediately widened, not understanding the issue. Kang Chol Wu, what's the big deal about that lunatic? His next sentence stunned Hong Hae-ju as if she had been struck by lightning. Perhaps. Seo Dojun already knows something. A single drop of sweat silently rolled down her cheek. She looked away carefully, considering her options. It would be a pain if my bosses or my husband's spies heard about this, but as long as I handle it cleanly, it should be fine. However, if the media finds out, the corporation's stock prices will plummet. Hong Hae-ju turned and pointed a finger, ordering him. The director must prevent that from happening. Call the press and tell them that if they dare publish this story, not only the T Corporation but the W Corporation as well will pull all advertising and never work with them again. The police too. You have to shut them up. Immediately, he responded cautiously and even more respectfully. The police and the media. I've already taken care of it, ma'am. After a moment of tension, Hong Hae-ju let out a weary sigh. Well done, Director Lee. He timidly bowed his head low and whispered to her. But as you know, that's not a fundamental solution to the problem, is it? That's why I wanted to report some new information. The director's words made her eyes fly open. Kang Chol Wu's cousin is Kang Dong-pyo. The look of astonishment still hadn't left Hong Hae-ju's beautiful face. Is that the same Kang Dong-pyo I'm thinking of? She was now thinking about the person he had just mentioned. The name Kang Chol Wu was infamous in the hero community for being scum. On the surface, Kang Dong-pyo would happily sit and drink with the guy. Everyone thought Kang Dong-pyo cared deeply for him. However, he was actually using this brother of his to do his dirty work. But in reality, he was just using Chol Wu to do his dirty work. He didn't forget to add some newly investigated information. If Chol Wu gets caught by the police and the press, Kang Dong-pyo won't be safe either. I think the other side has already made their move. She leaned forward slightly, a hint of caution in her voice. We should meet him. Schedule an appointment as soon as possible. The director quickly acknowledged the order. Yes, I'll get right on it. After a short pause, Hong Hae-ju gave another command. And what about Director Hwang Suk-byum of HCSK? Bait. He betrayed us, didn't he? The man cooperated, reporting the results truthfully. Yes, he's currently taking care of Dojun's family. Her face immediately darkened as she gave a hoarse command. Contact Prosecutor Park immediately. How dare he betray me and side with them? He will pay the price. The scene shifts to a team preparing to enter a dungeon. Currently, there are a total of 37 rift zones in South Korea. Security personnel were strictly checking the identities of the participating team. Among them, 5 were transforming into space gates. For the rest, only heroes affiliated with the Hero Association were allowed to enter and hunt monsters. The male staff member held out a golden card and spoke nonchalantly. Hero Han Do-yeon identity confirmed. Have a safe expedition. Immediately after, the entire team proceeded inside. Seo Dojun walked at the back, silently observing the area. There was only one entrance. They knew full well who Han Do-yeon was, yet the check was still so strict. I'm Do-hee is an A-rank hero. Giller, the Guildmaster of Carnation, spoke sarcastically. You're the one who suggested hunting in this area in the first place. Isn't that strange? Han Do-yeon subtly averted her eyes, trying to hide her intentions. Honestly, I just came because I was free. She glanced back towards the end of her formation, which was where he was slowly following everyone. Seo Dojun had made a rather peculiar request. There's only one condition. If you let me into the rift zone, I'll sell you all the monostones I get. At market price. The reason is simple. Hunting here is a faster way to make money. As she walked, Han Do-yeon couldn't stop thinking about what just happened. He dare step into such a dangerous area for a reason like that. He must be crazy. Ahead of them was an exit, revealing sunlight and a lush green meadow. Even if it wasn't for my uncle's request, I still need hero-grade monostones, so I don't see a problem with it. She calmly strode forward in silence. But Im Do-hee, looking excited, started prying. Tell me the truth, who is that guy? She replied, sounding weary and annoyed. Just an acquaintance. Her friend's tone was teasing and gossipy. Just an acquaintance, I hope you believe that yourself. Ah, so he's boyfriend material, huh? However, Han Do-yeon firmly denied her friend's assumption. No, it's not like that. I just owed him a favor, so I'm bringing him along to repay it. Im Do-hee's voice rose, slightly laced with curiosity. A favor. An S-rank hero like Han Do-yeon owes someone a favor. Dojun remained silent at the back while the team chatted. It's a long story. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew past, causing everyone on the team to pause for a moment. And of course, he felt it too. The entire team immediately entered a combat stance. A giant eagle-like bird swooped down from out of nowhere with extreme aggression. Im Do-hee's eyes widened as if she couldn't believe this surprise attack. It's a cockatrice. As the team leader, she quickly issued combat orders. Im Do-hee, get in position. Seo Han, block its leg. Suddenly, a black shadow shot forward. Without a word, he decisively charged towards the beast. Han Do-yeon's entire team watched Dojun with their mouths agape in astonishment. Seo Dojun's hand clenched into a fist enveloped in a surge of power, and he took it down in one blow. The people present couldn't help but yell out loud. Damn it, they ran into trouble the moment they stepped through the gate. As the giant bird monster swooped down, everyone quickly got into a ready stance. At the same time, Han Do-yeon spun around with a serious expression. She hurriedly shouted, I'm Do-hee, and I will immediately get on the defensive. Seo Han charged its leg. In the blink of an eye, Dojun shot like an arrow towards the opponent, much to the amazement of everyone present. In an instant, dirt and rocks flew into the air, along with a cloud of white smoke. It didn't take much time or effort for Dojun to get in front of the giant bird monster. A brilliant ball of fire now glowed in his hand, his expression growing more and more grim. This scene caught the cockatrice completely off guard. Co Dojun took down his opponent with a powerful punch that sent it flying backward. Immediately after he landed safely amidst a chaotic cloud of dust and debris. The display just now left Do-Yun completely stunned. She just stared at him with a questioning look on her face. Now, Seo Dojun stood casually before the giant bird monster's severely injured body. Though it lay paralyzed on the ground, its eyes were still wide with terror. The scene before him left Seong-gu dumbfounded. He spoke in confusion. What the hell? It died in just one hit. As soon as he finished speaking, Seo Dojun lifted his foot. His voice echoed everywhere. Not yet. He decisively stomped on the giant bird monster's head without a shred of mercy, his voice growing colder. This is how it ends. Dojun's actions shocked everyone present even more. They couldn't stop looking at him with suspicion. Suddenly, Im Do-hee turned to Han Do-yun with a pleading look. She stammered, asking, "Who is that person?" After a moment of hesitation, she replied cautiously, "He's just stronger than normal." Hearing this, her friend lost her composure. She shook Han Do-yun vigorously and questioned her loudly. "What? How can you say that? Taking down a cockatrice in a single blow? How many heroes are capable of that?" Faced with this outburst, she calmly adjusted her glasses and said in a placid tone, "If it's just taking one down, you could do it too." At this, Im Do-hee was even more astonished. She questioned relentlessly. "We saw the same thing. How can you say that? That was an aerial battle. It got hit head on, didn't even have time to dodge, and went down on the spot." And with just a single blow, those words struck her like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, her eyes filled with terror. That monster bird. Just like that. As her gaze fell upon Seo Dojun's figure, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Just who in the world is that man? Suddenly, Han Do-yeon cleared her throat. "Hey, I think we might have to change our plans." She continued to issue commands, her decision much to the surprise of those around her. "I'm going to head a little deeper into the central area." Suddenly, Seo Dojun, who was in the middle of butchering a Kion, spoke up. "Hey," he stated firmly, meeting Han Do-yeon's stunned gaze. "I'm not sharing with anyone who didn't pull their weight." Dojun then took out something red. He gently placed it in his pouch and said casually, "And I have no intention of asking for a handout." Hearing his rather arrogant words, Han Do-yeon retorted judgmentally, "I don't think your skill level is suited for this place. Are you really planning to go in deeper?" Hearing this, the corners of Seo Dojun's lips involuntarily curled into a full-blown smirk. He looked up at her, his voice tinged with genuine amusement. Before Seo Dojun could even react, Han Do-yeon had already turned and walked away. She casually made a request, "I'll take the lead from here. If you don't want to get lost, stick close." In the blink of an eye, she shot away from the spot, leaving him alone in a thick cloud of dust. Han Do-yeon moved as if she were flying, gliding forward effortlessly. Seo Dojun just stood there, stunned, watching her figure recede into the distance. A moment later, he too got into a ready stance and took off. Soon only Indu's group remained. Watching their fading figures, Indu's voice rang out. "If Han Do-yeon is a bullet, then that guy is a blinding flash of light." Right after that, the person beside her quickly replied, "Guildmaster, aren't we going to follow?" Hearing this, she asked back, "And you think you can keep up?" The other person replied with a resigned voice, "Of course not. It's hopeless." Just like that, their conversation echoed through the green forest. "Oh well, looks like we're just the side characters today. As usual, let's just wander around and farm some experience points." "Yes, ma'am." The rest of the group hurried over to the Koka Keichian's corpse, their expressions full of curiosity. The moment she saw its mangled corpse, one person began to ponder. "Everyone praises us for being A-rank heroes." The one lost in thought was none other than Im Do-hee. Her face was now filled with fear. But compared to an S-rank, we're nothing. Han Do-yeon felt the same way as these thoughts relentlessly plagued her mind. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Han Do-yeon was running forward as fast as she possibly could. She suddenly glanced behind her, and seeing the empty space, she felt secure, and began to wonder. Should I slow down a little? Just then, Seo Dojun's familiar voice rang out. "Can't you go any faster?" At that very moment, Han Do-yeon lost her balance and tumbled to the ground. She let out a terrified scream, her face a mask of pure fear. A single thought suddenly flooded her mind. "What the?" He caught up to me. "But speed is my specialty. I'm ranked number 2 in all of South Korea." Suddenly, Seo Dojun stopped in his tracks. He glanced back casually just to mock her. "You're slower than I expected. The way you were running it really seemed like you were trying to ditch someone." Hearing this, Han Do-yeon refused to back down. She retorted between breaths. "Who said I was trying to ditch anyone?" However, she was panting heavily. "I wasn't." A towering mountain now loomed before them. Suddenly, Seo Dojun spoke quietly. "Hey, what's that place over there?" At his question, Han Do-yeon's gaze became incredibly firm. She cleared her throat. "That place," she stressed her words as she stared at the scene ahead, "is the lair of the Dimensional Rift's boss monster." A boss monster, Han Do-yeon didn't hesitate to warn him. "Yes. Have you ever heard of the Casaran? It's a giant 20-meter tall beast that looks like a flying lizard. Don't be stupid enough to charge in. It takes at least 3 S-rank heroes to even have a chance of taking it down. Hearing this, Dojun looked thrilled and asked, "That's the one that holds an imagination-grade mana stone, right?" She immediately replied, "That's right, it's just 1 rank below a pinnacle-grade mana stone. Hey, are you even listening to me?" But before she could say more, he had already taken a step forward. Seeing this, she gasped in horror. "Don't tell me you're planning to take it on." But Dojun didn't answer her. He shot forward like an arrow. The sight left Han Do-yeon frozen in place. She thought to herself, her face pale with fear, "I didn't bring him here to do something this reckless. Good heavens, what is he thinking?" As soon as she snapped out of it, she hurriedly gave chase. Her piercing scream echoed throughout the area. "Hey, get back here." And so all that remained was the sight of the two of them chasing each other relentlessly, kicking up a constant cloud of dust from the ground. Night fell quickly, blanketing the entire area and plunging it into an eerie silence. Han Do-yeon's eyes widened in terror as a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. What in the world? The image of the Kokakachian being defeated flashed through Han Do-yeon's mind again. This made her stop and think about what was happening. Meanwhile, Dojun was continuously searching for sharp swords. Suddenly, Han Do-yeon turned back, her face filled with determination. The Casaran is a terrifying monster. Not only that, but the image of Park Hye-yeol also appeared in her mind. There he stood with his muscular build. Park Hye-yeol, an S-rank hero renowned for his SC Aeon expeditions. He didn't hesitate to charge forward aggressively. He once led 30 A-rank heroes during the first hunt. Park Hye-yeol had fearlessly confronted the Kokakachian. As a result, every single A-rank hero was killed. Only Park Hye-yeol made it back alive, and he was barely breathing. His entire body was covered in bulging green veins and his face was etched with exhaustion. And yet Park Hye-yeol still exuded a majestic aura. He gathered another S-rank hero and 200 A-rank heroes to get his revenge. Images of the fierce battle gradually appeared in Han Do-yeon's mind. Back then, several blue tentacles had shot out in an instant. They wrapped themselves tightly around their opponents, holding them in a death grip. Seizing this opportunity, Park Hye-yeol and his comrades charged in to attack in the blink of an eye. A moment later, the monster before them let out an agonized howl. As the scene was gradually enveloped by darkness, the monster began to dissipate. The sight made Park Hye-yeol and the others present ecstatic. They roared with joy. They had finally taken down the Casaran. The sky returned to its usual clear blue, but nearly the entire force that participated had perished. Back in the present, Dojun slowly stood up. The mighty guild, Sweet Life, founded by Park Hye-yeol. It's been 3 years since that battle, and he still hasn't fully recovered his strength. He suddenly looked towards Han Do-yeon with a sharp gaze. However, his next question left her utterly baffled. "You're well aware that you haven't contributed anything, right?" Faced with this question, Han Do-yeon was filled with suspicion. She thought to herself that if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have never believed it. The image of Dojun taking down the giant monster replayed in her mind. Caecilian, that infamous monster. At that thought, Han Do-yeon's face grew even more horrified. To think it was defeated by this man in a single blow. In Dojun's hand was now a red item. He calmly gazed at it with a contemplative look. He quickly put it into his pocket and slowly spoke. "I don't think I'll need anyone to guide me anymore." Immediately after, he started to walk away, leaving Han Do-yeon stunned. "From now on, I'll be acting on my own." Suddenly, she spoke up. "Aren't you going to take the other parts from the Caecilian? Besides, the Mana Stone, its horns and claws are all valuable research materials." Hearing this, Dojun's steps suddenly halted. He turned his head back, his voice tinged with a nonchalant tone. "It's not profitable." Hearing that, Han Do-yeon didn't know how to respond. She just stood there, frozen in place. Before she could react, Dojun had already turned his back and left. He only left behind a few words. "Instead of wasting time on that, I'd rather hunt another monster for its mana stone. Take them if you want. Consider it a guide fee." At that moment, she was noticing something nearby, and only replied a moment later, "I don't need it." The twilight glow quickly enveloped the entire area. Roz's backpack lay quietly on the ground. Surrounding it was Im Do-hee's group staring at it intently in silence. Suddenly, the young man with pink hair spoke up. He borrowed that huge backpack and brought it back completely full of mana stones. "Can you believe it?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone else replied. "That amount of mana stones. Our entire guild would probably have to hunt for 20 hours straight to get that much. Looking closely, it would probably take 3 days of non-stop grinding to get that many." Meanwhile, Han Do-yeon sat quietly to the side, listening to the entire conversation. Just who is this person? A thought suddenly consumed her entire mind. Not only is he fast, but he gathers so many. Im Do-hee's face momentarily filled with absolute fear. If what Han Do-yeon said was true, then he all by himself, with no special equipment and no combat armor, could still take down a Class A. What she saw then was the sight of Dojun standing majestically on a high mountain ledge. That alone was enough to call him the strongest hero in South Korea, perhaps even the strongest in the world. Suddenly, Im Do-hee turned around her face, now showing only bewilderment. Dojun had now returned carrying 2 backpacks with him. Under everyone's astonished gazes, he casually dropped the backpacks heavily onto the ground. Dojun slowly rummaged through something amidst the whispers of the people around him. Good heavens, he brought back another full backpack. If we told anyone about this today, no one would believe it, right? They'd just think we were crazy. The owners of those voices were the black-haired girl and the pink-haired boy standing nearby. Let's be clear, not a word of this to anyone. Even if we did, who would believe us? You're probably right. Suddenly, they saw someone approaching. Han Do-yun and Seo Do-jun were standing there discussing something under the suspicious eyes of the others. They began to gossip non-stop. Hey, are those two dating? Looks like it. When Han Do-yun brought him here, I already felt something was different. It takes a man like that to not be overshadowed when standing next to Han Do-yun. As soon as the words were out, the other person replied, "They really do look good together. You can tell at a glance a talented man and a beautiful woman." And so Im Do-hee was lost in her own thoughts, her face filled with contemplation. Wait a minute. It doesn't really look like they just started dating. Meanwhile, Han Do-yun and Seo Do-jun were still talking animatedly. That guy isn't gentle with Han Do-yun at all. I can't believe someone dares to treat her like that. The moment he handed the backpack to her, the onlookers let out a gasp. Hey look, the sight of Seo Do-jun turning his back to leave stunned Im Do-hee. She couldn't stop her curious remarks. What was that? Is he just leaving? Without even saying goodbye. Meanwhile, Han Do-yun just mumbled non-committally. Not stopping there, Im Do-hee sidled up to her and asked, "And those backpacks? Did he leave them all behind?" Only then did she clear her throat slightly. I told him that if the story of him defeating Caecilian got out, he'd become famous instantly. Her words left the other person even more astonished. And yet he just waved his hand, said it was too troublesome, and left it all for me to handle. Does someone like that really exist in this world? However, Han Do-yun remained silent, her expression gradually darkening. A quick thought flashed through her mind, causing her face to blush slightly. Right, does a person like that really exist? The morning light of a new day shone across the modern city. On the gleaming glass window were the raised letters of a fitness training center. A punching bag was struck 3 times continuously without stopping. Park Hee-yeol let out a guttural cry and threw a powerful punch. The punching bag was finally torn to shreds, his eyes filled with a mixture of anger and frustration. Park Hee-yeol glared forward, an unsatisfied sound escaping his lips. Damn it. Look at my current state. It's pathetic. Park Hee-yeol, S-Rank Hero Guildmaster of Sweet Life, affiliated with the Korean Hero Association. The bodyguard following him put on a confident smile and reassured him. Please calm down, Guildmaster. They say the longer a frog crouches, the farther it jumps. The man continued to flatter him to the high heavens. The more you patiently endure these difficult days, the more glorious your reputation will become. Taking a towel to wipe off his sweat, he silently agreed. Yes, that's right. I'll make those who look down on me eat their words. The man bowed low and continued his flowery, precise praise bit by bit. Everything you've accumulated for so long will become your strength, and then explode forth violently. The bodyguard's final sentence made him gulp. At that time, everyone will have to submit and kneel at your feet. And it seemed this man knew exactly how to please his arrogant master. Besides, when it comes to dealing with the cockatrice, who understands it as thoroughly as you do, he handed over a water bottle with a fawning smile. In the future, you'll be recorded as the hero who conquered the cockatrice with the smallest team in the world. The association might even grant you exclusive rights to farm the cockatrice. Park Hee-yeol took the water bottle with no intention of rejecting the praise. That's right. He quickly returned to a cheerful state and replied confidently. No one knows more about that monster than I do. Looking at the framed photo and award on his desk, he grew quiet for a moment. But compared to 3 years ago, the guild's numbers have dropped pitifully. Park Hee-yeol glanced at his bodyguard with a smiling face. Even so, the only one who can take down that monster bird is still me, right? Hearing this, the man was encouraged to praise him even more. That's right. Who else could do it but the chairman? Their laughter echoed throughout the training room as the scene shifted to a close-up of Seo Do-jun's personal file. Kang Dong-pyo raised an eyebrow looking at the paper with curiosity. Seo Do-jun, huh? So it's this punk. This was Kang Dong-pyo, an S-rank hero from the Hero Association, and the cousin of Kang Chol Wu. His subordinate bowed his head slightly, reporting in a respectful tone, "Yes, sir." A few months ago, the hero Kang Chol Wu tried to dispose of him by throwing him into a spatial gate. This seemed to surprise him, and he asked, "And he didn't die? He even awakened his abilities in there?" The man answered carefully, "Yes, that's correct, sir." Kang Dong-pyo ordered his subordinate to continue. "Go on." The man leaned in to present the information he had gathered. The client this time is Hong Hae-ju, a director at T Corporation, and also the second daughter of W Corporation's chairman. He kept his eyes glued to the resume, asking nonchalantly, why would a filthy rich princess like her get involved with a guy like that? Of course there was a reason for everything, and the problem lay in his identity. Apparently Seo Do-jun is the illegitimate son of the T Corporation's chairman. He was brought into the family at 7 years old, but was kicked out 6 years ago when a legitimate son was born. A contemptuous, slightly smug smile appeared on Kang Dongpyo's lips. They're still blood-related, yet the Keeble family was that ruthless. Huh. He leisurely stood up from his chair and asked softly, "So, how much did Chol Wu get for that job?" The subordinate's soft, slow voice replied, 30 billion. His tone was slightly disdainful of his cousin. Is that all? Kang Dongpyo reached for a golf club and said, "But he was taken care of properly, wasn't he?" The subordinate's obedient voice answered him, "Yes, sir." The report said he was only beaten, but in reality, his whole body was severely burned. His eyes were ruined. He's as good as dead. He calmly placed the club in front of the golf ball and remarked casually, "How vicious." With a single light swing, Kang Dongpyo perfectly sank the ball into the hole. His face suddenly took on a dangerous and cruel expression. "If it were me, I would have chopped off his limbs and crushed his head." Meanwhile, his subordinate continued with his report, and apparently, his next words made Kang Dongpyo flinch and miss his shot. Han Do-yeon helped So Dojun back then. The ball rolled and brazenly missed the hole. He strode aggressively up to his subordinate, his voice filled with shock. Han Do-yeon, why would she help that bastard? What's their relationship? The subordinate was terrified, his voice timid and trembling. I'm not sure, sir. All I know is that thanks to Han Do-yeon's testimony, the incident was smoothed over. Without another word, Kang Dongpyo immediately grabbed him by the collar and yelled, "Find out what the real relationship between those two is, right now. If they're not related by blood, then there must have been some kind of deal. Find it." The panicked subordinate immediately bolted for the door. "Why, yes sir, I'll investigate right away." Now, his brow was furrowed, filled with irritation. He squeezed the golf club in his hand so hard it bent out of shape. Kang Dongpyo pursed his lips and threw the club violently to the floor. He bit his lip, a sense of unease rising within him. Hong Hae-ju's side will definitely come to me now, wanting me to finish the job that Chol Wu couldn't. After calming down for a moment, he finally let out a breath. "Fine by me." A greedy and calculating expression now appeared on Kang Dongpyo's face. For a Cheeble princess, money shouldn't be an issue. The scene quickly shifted to nightfall, with the moon high in the sky. Seo Dojun was strolling along a deserted street, seemingly lost in thought about something. "Just as I thought, hunting in a rift is way more efficient than in a gate." His footsteps echoed on the quiet street, adding to the feeling of solitude. "Looks like I'll have to ask Han Do-yeon to guide me many more times." Dojun recalled the words she had told him back then. "If you sell the cockatrice's magic stone on the open market, people will ask who caught it, what their ability is, and the press will hound you day and night. It's a huge pain, so it's best to just hold on to it for now," she had said, lightly closing her eyes. "I'm curious about what you plan to do. If your goal is to become famous, then I won't stop you, but what's your plan?" Then he had suddenly placed the backpack into her hands. Back in the present, a confident smile slowly formed on Seo Dojun's lips. "I'll find another way to get in and out of the rift." Finally, his steps came to a halt, in front of a long, dark corridor. "For now, I'll just rest. The new house Hwang Sok Biom prepared is pretty nice." He gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, but a cold glint appeared in Seo Dojun's eyes. Noticing a pile of neatly arranged shoes by the door, he couldn't help but wonder, whose shoes are these? Just then, a sweet voice called out from inside the house. "Big brother." Right in front of him stood a group of dangerous-looking men dressed in black. Park Chil-young glanced at Dojun, remaining silent. Meanwhile, a panicked Seo Un-young rushed forward and hugged him tightly. Brother Seo Dojun didn't let his guard down for a second and immediately demanded, "Who are you people?" But a man cut him off abruptly. "You're Seo Dojun correct?" the man asked dryly, his face cold. "I am Prosecutor Park Chol-young from the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office. You know a Mr. Hwang Sok Biom, don't you?" He remained silent, carefully shielding the young girl behind him. Then the man nonchalantly made a firm declaration. "You are under emergency arrest on suspicion of participating in the illegal loan sharking activities of HCS Capital, the company headed by Mr. Hwang." He turned to look at her, his voice menacing and full of killing intent. "What would happen if I killed Hong Hae-ju?" A towering skyscraper stood majestically under the gentle golden sunlight. In front of the building was a stone monument engraved with the name Prosecution Service, exuding a righteous and imposing aura that carried the full weight of the law. Dojun was in an interrogation room, his hands cuffed to the sides of his chair. His eyes darted to one side as if something had caught his attention. A pair of legs belonging to a man in black. Slacks and dress shoes strode down the hallway as the man's voice rang out. Yes, Director Lee, don't you worry. Both Hwang Sok Biom and So Dojun are being very cooperative." Park Cheol-young held the phone to his ear with one hand while opening the door to a room with the other. "And thank you for your concern regarding my daughter's study abroad program." He looked ahead at another man, sitting in front of a computer watching the security feed. Through the one-way glass, they could see Dojun sitting in the interrogation room. He continued his phone conversation. "Please send my regards to Director Hong." Seo Dojun sat on the chair, his hands hanging loosely, completely within the prosecutor's view. "The reason I became a prosecutor," he leaned one hand on the desk and said with a smile, is to eliminate trash like them from our society. A stack of documents was slammed down on the table. Park Cheol-young sat with his legs crossed, holding up a couple of sheets. What the hell have you been doing all this time, huh? The number of charges listed here alone is enough to put you in prison for 10 years. He held up the document for him to see. Hwang-sok Biom's faction has provided more than enough evidence against you. Dojun's expression remained unchanged, calm and solemn, as he looked at Choi. Park Cheol-young, furious and out of patience, screamed, "Look at these wide-eyed stares. You think I'm making this up?" His face suddenly stiffened when the man said, "Isn't this just some scheme by that crazy woman Hong Haiju?" He looked at him completely bewildered. The tension in the room was thick, as he asked, Who is Hong Haiju?" Unworried, he thought to himself, judging by the situation, Hwang-sok Biom's faction must be completely shattered. I was originally planning to cooperate quietly to let things go smoothly, but now that it's come to this, he took a step forward as he spoke. "I don't know where you heard that." Park Cheol-young's eyes widened, his face turning dark and menacing as he glared at Dojun. "But do you think South Korean prosecutors are just a joke? Your life is over, you bastard." The man's face darkened, his pupils glowing gold as he stared back threateningly. Park Cheol-young's face was suddenly filled with fear, losing all of his previous bravado. Stunned, he looked down at him in disbelief, his voice trembling. He gritted his teeth, raising a hand irrationally, his voice sharp. "You son of a bitch." Suddenly, someone's voice rang out, causing his movement to freeze, his raised hand stuck mid-air. A man holding documents opened the door and called out, "Prosecutor Park, could you step outside for a moment, please?" A piercing scream echoed through the quiet hallway. "What is this?" Park Cheol-young looked at the document and said, "Is it possible the machine is broken?" The other person immediately refuted it. "No, sir. I've already checked. There's nothing wrong with the machine." His hand tightened on the document, wrinkling it slightly. His voice filled with suspicion as he spoke. "The hero scanner is reporting him as a normal person. That's ridiculous. That's CO Dojun." The man's face was worried as he spoke softly. "I'm not sure why either. Is it possible the information about his awakening was wrong?" Park Cheol-young's face fell as he thought. "But that information came from T Corporation. They can't be wrong. And he even knows Hong Haeju's name. Who is he really?" So Dojun was still sitting in the interrogation room, looking down at a document under the lamplight, a hint of anger on his face as he thought to himself, "Now I understand why they call South Korean prosecutors a bunch of bastards. Maybe I should just beat them all up." As he was thinking about taking his grandmother and So Eun-young and running far away, the door suddenly opened. Han Do-yeon walked in and asked, "What are you doing here?" He sighed in frustration and answered her, "I don't even know myself." She put her hands on her hips, tilted her head, and advised him, "Don't act rashly. I know you're in shock, but using force will only make things worse." He looked at her and asked, "So are you going to help me?" She crossed her arms, replying reluctantly, "It's not exactly helping." She spoke with a sense of justice. "Now that I'm sure you're innocent, I can't just ignore it. If I didn't know, it would be a different story. But when it's clear an innocent person is being framed, I can't stay silent." He smiled. "So that's how it was." She walked closer to him and said, "The Hero Association will step in to investigate. They're looking into the illegal use of hero abilities and the mana space crack at your house." He asked, "What about my family?" With one hand on her hip, she said, with dissatisfaction, "Am I your secretary now? Why should I have to worry about your family matters?" He glared at her, and she avoided his gaze, looking away. She turned away and replied, "Your family is safe, so don't worry." His expression softened in relief, and he smiled, saying, "Thank you. I'll definitely repay this debt." Her cheeks flushed as she turned back to glance at him and advised, "In any case, try to endure it for a little longer. I'll do my best to resolve this as quickly as possible." Outside the building, the gentle sunlight shone down. Han Do-yeon didn't choose to exonerate Seo Do-jun directly. She exposed the actions of Prosecutor Park Cheol-young for accepting bribes and illegal lobbying, which led to his dismissal. A car sped down the highway. A fair investigation later confirmed that Dojun was completely unrelated to the incident. Han Do-yeon focused on driving, while Dojun looked out the window with his arms crossed. "I couldn't avoid punishment for the illegal use of hero abilities. But thanks to Han Do-yeon's fierce defense, the penalty was just a suspended sentence." A voice came from the tablet integrated into the car. "A previously unseen monster has just attacked civilians in England. It resembles a praying mantis, is about 1.5 meters tall, has 4 eyes, and possesses an extremely powerful jumping ability." He said nonchalantly, "It's a Mach-shun." Startled, she turned to look at him in surprise. "Wait, how do you know its name?" "Right now, only the association knows the name of this new monster species." He didn't answer, instead looking out the car window, reminiscing. Monster names aren't just made up. A large red monostone was placed on a device connected by many energy-transferring cables. Monostones don't just contain energy, they also hold existing information about that species. Analyzing a monostone reveals the monster's name and data. An image of the beautiful Earth appeared. On modern Earth we use science, an image of a destroyed planet reduced to fragments. But in that collapsed world, it was done with magic. The glowing red monostone appeared along with a terrifying monster resembling a praying mantis. Therefore, if a monster appears in both worlds, it's highly likely that Dojun already knows its name. Earlier he had calmly said with his arms crossed, dealing with a Mokshan is simple, you just need to use red fire ant extract, she asked, doubtfully. Red fire ants. He looked at her and answered her question. They're harmless to humans, but a powerful paralyzing poison to Mokshans. One spray, and it won't be able to resist anymore. She grew quiet, saying nothing. A moment later she asked him suspiciously, Seo Dojun, who are you really? He didn't answer. The car continued to speed down the highway. She glanced at him, but he remained silent, as if he hadn't heard. Annoyed, she asked him angrily, are you even listening to me? His face darkened as he suddenly spoke. What would happen if I killed Hong Hae-ju? An angry woman was biting her nails. Hong Hae-ju sat in her office, her face a mix of anxiety and fear as she bit her nails nonstop. A bodyguard stood straight, looking at her with concern. The bodyguard holding a document behind his back said softly, that's the situation, ma'am. She bit her nails nervously, her voice tinged with anger. Han Do-yun, why is it her? The bodyguard held out the document with one hand and tried to explain. It's still not clear. No one knows what their relationship with Dojun is or how they even know each other. Her face twisted with malice, radiating killing intent. Her long fingernail broke from her constant biting as she hissed. That bitch Han Do-yun, what the hell is going on? Hong Hae-ju stood up, slamming both hands on her desk. And what's this about Dojun not being a hero? You said he'd already awakened. The bodyguard's voice trembled. She's radiating an intense killing intent. We aren't sure about that either, but it seems he really has awakened, ma'am. But it's possible he possesses some kind of power that can fool the hero detection equipment. It's just a guess on my part. Her eyes widened viciously. She pointed her finger and then shouted, contact Kang Dong-pyo right now. 20 billion, she told him. I'll pay 30 billion. Get it done for me immediately. Kang Dong-pyo's voice was full of sarcasm as he said, I'm not doing it. 30 billion is too cheap. It needs to be double to be worth my time. The man stood ramrod straight, with his hands behind his back as he spoke. Double, isn't that a bit much? Kang Dong-pyo raised a finger and said, you don't get it at all. He propped his feet up on the table. For Hong Hae-ju, I'm her only option. Besides, after the job is done, 60 billion will be nothing to her. His face darkened, his pupils glowing a vicious red as he smiled. And now Han Do-yun is involved too. If I have to face an S-class, that price is more than reasonable. The man spoke, his expression guarded and a little worried. Han Do-yun. She really is a dangerous opponent. He suddenly slammed one of his feet down hard on the table. The action made the other man jump, startled and afraid. Kang Dong-pyo radiated a threatening, murderous aura, speaking to the other man with a hint of anger. Humph, you idiot. You probably think all S-class heroes are the same. Someone like Han Do-yun. I can take care of her in 20 minutes tops. The man's face turned pale with fear as he replied, yes, boss. His boss's expression suddenly changed. The threatening anger was gone, replaced by a gentle smile as he asked, has the association responded yet? The man answered, while picturing expensive bottles of wine being chilled in an ice bucket to enhance their flavor. Well, they said they can't increase the payment due to the financial situation in England. The man continued to answer, watching his boss's back as he walked towards the window. The association also publicly announced that they would be carefully selecting the nominated heroes. He cursed angrily and said, damn it, they're really playing hardball. He said, the pay is too low, so I don't feel like going, but I don't dare say it. He turned his head to look back and said, those guys in the association are the real gangsters here. When do we leave? The man quickly replied, the flight is in 3 days. A voice came from the clear blue sky. They've arranged for us to fly with the Japanese hero team. He looked out the window at the sight of an airplane flying over the city with its tall skyscrapers. Ah, Japan, huh? I was planning on meeting Takashi anyway. He put his hands in his pockets and said softly, the Makasan is a new monster, and no one has found its weakness yet. The cityscape was beautiful and modern. If I discover its weakness, my value will skyrocket. Dazzling purple lightning flashed with incessant thunder. Cambridge, England. People were running in panic below as a monster flew through the air, looking down and chasing after them. The monster had a long neck with pincers on both sides. Its eyes glowed yellow as it looked down at those who stood their ground with weapons blocking its path. They looked up at the monster, their faces filled with worry and fear. The monster suddenly let out a piercing shriek and attacked. Its scythe-like appendage swung down fiercely towards them. They quickly scattered to dodge the monster's attack. The scythe came down with a heavy thud, cracking the stone ground. A few people holding swords jumped up to attack the monster. Someone on the ground used magic to attack the monster. The creature's head was quickly severed from its body by the onslaught of attacks. Its head flew up, separating from its massive body. The headless corpse quickly fell limply onto the stone square. They looked at the monster's body lying on the stone floor. Exhausted, they wiped away their sweat. A woman with platinum hair turned her head, a puzzled look on her face. 2 more monsters, identical to the first one, also let out piercing shrieks. A terrifying, bone-chilling killing intent radiated from them. The woman's eyes widened in fear, caught off guard as she watched one attack her. The purple lightning never stopped. It grew even more intense within the dark clouds as blood splattered against a stable post. 3 giant monsters ravaged the city, causing buildings to collapse and fires to break out everywhere. England's heroes are giving their all to stop the monsters' advance to the south. But without any clear information on the enemy, they are completely powerless. The monsters continued to move towards the cities ahead. The buildings still had their lights on. And now that the Cambridge defense line has just collapsed, the capital London is less than 60 kilometers away. The smoke and dust were so thick, it was hard to see with the naked eye, but the monster's eyes glowed yellow, clearly visible in the smoky haze. Its yellow eyes stared straight ahead, then suddenly the light faded, and they turned gray. That monster collapsed, startling the others and causing them to shriek. One by one, they began to fall lifeless. A plane flew through the air, shining a light down. Han Do-yun, Kang Dong-pyo, and 2 others looked down with expressions of complete shock and astonishment as someone spoke. Oh my god, so it was true. Her face was still frozen in surprise, while the others had already started praising her. Han Do-yun was right. The red ant extract really works. Even the Makasan couldn't withstand it. You're amazing. Kang Dong-pyo's face darkened with envy as he thought to himself. No way. Is she really at this level? What the hell is happening? She smiled, looked back and said, all right, let's move in and finish this. The 2 behind her immediately replied, yes ma'am. Han Do-yun smiled, and holding her sword, she and her 2 companions jumped down from the helicopter. A few hours later, a plane landed. Inside the building, reporters were waiting by the door, cameras in hand. Young reporters, some holding microphones, others with still and video cameras. Wow, the press is out in full force, a young man commented. Well, of course. It's hero Han Do-yun after all. There's no doubt about it, she was the MVP of the England mission. The man with glasses smiled and replied, she was the one who found the Makasan's weakness, becoming a true hero. She pulled England back from the brink of despair. Of course she's a hero. I heard the British royal family is going to grant knighthood to Han Do-yun. The young man's eyes lit up as he shouted, there she is, she's here. A pair of legs stepped out. Han Do-yun had a cheerful expression, pulling a purple suitcase behind her, followed by Kang Dong-pyo. The flashes from the cameras began to go off. The reporters started shouting questions, making her face freeze in confusion. Miss, Han Do-yun, please look this way for a moment. How did you discover the Makasan's weakness? Kang Dong-pyo smiled as he heard the questions. Mr. Kang Dong-pyo, a few words for us, please. We heard you were the one who eliminated the most Makasan during this campaign. A smiling Kang Dong-pyo answered the interview questions, his face projected on a large screen in the city. A team of 200 people, including hero Han Do-yun. As is now widely known, it was the extraordinary efforts of Korean heroes that saved Britain. The key to destroying the Msion was dispersing red ant flower extract into the air. Dojun wore a hood. He glanced up at the newsboard and a mocking smile suddenly formed on his lips. Meanwhile, the man being interviewed was still laughing and chatting cheerfully. Suddenly, Dojun's eyes turned cold as a thought flashed through his mind. Kang Dong-pyo. At a fancy cafe somewhere, Han Do-yun placed some shopping bags on the table and said politely, these are for you. Dojun, holding a glass of water, was surprised. For me, she happily pointed to each bag. This one is a gift for your grandmother and So Un-young, and this one is for you, Dojun. He took his gift bag and opened it right away to Do-yun's annoyance. You could have waited until you got home to open it. Why the rush? Dojun looked over the elegant suit in his hands and remarked that it looked expensive. She picked up her glass of water and calmly explained, consider it a small token of my gratitude for your help. Thanks to you, I was knighted, Do-yun continued. Compared to the help I received, this gift is nothing. If you need it, I could even buy you a car. He put the suit back in the bag and replied with a calm expression, I'll let you know when I need one. Besides, I received help too. She looked at him with a serious expression. If I were to ask how you knew Msion's weakness, I'm guessing you wouldn't answer, would you? So Dojun replied nonchalantly, do I have a reason to answer that? Hearing this, Han Do-yun could only sigh helplessly as the warm yellow light of the cafe shone down. She spoke up, thinking to herself, what's his plan now? I don't expect him to say something about world peace, but if he's planning on targeting Hong Hae-ju or Kang Dong-pyo, that's going to be a problem. I'll have to find a way to stop him. He slowly opened his mouth. For now, Dojun tilted his head, looking incredibly serious. First, I have to buy a house. She stared blankly at his statement. Han Do-yun asked in astonishment, you mean you're renting? So Dojun remained silent, not knowing what to say. The scene changes to late at night, where the sounds of laughter and playful splashing can be heard. At a luxurious mansion, attractive women are having fun in a swimming pool. Kang Dong-pyo was soaking in the pool with an arm around 2 beautiful women, his expression dark as he thought to himself, Han Do-yun, for some reason, she seems different lately. It's one thing that she knew Msion's weakness, but she's deliberately hiding how she found out. And forget the MCN for a second. What's with that Dojun guy Han Do-yun who was relaxing, crossed her arms and retorted, "What do you mean?" Dong Pyo listed out the events. "You even helped get him out despite having to take down a prosecutor to do it. You even said you witnessed him turning Chol Wu into target practice." Do-yun removed her eye mask and explained with irritation, "Kang Chol Wu started it, and the assassination attempt through the gate failed anyway. That fight was also started by Kang Chol Wu." "Started it?" he scoffed. "Hey, that greedy bastard Chol Wu did something stupid for money. He deserved to die, but he was my cousin. In short, I have a legitimate reason to get revenge on Dojun." Her eyes shot him, a cold, warning glare. Dong Pyo was slightly intimidated by Han Do-yun's gaze. She lay back down, turned away from him, and said nonchalantly, "Do whatever you want. I don't plan on getting involved." He was surprised by her action, thinking to himself, "I thought there was something serious going on between them." Do-yun put her eye mask back on, revealing no emotion. "And I have no reason to get involved anyway." Back in the present, Dong Pyo thought as he poured a glass of wine, "No reason. I made that perfectly clear." He took a sip of his wine, his expression serious. There's definitely something strange about Dojun. A clink of iron. Somewhere in the UK, the area had become a wasteland after the monster attack. The British Hero Association was trying to send as many heroes into the rift as possible, to collect mana stones before the second wave began. A bearded man standing guard complained, "What a shame. If we had the red ant flower extract, even D-class hunters like us could have taken down an MCN." The man next to him agreed. "Yeah, you're right. If we could have stopped the wave from the start, this area would have become a lucrative mana stone mine. Once a wave has occurred, the rift can no longer be converted into a gate." That man continued, "I heard the second wave won't be an MCN but something else." The bearded man from before replied, "Yeah. The scary part is not knowing what kind of monster will show up. Whole countries have been wiped out because of this, you know." With that, the man turned his head to look at the rift. His partner next to him asked, "What is it? Something wrong?" The man replied, "I just have a feeling, like someone's coming out." His partner reassured him, "The team that just went in is already coming out. It's only been 5 hours." The guard continued his reminder. "Come on, snap out of it and keep a proper watch. You know some greedy civilians are bound to show up for the mana stones." Suddenly, flashes of lightning appeared from inside the rift. The guard who had just spoken turned around, a look of shock on his face. His partner beside him looked just as stunned. From within the rift, a muscular man with an incredibly dark and terrifying aura emerged. He looked down from on high, his pupils glowing with a frightening purple light. The two guards were terrified by the man's appearance. He wasn't a hero. His clothes, the scars, none of it fit. Alert headquarters, but before they could send the message, he stretched out his metallic arm, creating a green circle of light. The two were bewildered, as the green circles lifted them into the air. The guard being pulled upward shouted in panic, What is this?" The man paid them no mind. He walked past them majestically. "Damn it." The angry guard turned and threw his daggers at the man. The man inside didn't even flinch, letting a magic circle block the volley of daggers, causing them to immediately change direction. He muttered a single word, "Pathetic." With that, the man suddenly clenched his fist. The two guards screamed in pain as if they were being crushed by an invisible force. He gently reached out his hand, his fingers twitched, and purple sparks of lightning appeared. From within the lightning, a phone gradually materialized. The screen was still displaying the number 19.26%. On the crimson screen, 19.26 was clearly visible. The man wondered, 10 years have passed in this timeline, right? And it hasn't even reached 20%. He walked past the two guards, muttering to himself, "Could it have been a failure? I went to all the trouble of creating a spatial teeny rift. First, I need to raise the mana density." One of the two guards weakly spoke up. "What are you?" But the man turned and opened his mouth. First, as he spoke, he dealt a brutal blow to the guard who had just spoken. The man, with a face as terrifying as a demon's, continued coldly, "I must purge these insect-like weaklings." In the opening scene, a place haunted by the appearance of monsters from Korea. Against the blue sky, Dojun appeared calm, but his every footstep shook people to their core. With the sun on his shoulders and the wind at his back, no one knew where he came from or where he was going. They only knew his presence silenced everything. Suddenly, a series of strange noises from the surrounding area caught his attention. Something was rushing towards Dojun at an incredible speed. From a crack in the earth, a giant monster emerged, its roar tearing through the air. It opened its terrifying maw, ready to crush anyone who dared to stand in its way. But this time, the prey before it wouldn't be so easily swallowed. A whole swarm of monsters appeared at once. But in the midst of the chaos, only one man stood his ground. Dojun didn't retreat, nor did he need to hide. Because from this moment on, the roles were reversed. He looked down, his gaze piercing the deep darkness below. What was waiting for him there, with just a light touch? The ground trembled, his supreme power distorting the very earth. After a moment, he made a casual assessment. 26 of them, within a 100-meter radius. Dojun smirked. A ball of fire erupted from his palm, the searing heat rolling off it as if to incinerate the sky itself. Let's see how many survive. A blazing red light shot through the crack, and countless streams of fire were channeled into the deep pit. Seo Dojun calmly put his hands in his pockets, his expression unchanging. Immediately after, the ground shook, and a massive explosion roared to life. A blinding light engulfed the space as the power detonated. Flames screamed toward the sky, a crimson pillar piercing the clouds, tearing the air apart as if to set the heavens ablaze. After witnessing that display, a flicker of doubt crossed Seo Dojun's eyes. What on earth was that? But a moment later, a triumphant smile spread across his face. The story shifts to the heart of a bustling city, where a towering skyscraper stands like a symbol of power and hidden secrets. An older man with a calm demeanor takes a sip of his coffee. Alright, what kind of person is he? The sunglasses of a subordinate glinted. He spoke in a serious tone. He's truly a difficult man to approach. A few others nearby nodded slightly in response. He confirmed to me that he is, in fact, a hero. Min Hong-ki, the vice chairman of the Korean Hero Association. Not stopping there, Na Dae-gwang continued to dig deeper. He looked at his assistant with curiosity. I heard the hero measuring device couldn't get a reading on him. Is that right? Kim Young-do casually straightened a stack of documents on the table and nodded slightly. Yes, sir. I didn't get any response at all. A middle-aged man in a black suit, his face scowling, suddenly shouted in anger. What an insolent brat. If he's a member of the association, he should give a clear answer. This was Sung Cheon, another vice chairman of the Korean Hero Association. The atmosphere grew as tense as a wire. The smiling man next to him gestured with his hand. What else? Na Dae-gwang urged his assistant again. What else did you find? Kim Yong-do held up 2 sheets of paper covered in text. He shook his head. Not much, but there is some information. And then he slowly began to reveal a terrible secret from behind the scenes. It seems everything started with a dark conspiracy by the hero Sung Cheon. Spiritual energy flared in Seo Dojun's hand as he raised his head ready to face the impending strike from the giant monster. A murderous glint shone in his eyes as his hand burst into flames. Dojun clenched his fist, his spiritual power surging as if to incinerate all enemies before him. Kim Yong-do continued. Seo Dojun nearly died in a battle at a gate and awakened his powers. The monster's entire body was crushed, its flesh and blood exploding into pieces. An earth-shattering explosion echoed the aftershock, blasting dust and bone fragments across the sky. After that, he got his revenge on Sung Cheon, and then single-handedly cleared a new rift in Mappo. The battlefield shook, red flames soared high, and Dojun's figure charged forward like a hurricane, sweeping away all obstacles. Cheon's face was grim as he read to the end. Seo Dojun possesses overwhelming power. Na Dae-gwang crossed his arms in thought. He's a wild horse, hard to tame but a prized one. The monster's body exploded, its gore splattering everywhere. Na Dae-gwang still had a concern. He requested hero certification. Who in the association did he say was his sponsor? Kim Yong-do's face darkened as he replied in the heavy atmosphere, it's Han Do-yun, the S-rank hero. Na Dae-gwang and Sung Cheon were stunned into silence, their eyes wide with disbelief as a fierce flame erupted. Seo Dojun stepped out, a provocative smirk on his lips. His cold face was clearly visible in the reflection of the gleaming gold card. Seo Dojun stared stunned at the gold card, the 8th S-rank hero in Korea. The massive monster's corpse lay shattered on the ground, its toxic blood pooling in streaks. Thanks to this, I can hunt monsters in the rifts freely. Not bad, huh? Na Dae-gwang's lips twisted into a smile, a fierce and crazed grin, as if everything was going according to his plan. In the quiet meeting room after that laugh, he let out a sigh. He looked at his 2 colleagues across from him with a look of admiration. This kid's really got guts. Yes, his actions are truly beyond those of an ordinary person. However, the atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a worried shout. Sung Cheon slammed the table and shot to his feet, sweat rolling down his forehead as his harsh voice echoed. What, he dared to enter a rank 2 rift alone, without any teammates or support squad? That guy must be insane. Na Dae-gwang's gaze was deep and quiet, his only response a heavy silence. Kim Yong-do frowned slightly, his sharp eyes seeming to weigh every word before he spoke. Sung Cheon froze, sweat beading on his forehead, and let out a tense, forced laugh. He was flustered, and to end the discussion he hurriedly shouted, trying to justify his line of thinking. Chairman, if that Seo Dojun guy comes back alive, then announce his identity and promote him heavily. He's Korea's 8th S-rank hero after all. After he finished speaking, Sung Cheon frowned and fell silent. Again. Kim Yong-do looked doubtful, furrowing his brow as he asked, someone still seems hesitant about the consequences, but that might be something he doesn't want. Shouldn't we ask his opinion first? Sung Cheon immediately shot back, annoyed. Hey, Vice Chairman Min, what are you talking about? In these unstable times, announcing another S-rank hero will put the public at ease, wouldn't it? All eyes in the meeting room turned toward the one with the ultimate authority. Chairman Na Dae-gwang, what are your thoughts? A steady voice spoke up. I have heard both of your opinions. His face was unwavering, his gaze resolute. I'll meet with him myself and see. The scene shifts back to our main character, Dojun's lightning-fast kick sent his body flying straight toward the giant monster. The force of the impact shattered the earth. The monster's body was thrown backward with a furious roar. He charged straight into the swarm of monsters, their hideous mouths agape. His gaze was calm, his hand opening as if preparing to unleash an attack. Seo Dojun's eyes were piercingly cold as he swung his hand. A powerful spiritual energy gathered, preparing a final blow that made the monsters tremble. He summoned his firepower, and his hand burst into flames, the roaring fire coalescing into a destructive force ready to descend upon the swarm of beasts. The fire exploded violently, slashing through the monster's body. Seo Dojun landed hard on the ground, dust and debris billowing from the aftershock. His arm was still wreathed in flames from the attack, his gaze icy, his entire body radiating an oppressive aura as the deafening explosion silenced everything else. The scene was nothing but a chaos of fire and smoke. The creature's body shook violently before shattering into pieces. Seo Dojun stood proudly atop the monster's scorched corpse. Dying embers still flickered around his arm. Against the vast blue sky, his silhouette was that of a ruler dignified and cold. The flames on his hand gradually died out. He let out a soft sigh. Seo Dojun looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, just as I expected, the mana consumption was no joke. I need to get a weapon, and fast. A blue and white building that didn't touch the ground stood on solid concrete pillars. Under the sun, a sign read, Gan Hero Complex. Not far in front of it, a cozy brown weapon crafting shop stood, in contrast to the cold tones of the complex. Inside, a sturdy young blacksmith sat at the counter, his eyes glued to his phone screen. A gold-plated bell with an inverted sword-shaped clapper jingled, announcing a customer. The door opened, and Dojun stood there, hands in his pockets. With a rough body-length bag slung over his shoulder, the young blacksmith didn't look very welcoming, and spoke in a completely robotic tone. Can I have the name of the person who made the reservation? Seo Dojun walked forward and placed the heavy bag on the counter, but even then, the kid didn't bother to look up. He politely stated his request. I want to use this to make a weapon. The kid's eyes remained fixed on the screen. He only slightly raised an eyebrow and bluntly refused. If you don't have a reservation, I can't help you. Go find another place. Faced with the blacksmith's indifferent attitude, he began to lose his patience. His face darkened, his eyes became as sharp as knives, and he growled, I heard most places are too busy to even take new orders. You're the one I talked to on the phone, right? The kid, still absorbed in his game, glanced at Seo Dojun, annoyed by the interruption. Damn it, I told you we were fully booked. We don't have any openings, go somewhere else. All the smiths in this area are skilled. He grabbed the young blacksmith's collar and lifted him out of his chair, veins bulging on his hand. The young man cried out in surprise. Are you crazy? What do you think you're doing? Seo Dojun stared him down. Are you the owner? The young man panicked and corrected him. I'm the owner's son. Seo Dojun leaned in closer, radiating a chilling dark aura, and glared as he commanded, Get your father out here, now. I came all this way because I heard this place was good. The young blacksmith reluctantly turned away, casting a strange look back at him. He called out loudly, Dad, a customer wants to see you. An old man in sandals shuffled out his age, not having worn down his muscular body. He was drenched in sweat. He adjusted his cap and asked, Who sent you here? His name was Choi Cheol-guan, an artisan who crafts equipment for heroes. Seo Dojun answered succinctly, Han Do-yun. Hearing those three words, the faces of the blacksmith and his son went pale. With a mix of reverence and fear, Choi Cheol-guan asked again, Did Han Do-yun really send you? He didn't answer calmly, unzipping his bag instead. He pulled out two long raw materials gleaming with a golden brown light and sharp-pointed tips. Recognizing the items, the old man was stunned once again. He stepped closer, taking the two items in his hands, observing them from all angles, as he stammered. This is... The young blacksmith, now curious, came closer to look. Dad, what is that? The items were longer than two hands put together. The old man regained his composure, but his voice still held a hint of surprise at seeing such a rare item. Fangs of a giant black serpent. It's been a long time since I've seen these. Dojun stated his request in more detail. Forge me a sword that's serviceable, but in terms of quality and length, make it as long as possible. The old man paused for a moment. Long, you say? You must not know. If you try to stretch out non-metallic materials like this, their durability will plummet. He listened with his arms crossed, his eyes appraising. The old man then made a different offer. I'll make you two medium-sized swords instead. He was stubborn, and when he didn't get his way, he started prodding. So you're saying you don't have the skill to do it? Fuse them together and make one long sword. I need a long one. Also, if possible, increase its mana absorption to the highest level. The young blacksmith exploded in anger. Hey, I can't just stand here and listen to this. What do you mean he doesn't have the skill? My father can make even normal weapons with a mana absorption rate of level 3 or higher. Dojun suddenly fell silent. He took a pre-forged, impressive-looking sword from a rack. Seo Dojun held the sword by both ends of the blade. He estimated. This looks like it's around level 5, right? With that said, Seo Dojun's veiny hands squeezed the body of the sword with immense force. A miraculous light burst from his hands, bright enough to illuminate the entire shop, forcing the young blacksmith, who was standing a whole counter away, to take half a step back. The next second, to the utter astonishment of the father and son, he effortlessly crushed the sword into scrap metal. In a flash, the sword in his hands disintegrated. Large and small shards scattered with a clang as the pieces of metal fell to the floor. The father and son stared dumbfounded at the remains. Dojun dropped the last piece of the sword, his fist still clenched, and threatened in a cold voice. "If you're planning on making garbage like this, you might as well declare your retirement right now." The air around them suddenly grew scorching hot, as if on fire. The young blacksmith was frozen in fear. Choi Cheol-guan, though fuming, didn't dare say a word lest a single punch end his life. At the edge of a sun-dappled, lush green forest by a lake dotted with leaves and flowers, what seemed like a peaceful scene was about to be shattered by a giant monster, baring its fangs and growling. Its single eye, located in the center of its face, was closed. It suddenly snapped open, its crimson pupil, glowing eerily. The colossal creature awakened in the heart of nature, its hunched back shaking the ground with every step. It tilted its head to the sky and let out a roar that reached the clouds. Just then, Dojun arrived with a calm demeanor, stepping into the shallow water. He found the roar incredibly annoying. Noisy as ever, huh? He flicked his hand, and flames erupted at his chest. His eyes had already locked onto his target. Dojun shot forward like the wind, dodging a heaven-sent stomp from the monster. The monster froze, staring at the strange object hurtling towards it, unsure if it was a demon or a human. From above, he leaned in, gathering momentum for his flaming hand. And a single decisive strike tore through the air and plunged deep into its shoulder. The monster opened its maw and roared in agony. It frantically ripped a tree from the ground, grabbing it like a weapon. Green veins bulged on its arm, but before the tree could be used, Dojun flew in and swiftly sliced it in two. The top and bottom of the uprooted tree fell to the ground. After dealing with the monster's weapon, his sharp, fiery eyes turned to the main target. The beast had virtually no advantage. Every one of his quick and nimble movements was met only with the monster's stunned terror. Wasting not a single second, Dojun swung his hand and slashed the other shoulder, circling behind it with a blaze of magical energy. But the fight wasn't over. The monster had a healing ability. A green therapeutic light began to knit its flesh and torn skin back together. Its muscular body fully recovered, and it stubbornly bared its fangs glaring. Too bad for it, Dojun didn't hesitate, leaping at it from behind. With just a light touch, a searing flame shot from his hand into the monster's flesh. The immense power scorched it black as if it had been grilled. The monster took the full force of the flame sword and let out a primal scream. That final blow sent its head flying. He had used the wind to create a powerful slash, bringing the fight to a dramatic end. The monster was defeated, crashing to the ground with an earth-shattering thud. Dojun stood up, looking at the smoldering, unextinguished flames, and breaking into a sweat. Man, maintaining a magic sword for that long is exhausting. He bent down, unslung his shoulder bag, and took out a glass mug with a handle. Dojun opened the lid, pressed it against the monster he'd just killed, and scooped up a mugful of its blood, silently congratulating himself. Still, that's how I managed to take down a cyclops. By the time Dojun returned, it was late at night, but the lights in the weapon shop were still on. He pushed the mug of blood towards the young blacksmith, who looked bewildered. "What is this?" he answered nonchalantly. "Give it to your father. This will make it easier to fuse the two black serpent fangs together." The young blacksmith looked uneasily at the bright red liquid. He kept calling out to Dojun's retreating back. "What is that stuff? Hey, you have to tell me what it is." The city's skyscrapers shone brightly under the usual streetlights as Dojun finally left the shop. He stopped on the sidewalk, unconsciously tightening his grip on his bag's strap, deep in thought. "I've prepared all the basic materials, but to increase its mana absorption, I'll need that. There's only one place on Earth to find it, Brazil. It's a 12-hour trip from here, a resort tourist area cooled by a surrounding swimming pool. The early morning air here was relaxing and bustling. A phone on the edge of the pool buzzed with an incoming call. The screen showed the caller was Dojun. Han Do-yun, who was soaking in the pool, walked over and gently picked it up. Whatever was said on the other end of the line was so shocking it startled her. She had to push her sunglasses up onto her forehead and ask again. "Brazil, you say?" In the pool below, people were playing in the water. On the pool deck, Han Do-yun and Inju were lounging on chairs, enjoying their day off. Inju's cold eyes observed from behind her glasses. She spoke up. "So the council decided to send heroes to Brazil." Inju took a sip of her juice as she answered. "Yeah, I heard both the Brazilian government and the council gave up. Now they're planning to completely seal off the entire rift area." Inju, wearing a revealing low-cut black bikini that showed off her voluptuous figure, gently took off her glasses, tilted her head, and smiled. "Even though the monsters there are much more ferocious, you can also mine a ton of mana stones. Plus, the pay from the association is good, so our guild decided to participate. You should go too, and bring him along." Han Do-yun's voice was probing. "You mean the 8th rank 5 who's been making waves lately, right?" She replied. "I'm not so sure." Inju wasn't satisfied and raised her voice. What do you mean? Not sure. I heard the two of you are getting pretty close. Han Do-yeon quickly denied it. What? No way, that's not happening. Oh, you're so cute. I saw you two hunting a cockatrice together with my own two eyes. Do-yeon's face turned beet red as she answered awkwardly. Okay, I get it already. Fine, I'll go. Inju excitedly stretched out her arms, speaking in a sweet, coaxing voice. Do-yeon, thanks so much. Suddenly, Han Do-yeon stammered, cutting her off. But I'm not even sure if he'll go with me. Elsewhere, beads of sweat streamed down Choi Chol-won's cheeks, his face tense. His voice was laced with fear. Wait a second. How did you even find this stuff? This fusion is perfect. It doesn't look like metal, but it's melded together like a single block. Who would have thought that Cyclops' blood could be used this way? So Dojun stood with his arms crossed, looking incredibly arrogant. The corner of his mouth twitched into a smirk as the old man holding a wooden plank reluctantly accepted. Fine, I'll take your order. The maximum length can be up to 180 centimeters. He reminded him, craft it as a two-handed sword, but design the hilt so it can be wielded with one hand. About 5 kilograms should be right. The old man's face twisted under his hat. What's this? Suddenly he's speaking so formally. I thought he was the arrogant type. Turns out he knows some manners. Or maybe this weapon is just that important to him. The shop owner examined the rough, heavy plank in his hand and spoke. But 5 kilograms is a bit heavy for one-handed swings. It's not like you'll only be swinging it a few times. Dojun replied. It's fine. Just make it like that. How long will it take? Choi Chol-won answered. At least a month. Its mana absorption rate could reach level 7. Dojun thought to himself, level 7. Will that be enough to handle my full power? Just as I expected. I'll have to use it. For now, just craft the shape. Choi Chol-won looked at Dojun and said quietly, wait until I bring you the material for raising the mana absorption rate before you work on that part. The old man's pupils shrank in his wide eyes, a sense of dread washing over him. Don't tell me he's actually going to get that ingredient. A few days later, a luxury car was parked in front of a parking zone sign. He stood next to it, his face full of appreciation. Thanks, I'll make good use of it. Do-yeon smiled in reply. It's nothing. Do I really look that broke to you? Is that why you only dared to ask for something that costs 1 billion won? So Dojun smiled back. This much is reasonable. His response left her a bit speechless. Han Do-yeon stood there dumbfounded, watching blankly as he looked over and inspected the car. She was a little curious. What's going on with the Heroes Association? Dojun replied. They plan to reveal my identity. I demanded they pay a fair price for it. She stared blankly. A price. But Chairman Na Daegwang is someone who always puts the greater good first. So it seems but the negotiations failed. She yelled in frustration, can't you just try to live a decent life? I'm your sponsor. Please think about me for a second. In response, he just ruthlessly slammed the car door shut. Han Do-yeon walked up, opened the door, and got right into the passenger seat. As she fastened her seatbelt, she tilted her head and said softly, the association is swamped with deploying troops to the rift in Brazil. Once things settle down, I'll arrange for you to talk to the chairman again. Seo Dojun's voice was full of bewilderment. Brazil, Han Do-yeon's arm lightly brushed against his. That's right. They said they're going to completely seal off a part of the area. The distance between them grew smaller and smaller. The atmosphere was charged with romantic tension. Seo Dojun looked into her eyes and asked, are you going too? Her face flushed with embarrassment, and beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks, making Han Do-yeon feel both tense and flustered. She turned to answer, of course I'm going. Why do you ask? Seo Dojun's handsome face broke into a charming smile as he said, because I want to go with you. His words made Han Do-yeon's heart flutter, and her cheeks turned a rosy pink with shyness. In another place, Hong Hae-ju's face was pale with fear as she trembled. She asked Kang Dong-pyo, what you want more money? The corner of his mouth lifted. This is no time to be pinching pennies. Director Hong screamed in anger, I've already paid you 30 billion up front, and you're demanding more. When are you going to get to work? I should have just hired someone else. Kang Dong-pyo simply replied, who else would even take this job? She scoffed. The world is full of killers who wouldn't bat an eye as long as the price is right. He smirked and sighed, his eyes looking at her with mockery. But director, you're really lacking information. How about I give you some for free? So Dojun. He's an S-class. South Korea's 8th S-class hero. Hong Hae-ju's face, twisted beads of sweat appearing on her cheeks as she screamed, that bastard is an S-class. Are you messing with me? He chuckled. Oh, don't believe me. I had to pay good money for that info. If you don't believe me, you can just sit there and wait for him to kill you. He slowly strode towards the door, as her voice called out after him. Wait, what? Seo Dojun is really an S-class. If that's true, I can't handle him. I'll give you more money, just make sure you take care of him. Kang Dong-pyo's smile widened into a sinister grin. It's not just about the money. It would be even better if we became close business partners from now on. Hong Hae-ju seemed to lose control at the information he provided, screaming, anything as long as he dies. Suddenly, Kang Dong-pyo's phone rang. A sense of unease crept into Hong Hae-ju's heart. He pressed his lips together, silently reading the text notification. Kang Dong-pyo's voice piped up. It seems fate is on your side, Director Hong. Hong Hae-ju was bewildered. What do you mean? The corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he held his phone out to her. A perfect opportunity to deal with So Dojun has just appeared. In the business class cabin of a plane, So Dojun sat with an extremely calm and elegant posture. The gossipy comments from eager netizens started flooding in. The most elite 5-member hero team from the S-Class Hero Association has been dispatched to Brado. This is the largest overseas dispatch of forces in history. Even Kang Dong-pyo is joining the fight. The Brado campaign is officially entering a new phase. Look at the arrogant Jang Si-ho sitting there calmly with his arms crossed. I heard Jang Si-ho is going to Brado too. This guy's ego is something else. Jang Si-ho carried his whole guild to the top rank. That Kang Dong-pyo smells money like a hound. Brado must be paying a lot. Oh, and look at Park Hee-yeol with that ripped body. He's lifting weights in business class. I'm sure Park is only going for the money too. His Hero 93 guild is pretty much washed up. They must be short on cash. The delicate face of Dojun was looking around, observing the situation outside. She had no idea the internet was buzzing with praise. Hirozoha, 77 Han Do-yeon, is going too. She's a national hero already, isn't she? She could take a break. Number 1, Gangnam Super Idiot. When the tide rises, you gotta ride the wave right. Sexy Suji fan. Oh my god, Han Do-yeon is sexy beyond belief. Jo Yubin crossed his arms and casually looked around. Fister, even Kang Dong-pyo is going to Brado. They must be throwing some serious money around. Ninja Yubin. I heard if you get a monostone you don't have to pay taxes. It all belongs to the hero. Guild Insider, 99. Is that rumor true? Even a mid-rank one is enough to change your life. Yubin looked over blankly at Seo Dojun, who was slurping noodles noisily as the comments continued to pour in. D-bang T. Who is this Seo Dojun guy? The social media storm grew more curious. Sexy Speeder. He's a new S-class rookie. Brado is probably his debut. Daz Gasser. He's so young. They probably forced him to go to get experience. I'm curious about his real strength. So Gang Seotist. Well, he's S-class, so he must be pretty good. The plane took off flying through the air. Each person was lost in their own thoughts. Jang Si-ho's face was calm. Park Hee-yeol's sharp eyes narrowed slightly. Han Do-yeon maintained a serious expression. Meanwhile, Jo Yubin was staring wide-eyed at Seo Dojun. He was chewing food with his cheeks puffed out under his black hooded cloak. The plane was gradually descending into Brado, amidst a bustling landscape of numerous skyscrapers. After some time in Brado, the camera pans quickly to a modern headquarters with a flag fluttering in the wind. This is where the heroes gathered, the Brado Hero Association. Just then, breaking news came out during an emergency meeting. A news anchor reported, the South Korean expedition team has just landed at the airport. The other person responded enthusiastically. That's great news. Among all the summoned nations, they were the fastest to arrive. An official frowned. He took notes while remarking in a heavy atmosphere. A few heroes didn't go to their lodgings and immediately set out to take action. Truly a hurry country, aren't they? He stammered. But the official tilted his head, his eyes revealing a mix of surprise and gravity. I'm worried the South Korean side will discover that information. Another veteran leader, leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed, spoke with a deep, cold gaze. No secret in this world lasts forever, so we must keep them under tight control until this mission is over. The others nodded, understood. He let out a soft sigh, clenching his fist as if to gather his remaining composure. The atmosphere grew even darker as the final report was read aloud. Brado's National Treasure class hero Moises has been defeated and killed by an unidentified entity. Amidst the tense atmosphere in the meeting room, the conversation suddenly took a different turn. It wasn't a monster. The black box data clearly shows a human figure. The other man still looked puzzled. He mused what the hell happened at the rift near Santarem. In the large conference room, a man in a stern suit held a document pointing to a glowing map as he gave his presentation. In the audience below, Han Do-yeon stared at her phone, her brow furrowed slightly. A message was quickly sent. Where are you? The meeting has already started. Seo Dojun replied nonchalantly. On a plane. She typed back, skeptical. A plane. We just landed at the same time. I switched flights. Still have a long way to go. Where are you talking about? He replied, with a single word, Santarem. Han Do-yeon's eyes widened. She was stunned, unable to believe it. Santarem. He went into the most dangerous rift zone. By himself, the man in the suit continued his presentation in front of the map, pointing to red-marked areas as an itinerary reminder appeared. The entire hall listened in silence, the air thick with tension. After 2 days of local acclimatization, the heroes will be assigned to their registered areas in order. The scene shifts to the outside of a luxurious hotel named Bom Retiro. Flags fluttered in the wind under the bright sun. Han Do-yeon dragged her suitcase along, opened a door, and got into a yellow taxi preparing to leave. Just as she was about to get in, a hand suddenly stopped the door. She looked up, her eyes full of caution. A teammate had unexpectedly called out to her. Jo Yubin held the car door shut, looking straight at her with suspicion. He had an innocent yet reluctant expression on his face. Where do you think you're going? The mission hasn't even started yet. Yu kept her eyes half closed, her expression calm as if she couldn't care less. I have somewhere I need to be. Zhou Yubin asked curiously. And where would that be? Faced with his teammate's interrogation, he answered in a cold, deep voice. Santaim. As the taxi sped away in a flash of light, Zhou Yubin stood there calmly, as if waiting for the inevitable. His eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing the name. It was a land shrouded in countless rumors and secrets that no one dared to speak of. Santaim. You mean the place that's off-limits even to the Brotherhood? The scene changes to a desolate land with steep barren cliffs looking as if they've been worn down by time itself. Gnarled skeletal trees reached for the sky, like ghostly sentinels guarding the fissure near Santaim. Seo Dojun's and John's team moved into Santaim in silence. The only sound was their hurried footsteps on the parched earth. Every single person's eyes glinted with vigilance as the group walked on in silence. Their footsteps were the only thing echoing across the desolate landscape. Suddenly, Doyeon's sharp, cold voice cut through the tense atmosphere. Now that we're here, the least you can do is tell us why you were in such a rush. Dojun replied nonchalantly, his tone slightly accusatory. I was waiting. Weren't you the one who showed up late? Seo Dojun, you cold-hearted jerk. Yu yelled in anger. That's not true. If you'd given us a heads up, you wouldn't have had to wait. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously. But fine, whatever. So what exactly are you, after coming all the way out here? Without a hint of hesitation, Dojun answered decisively. The blue Carduco. Hearing this, Han Do-yeon couldn't hide her astonishment and yelled, The Carduco, you came all this way just for that. With a completely straight face, Seo Dojun glanced at his teammate. Do I need another reason? She suddenly tilted her head, her tone tinged with sarcasm. Hey Dojun, did you know I'm 3 years older than you? Seo Dojun nonchalantly shook his head. So, Han Do-yeon sputtered in frustration. She continued her verbal assault on Seo Dojun, their bickering echoing throughout the forest. It's not a huge deal or anything, but you should still show some respect for your elders. Yu shot the two of them a look that was half scornful and half indifferent. Seo Dojun snapped in frustration. I am being perfectly polite. Then he added, so just drop the honorifics and speak casually. The warrior's journey into the dangerous land where death constantly lurked continued. Her voice echoed through the mountains. Are you trying to make me uncomfortable? Fine, then just keep using your formal speech. Good grief to think he'd try to lead Yu Jin around like that. Their conversation was cut short by a tense development. A young man glanced around at the trembling fissure and spoke up worried. Hey, is it really a good idea to charge straight into the fissure like this? The other guy immediately burst out laughing. We've got the hero Yu Jin right here, so what's there to worry about? As the tense atmosphere spread around the fissure, another voice laced with doubt piped up. I know she's strong, but the one leading the way is that rookie over there. A burst of laughter erupted immediately, and Seong-chon couldn't believe what he was hearing. A rookie. He turned to address the two gossips. Then he smirked, his voice laced with meaning. There are rookies, and then there are rookies. If we're talking about Dojun, he's basically a legendary class rookie. The two young men's faces went pale. He's that good. The constant stream of gossip made Han Do-yeon scowl in irritation and turn to Dojun. Hey, are you listening to this? Dojun immediately spun his sword into a defensive stance, his eyes fixed forward as he snapped irritably. It's too noisy. John's serious gaze landed on Seo Dojun. Seo Dojun, don't tell me you came all this way intending to seal this entire fissure. However, Dojun just calmly replied with a surprising reason. I'm here to gather materials. Why would I seal it? Do-yeon was left speechless for a moment. Materials. Suddenly the entire mountain began to tremble violently. From a thick cloud of dust and smoke, a monstrous arm with long, razor-sharp claws swung down, creating a chilling, murderous pressure as it sliced through the air. A deafening explosion shook the very air as a brilliant light flared where the attack slammed into a barrier. A soldier gritted his teeth, straining with all his might. His body trembled under the immense pressure. A moment later, the ground shook, and Seong-chon whipped his head around, his eyes wide in astonishment. He could clearly feel the tremor spreading through the space. He tried to shout a warning to the team. Snap out of it. Defensive positions now. Seong-chon clenched his jaw, his bloodshot eyes blazing with a mixture of fury and stress. His breath came in ragged gasps, his throat too dry to make more than a choked sound. A massive roar echoed out, and from within the thick fog, a colossal silhouette began to emerge. Massive dark wings unfurled, and its piercing golden eyes glowed like daggers. An aura of black energy radiated from the dragon's body, exuding a pressure so intense it made the very ground tremble. This was no ordinary monster. It was a true dragon that had emerged from the abyss. Seong-chon's jaw dropped in disbelief. It's way more monstrous in person than in the pictures. Facing the creature's terrifying power, one of the team members cried out in a panic. Hold on, isn't this getting a little too dangerous? Immediately, Seo Dojun stepped forward, his decisive voice echoing, get back. His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword, veins bulging from the strain. The cold steel flashed and the blade vibrated with a low hum as if answering its master. Amid the dazzling light, Seo Dojun stood perfectly still, like an unsheathed sword. He was simply waiting for the right moment to strike. He remembered the words of his master Tung. If you want to take the heart of the blue Carduco, you can't do it with your bare hands. I will lend you my most treasured sword. Use it to retrieve the material. That's all. He lifted his sword, his icy gaze locked onto his foe. The moment the steel blade flashed was the moment the true battle began. A single slash seemed to tear the very heavens and earth apart, followed by an explosive sound that roared like thunder. It swept away everything in its path. Seo Dojun braced himself and threw a punch, his eyes erupting with killing intent as blood and afterimages scattered. That punch held more than just one man's strength. The colossal dragon roared, its armored scales glowing brilliantly, but it was being bombarded by a relentless barrage of attacks. Light dust and shockwaves wove together, threatening to crush it completely. The evil dragon spread its wings, its eyes cold. A powerful spiritual energy erupted from its body, bursting forth with a ferocious aura. Chunks of earth and rock exploded around it, and space itself seemed to tremble, as if the entire battlefield revolved around this one creature. Seong Cheon laughed, thrilled. So this is its true power. The moment the weapon flashed in his hand, the two onlookers stood frozen, their eyes wide with terror and amazement. They couldn't believe such power could come from a mere human. What in the world was that? And as the sword came down, making the very ground shake, the entire team cried out in terror. He's absurdly strong. So Dojun stood with his back to them, his sword still dripping blood. Behind him, the monster's massive hand lay severed and mangled. Flames flickered in the dark forest. So Dojun set his weapon down and sat alone by a fire. As he stared into the brightly burning flames, the hushed whispers of the others could be heard clearly. Did you see him earlier? Seo Dojun took down a blue crocodile in a single hit. He cut down so many of them all by himself. I lost count. Turning his back to him, the purple-haired guy in the group started whispering behind his hand. Keep your voice down. Rumor has it he took down a cockatrice the same way. The other guy couldn't hide his shock and exclaimed, he even took care of that giant bird monster too. Meanwhile, Jun remained calm, staring into the fire, ignoring the chatter behind him. He's clearly not your average hero. In front of him, a pan with 2 pieces of green meat sizzled over the flames. He suddenly turned his head to look at Han Do-yeon, who was slowly approaching, and asked, "Are the blue crocodile hearts processed yet?" She immediately followed his pointing finger to the barrels behind them. He replied nonchalantly, "Take a look and you'll know." Han Do-yeon looked behind her, her heart full of suspicion. "What on earth are those hearts for anyway? And what's that meat you're grilling? It doesn't really look like beef, does it?" His casual reply struck Do-yeon like a lightning bolt, making her eyes widen in horror. "It's meat from that blue thing. Tastes pretty good." "Want to try some?" Do-yeon quickly covered her mouth and recoiled from the meat in fear. "We have plenty of food prepared, so why go through the trouble of eating this?" So Dojun ignored her, leaving her with one last sentence before skewering a piece of meat and putting it in his mouth. "If you don't want any, then don't." Behind him, her shocked face watched as he calmly chewed away. Just then, Inju saw this and also froze in disbelief, staring at the half-eaten piece of meat. Her face fell, and she asked in horror, "Is that really edible? We have so much other food, but you chose to eat that." The next moment, a pair of slender hands used chopsticks to pick a piece of meat from the hot pan. He caught her, silently staring at the piece she had just taken. Inju suddenly shouted, "Do-yeon, hey, are you really going to eat that?" Han Do-yeon turned to the panicking Inju, who had shot to her feet, and retorted, "Well," he said, "it's edible." To Inju's astonishment, she quickly opened her mouth wide, about to eat the meat. The seemingly poisonous green meat was placed in her mouth. A moment later, she had to cover her mouth in amazement, lost in thought. This is actually pretty good." Inju immediately walked over to the two of them, quickly leaning close to him and whispering. Her question made Seo Dojun, who was still chewing, raise an eyebrow. "Seo Dojun, see. What's your secret? How did you manage to win Do-yeon over? She's never had a boyfriend before. And she's not the type to easily fall for a man. Tell me, how did you get her to eat that monster meat?" He listened without any change in expression, looking down. "A secret to love, huh? It must have been back at the Imperial Academy. I wasn't even 20 back then." The image of a young man known as the Sword God, staring intently at the beautiful girl before him, slowly came into focus. Lady Mavis Green, daughter of Count Green. A moment later, he was hand in hand with a beautiful white-haired woman. Then the noble Lady Lear, when he was over 20 Lavender Liren, and it all ended with the silhouette of a strong woman standing bravely before giant monsters, and his final refuge in a ruined world. Velia. Just then, Inju suddenly shouted right in his ear, pulling him from his thoughts. "Hey, I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? I asked for your secret to love." Jun quickly turned his head to see her standing opposite him with her hands on her hips. Quick as a flash, he put on an enthusiastic expression and replied, "Honey doesn't seek out the bee." Hearing this, Inju completely froze. A moment later, her jaw dropped. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. "Oh my god, that's the cheesiest line I've ever heard in my entire life." Inju immediately rushed over and slapped Do-yun hard on the back, causing her to drop her chopsticks and cough uncontrollably. The scene changes to a modern city full of skyscrapers, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Inside a luxurious room, Kang Dongpyo's assistant approached to report. "That is all the information, sir." Kang Dongpyo swirled the wine in his glass, his tone careless. "I just don't get it. The campaign hasn't even started yet, so why the rush to set out? And on top of that, Seo Dojun, Han Do-yun, and her Carnation Guild are participating too. There aren't any monsters in the Santa Jim region worth any money. As far as I know, there's nothing special there." The other man quickly replied, "When we asked the Brazil branch, they just said one thing, that it's extremely dangerous there." Just then, the phone rang. When it comes to that damn Seo Dojun, nothing ever goes as expected. "Honestly, Director Hong, what's so important that you had to call me today?" The person on the other end immediately shot back. "Is that bastard Seo Dojun still alive? When is he finally going to get to work?" He chuckled and asked, "Back, what are you so worked up about? Now, what happened?" The voice on the other end immediately replied, "My father. He must have seen the news that Dojun is ranked 5th now, so he's telling me to bring him back home." Kang Dongpyo shot up, speaking in a mocking tone. "Even the chairman of T-Group himself has to get involved. No wonder our dear director is getting so antsy." This made the person on the other end impatient, who shouted, "Stop joking around. What's the plan now?" Kang Dongpyo walked over to a map hanging on the wall. "I've finally found a good partner. I have to know how to please them, right? Seo Dojun definitely won't be able to return from Brazil." The other person replied, their voice filled with satisfaction. "I like the sound of that." The man raised a pen to a spot on the map and replied, "If you get it, then hang up. Director Hong, contact the Takagi group." "Yes, sir," the assistant quickly replied. At the same time on the map, a name circled in red ink appeared. Now that Seo Dojun has wandered into the wilderness on his own, it'll be much easier to take care of him. Back in the forest, Seo Dojun was leading the group straight ahead. Do-yun stared intently at the map. "We're planning to enter the jungle." "Ah, I heard there's a very dangerous monster in there." He asked back, "What monster?" She quickly thought of a terrifying creature, the siren. Seo Dojun calmly looked up at the sky. "A siren, that thing is here too," Han Do-yun asked in return. "You know about sirens?" he replied. "Of course I do." Seo Dojun strode forward. Han Do-yun watched his back grow distant from the group with a frustrated look. "I knew it would be like this. I won't try to stop you, but put these in." Seo Dojun looked at the object in his palm. "What is this?" Han Do-yun ignored him, quickly walking up and handing them over, starting to explain earplugs. "If you get charmed by the siren's howl, your mind will be paralyzed." "But you just said you knew about them." His reply left her bewildered. "I don't need them." Then he turned and walked away, leaving her behind. Do-yun shouted in panic, "You shouldn't underestimate the siren. The Brazil Hero Association specifically warned everyone to be extremely cautious of it, but he still paid no attention to her words. Night gradually fell upon the quiet forest. Seo Dojun was still leading the way. A shaggy creature silently watched their every step. Under the full moon, its body slowly came into view. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear as they looked at it. A piercing sound quickly rang out, causing Inju and the rest of the group to cover their ears in a panic. "It's a Lin, everyone cover your ears now." Meanwhile, Seo Dojun remained calm, his sharp eyes fixed on the beast as it howled under the moonlight. The moment it appeared, the Lin threw its head back and let out a howl that echoed through the area. Han Do-yun, irritated by the shriek, had to cover her ears. Im Do-hee and her teammates behind her quickly did the same. Only Seo Dojun stood perfectly still, his expression completely unfazed. She was surprised by his reaction, wondering to herself, why isn't he covering his ears? Dojun casually picked up a stone from the ground. He channeled fire into his hand, clenching it around the rock, his eyes scanning the scene with a cold gaze. Dojun swung his arm and threw the stone. Flames engulfed the rock, turning it into a fiery arrow that tore through the air, shooting straight toward the Lin in the tree. She and John couldn't help but be shocked by his sudden action. The Lin quickly turned and fled. Seo Dojun didn't let up immediately, giving chase. Im Do-hee ran after them, still bewildered. What just happened? She was also completely stunned. The Lin's shriek had fallen silent. After running for a bit, Dojun suddenly stopped. His teammates quickly caught up. Amidst the silent night sky, Seo Dojun stood tall, facing a whole pack of Lins. The one he had just attacked was baring its teeth in a furious rage. It glared its red pupils, emitting a faint golden light as it stared them down. She froze her entire body, stiffening as it looked directly at her. Han Do-yun seemed to be hypnotized, her eyes now resembling the Lin's. Just then, Seo Dojun stepped forward and gently covered her eyes. His deep, warm voice rang out, "It's not the scream." Han Do-yun glanced at him, her eyes still tinged with a faint gold. He continued to explain, "The thing that paralyzes your mind is the Lin's gaze." Seo Dojun gripped his sword and reminded her, "Keep your eyes closed for a moment." She obeyed, and silently shut her eyes tight. Seo Dojun coolly advanced toward the pack of Lins, his sword now wreathed in crimson flames. He thought to himself, this is my limit. With just a single light swing, his sword created a brilliant circle of fire. Seo Dojun stood tall within the flames, his presence majestic. He thought to himself the Vanjian family's swordsmanship. Dojun's eyes glowed, his focus absolute. First form Kilater Milag Rosa K, 1-point miracle. Flames wrapped around the sharp blade, his eyes cold. With a heroic aura, he raised his sword, and a ball of fire appeared at its tip. The intimidating pressure made the pack of lins drop to the ground in fear. The fireball grew larger and larger, glowing brightly in the air. His teammates behind him were utterly astonished. What the hell is that? That looks unbelievably dangerous. Seo Dojun's face looked as if it were coated in a layer of metal, and streams of faint yellow energy flowed from his eyes. He unleashed the technique. The flames from his sword shot forward like a rocket tearing through the sky. A massive ring of red fire lit up the entire sky as it hurtled toward the pack of lins. The creature watched the flames racing toward it, its eyes still dazed, not understanding what was happening. Only when the fire was right upon it did the lin's eyes widen in shock. In an instant, the entire pack was engulfed in flames. The massive, ferocious fire swept through the forest in the dead of night. Imduhi and John shielded themselves from the intensity of the blaze. Then, seeming to see something, her eyes flew open in shock. A gigantic trail of fire had torn across the ground, leaving a scorched black line. The trees on both sides had been incinerated to ash. On the ground, the lins had collapsed, their bodies still smoking, lying motionless amidst the embers. The others had met a similar fate. The whole group stared at the scene, their jaws hanging open in shock. Han Do-yun broke out in a sweat and stammered, no way." Amidst the ashes, one lin was still breathing faintly. It struggled to push its body up. Seo Dojun slowly walked over, approaching the surviving lin with his sword in hand. It glared, its pupils glowing as it tried to hypnotize Dojun, but he was unaffected. Without a hint of mercy, he decisively sliced the lin in two. Even as it was split apart, it still looked confused, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The lin's eyes reflected Seo Dojun's image. He spoke in a cold voice, "Don't you dare act so arrogant here." Seo Dojun touched its wide-open eye. "I'll be taking this eye. It might be useful later." Seo Dojun stared down at it with his ice-cold eyes. Imdo-hee and the others watched him with trust. Just then, another teammate exclaimed, "That's insane. Is he even human anymore? He might be stronger than Alfonso, maybe even on par with Kenelter. Ken Lauder, the world's strongest hero. Impossible." All around them, monsters were waiting in the water, preparing to attack, baring their sharp fangs at Seo Dojun's group. Seo Dojun's group figured they really didn't know how to read the room. Well, it's not like Unnets have brains anyway. The moment the words were spoken, the monsters leaped forward to attack. Unfortunately for them, they were immediately met with one of Seo Dojun's devastating punches. And a punch wasn't enough. He also treated each one to a powerful kick. He gave them a menacing look. Then Seo Dojun's body moved like a blur, zipping through the entire horde of monsters, sending them to their graves, with their heads severed from their bodies, leaving none of them intact. Seo Dojun stomped one of them hard into the ground. Witnessing the terrifying scene, everyone could only stare in stunned, bewildered silence, almost falling over backward. The air filled with the pained roars of the monsters. Back in a peaceful setting, Han Do-yun, now walking alone with Dojun, finally spoke up. "That swordsmanship. Where did you learn it?" The familiar sound of a striking sword echoed in his mind, and an image of himself flashed through Seo Dojun's head. He replied, "Why you want to learn it?" Han Do-yun was taken aback. "Can I learn it?" Thoughts began to swirl in his mind. In this peaceful world, what need is there for something like that? With that in mind, he answered, "Even if you learn it now, when would you ever use it?" Han Do-yun was annoyed, muttering to herself, "Don't look down on me. I'm an S-rank hero, you know." She retorted irritably, "At least I could use it once before I die, right? Or do you just not want to teach me?" So, Dojun glanced over at Han Do-yun. She stared right back at him without fear, but finally had to concede. "Fine, whatever. To you, I guess this is all I am." Im-do-hee helplessly stepped in to mediate you two, the way you talk to each other. "Let's just go through the rift." The team quickly followed the order. "Yes, sir." Everyone hurried toward the rift. Im-do-hee thought to herself, thanks to Seo Dojun, there were no casualties. Next time we come near this area, we can shorten our travel time even more. With that thought, she quickly squeezed through the rift. As soon as she stepped through, Im-do-hee heard a voice cursing. "I'm gonna kill you." She was confused. "Is that Japanese?" The cursing continued relentlessly. "How dare you get in our way?" Im-do-hee then recognized the voice. That voice. Right now, Han Do-yun was being held in Seo Dojun's arms. The one who had been shouting was Takashi, an S-rank hero and the guildmaster of the Empire Guild, which was affiliated with the Yakuza. Takashi stepped in front of Seo Dojun and continued, "I was just about to have some fun with the Fist King today, and you dare to ruin my party. If the guy wanted to start something, he was ready to finish it," he whispered softly. "Get lost before I smash your face in. You got a problem. This crew is really getting on my nerves." Hearing him speak so fluently with Takashi, Do-hee asked in surprise, "You know Japanese?" Seo Dojun nervously replied, thinking to himself, Actually, the one who learned was the original Dojun. Takashi, radiating killing intent, warned, "What are you spacing out for, you bastards?" His guild members quickly chimed in. "How dare you speak to our guild master like that? Get on your knees and apologize now. Do you have any idea who this is? If you dare?" Dojun's ice-cold glare cut them off. "Get lost." The air suddenly went still, the tension between the two sides palpable. Im-do-hee also began to think to herself. The Empire is the 5th-ranked guild in Japan. They're notorious for being an unruly bunch of thugs with Yakuza backgrounds. No matter how strong Dojun is, he should avoid them. With that thought, she quickly stepped forward to mediate. "Everyone please calm down." The man waved her away dismissively. "This is no place for a girl to get involved." Hearing that, Im-do-hee's expression froze. A girl. The men behind Dojun suddenly exploded with criticism. "You idiots, what the hell do you think you're doing? How dare you insult our guildmaster, you absolute morons." Im-do-hee hurriedly stopped them. "Everyone quiet down." Then she calmly introduced herself. "I am Im-do-hee, from the Carnation Guild. It would be best to resolve this peacefully here." The man named Takashi paid her no mind and continued. "So what? I've never even heard of your guild. If you're looking for a beating, don't worry, you'll get your turn." With that, he tried to pull Do-hee away from Dojun. Dojun quickly moved forward to block him. Seeing Dojun step up, the man threw a punch. "Get lost, I've got something to show you guys. I was planning on killing you anyway, so just sit still and take it." Dojun thought to himself, "Something to show me? Huh, you're trying to piss me off. If you want to fight this badly, then let's do it." A monstrous punch landed squarely on Takashi's cheek. Just one gentle tap was enough to send the guy flying 100 meters. Seeing their guildmaster get sent flying just like that, Takashi's underlings were struck with fear. Dojun told his group, "Everyone stay back." He threw the first punch, so this is just self-defense. Just a one-on-one. Let's get rid of the small fry to make things easier. Takashi, having recovered from his daze, ordered all of you back off. The muscles on his arms bulged as his expression grew even more ferocious. Do-hee, standing nearby, began to worry for Dojun. She prayed silently, "Dojun, please, just kill half of them." Takashi's men stared ahead in shock. Han Do-yeon, Im-do-hee, and Eun-cheon all looked forward, their faces etched with horror. Dojun leaped into the air and brought his foot down straight on Takashi's head, slamming his face into the ground with a painful groan. Then Dojun kicked him, sending him flying. Takashi clutched his nose in agony, thinking, "Damn it, how is this guy so strong? Who the hell is this guy? This is nothing like what I heard about him. Damn it." Dojun shot him a look. Seeing that look, Takashi trembled. "I'm going to die." In the next instant he turned to flee, but Dojun instantly appeared right in front of him. Dojun growled, "Who sent you to start a fight with me? I have a pretty good idea already. But tell me." Dojun then grabbed him by the hair, making the man tremble. Please spare me." Dojun replied coldly, "You want my forgiveness? Never." He then clenched his fist and punched the man squarely in the face, sending a spray of blood everywhere. Seeing this, Han Do-yeon and the others watched with wide, astonished eyes. Dojun shook out his arm after knocking Takashi to the ground. Im-do-hee looked on in amazement. "I expected this, but I never imagined it would be so one-sided." Dojun placed his foot on the man's head. Seeing this, Im-do-hee tugged on Han Do-yeon's sleeve. At this rate, he's actually going to kill him. Han Do-yeon, say something. Seeing Dojun pressing his foot down harder on Takashi's head, Han Do-yeon finally spoke up to stop him. Dojun, that's enough. If you keep going, you'll actually kill him." He replied without hesitation, "I'll take responsibility for it." But Esun pulled him back, questioning, "Take responsibility? How exactly are you going to do that? Wouldn't it be better to just not do things you'd have to take responsibility for later?" Dojun explained, "I've seen plenty of scum like him. It's best to just get rid of them for good." Im-do-hee also approached, taking his hand to persuade him. "You shouldn't let a piece of trash like that tarnish your name. Please stop." Do-hee continued, "They've already learned their lesson the hard way." Im-do-hee then shouted at the others, "If you don't want to end up like him, you'd better answer properly. Promise you won't cause any more trouble." The three of them immediately got on their knees, bowed their heads, and replied in unison, "Yes, ma'am." But Dojun still looked unsatisfied. He questioned them, just kneeling. "Put your heads on the ground." Hearing this, they immediately started kowtowing like obedient puppies. Dojun then asked, "Hey, you Yakuza types, don't you have to cut off a finger when you screw up?" After hearing that, they all began banging their heads on the ground repeatedly. "Please spare us, please have mercy." He then made a demand. "Say, I am a piece of scum, and I am very sorry, and I'll let you go." The man with black hair said through clenched teeth, "I am a piece of scum, and I am very sorry." Hearing this, Im-do-hee was at a loss for words. Everyone else just laughed mockingly. Even the big guy on the ground managed to stammer out the word, "scum." Dojun looked down at them with a satisfied expression. At the Brasilia branch, the man frowned, reading the file in his hands. He looked up from the papers at Im-in-hyeon, who was standing before him. He shuffled the stack of documents, thinking to himself, "Am I really supposed to believe this?" An S-class hero, Takashi was beaten into a cripple. By a single opponent, Takashi was the only one injured. So it's not like the story is baseless, but it's still incredibly hard to believe. Our side, Brazil, is hoping South Korea can cooperate in closing the Santaim rift. Then he spoke up. If this report is accurate, then our Brasilia Association cannot get involved. We will forward this matter to the hero associations of South Korea and Japan. You will receive their decision. I'm Do-hee, replied. Understood. The man continued. And you've all been near the Santaim rift, correct? Was there anything unusual there? Do-hee answered quickly. No sir, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Han Do-yeon thought. Unusual? What does he mean? Hearing the response, the man said, I see. By the way, the name Seo Dojun appears most frequently in this report. So, why isn't he here? Do-hee stammered. Well. Isun quickly jumped in with an excuse. He said he had to go take care of a few things. The man muttered, take care of a few things. Meanwhile, in a hospital corridor, groans of pain echoed all around. Takashi groaned, his eyes wide with fear. He was staring at Dojun, who was standing before him, holding a bouquet of flowers. Dojun said calmly, just lie still. I really did just come to visit. Dojun took out an orb and placed it on Takashi's forehead. Then he commanded, now, tell me what happened. The room fell eerily silent. Takashi, as if in a trance, began to speak. Because scum and worthless trash, like me, I caused trouble for the Korean guild. Seo Dojun frowned as he listened. He then turned and walked away, leaving Takashi to keep chanting, Yakuza are scum, Yakuza are scum. Seo Dojun stepped out of the room, his fists clenched tightly. Rumors of the clash between the Korean and Japanese heroes spread like wildfire. News articles about the brawl between Seo Dojun and Takashi popped up one after another, with headlines like, Takashi taken down in a single hit. Something more terrifying than violence itself is hatred, and the public support for it. The public support for Dojun is spreading everywhere. The mysterious hero. Seo Dojun finally speaks out. Na Dae-gwang said as he read the news. He's really dominating all the domestic news. It's absolutely explosive. News about Hero Seun is coming out daily. The man in glasses spoke up. But is it true that the Japanese Hero Association is refusing to investigate further? Na Dae-gwang replied. I heard the victim himself said so, which I don't really get. That guy has always tried to make a big deal out of everything. Which proves the Japanese side is trying to hide something. The man in glasses looked confused. What do you mean by that? Na Dae-gwang answered, through gritted teeth. I don't know, but soon all the focus will be on Hero Dojun. I have a feeling the balance of power among the world's heroes is about to be shaken. One day. With just 1 day left before the operation to close the fissure zone in the borderlands was to begin, the Korean heroes arrived early to acclimate to the area. They coordinated with the other world heroes who gathered later, sharing joint operational details as well as their own individual plans. And to bolster their success, a pre-deployment party was held. The star of the party was, of course, Seo Dojun. At the party, Seo Dojun was standing and talking with a crowd of people. Do-hee looked over at him and thought to herself, the rumor that he crushed Takashi seems to have spread globally. It's all anyone here is talking about. And yet he's not boasting at all. How admirable. Compared to him, don't you think we seem so insignificant? Do-hee realized Han Do-yeon had been silent for a long time and hadn't answered her. She looked over and thought, she's not even listening to me. What is she looking at that's making her so tense? Then she followed her gaze. Ahead was Dojun, standing near a glamorous woman. She was looking at Dojun with eyes full of admiration. She was Beth Holly, an S-class hero from the United States, ranked #1 in the world for the most beautiful hero poll. Do-hee smacked Han Do-yeon's arm, startling her. Do-hee said loudly, that's enough moping. Why are you just sitting there? Go on. Hearing this, she stammered, what? What am I supposed to do? Seo Dojun glanced in their direction. She shyly walked toward him. Do-yeon blushed, unable to look at Seo Dojun. Seeing her adorable expression, he smiled warmly. Just as she arrived, the other woman turned to leave. Well, this is interesting. See you later, Seo Dojun. Hearing that, she wondered, Seo Dojun, who's that? Dojun took a sip of his drink and replied, that's me. Han Do-yeon was surprised. You have an English name, Seo Dojun explained. It's the name I used before I was Seo Dojun. She looked at Dojun, thinking to herself. Did he live abroad as a child? I checked his background, but this information wasn't there. Why has he never mentioned this name to me before? From a distance, a man was secretly observing Do-yeon and Seo Dojun. He thought, that bastard Takashi couldn't even take care of a piece of trash like him. It looks like I'll have to handle this myself. He overheard Do-yeon warning Seo Dojun, but you have to be really careful. Dojun. The man walked past the two of them eavesdropping. I know you're very strong, but enemies don't always play fair. Takashi has some close allies, the most famous of which is... Before she could finish, Dojun cut her off. Forget it. Do-yeon froze for a moment. Forget it, you should know who. Dojun scoffed. The same type as Takashi. Right, cowardly and weak, but loves to act tough. That kind isn't worth worrying about. Not in the slightest. A man standing in the corner of the party heard his words and began to tremble with rage. His eyes were filled with killing intent. In contrast to him, Dojun wore a mocking smile. The man clenched his fists and stared at Dojun, cursing inwardly. That bastard. I'll kill him with my own 2 hands. That evening, the moon and stars appeared in the sky. Imdoohee spoke with a contemplative look on her face. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. At the fissure zone near Sondheim, Imdoohee continued, the entrance to the fissure looks so dark and gloomy. A hero smiled and said, what's there to worry about? We have 2 S-class heroes here. Let's hurry in and close it up. Imdoohee agreed. That's right. What could possibly happen? Let's go, everyone. The team responded in unison. Yes, ma'am. Everyone was now standing before the fissure. Noticing Dojun seemed hesitant, Do-yeon looked at him confused and then asked, what's wrong? He replied, you don't feel it. Do-yeon answered, feel what? She then turned to Imdoohee, sister, do you feel anything? Imdoohee was also puzzled. No. What do you mean? Are you sensing something? Dojun stared ahead worriedly. He could feel the concentration of mana increasing, and the air around them had become unnaturally quiet. At that moment, high above someone was measuring the mana concentration at 23.61%. He spoke, it'll reach 30% soon. It'll be easier for these filthy insects if they all just die right here. Everyone began to feel pain at that moment. My body's so heavy, it hurts. I'm suffocating. I can't breathe. Dojun thought to himself, this level of mana is different. The concentration is even denser than it was in the forest. Han Do-yeon glanced at him. This is the first time I've ever seen Dojun this tense. There's definitely something here. Dojun was also staring intently ahead. Imdoohee spoke up to reassure everyone. Everyone calm down. This might just be a characteristic of this fissure. Since our bodies feel heavier than usual, do not let your guard down. Han Do-yeon, you protect the formation. You too, Dojun. Han Do-yeon replied obediently. Got it. Imdoohee continued, until we can figure out why the mana density has changed. Dojun also replied, understood. Imdoohee gave the order. Our priority is to close the fissure. Everyone heighten your senses and move out, the team shouted in a loud, clear voice, affirming the command. Everyone advanced with heightened alert, scanning their surroundings. As Dojun entered the Sondheim fissure, the northern region of the borderlands, the team from France, Korea, and the borderlands was dispatched to the largest city within the fissure. Suddenly, everyone was attacked, struck by poison, and began coughing up blood. A whizzing sound echoed all around them. In the sky, poisonous wasps had appeared. They relentlessly attacked Imdoohee's group. They were assassin hornets, a hornet-type flying monster. Seeing his comrades get poisoned and start to fall, one of Dojun's teammates thought, this can't be. Assassin hornets are monsters that even C-rank heroes should be able to hunt. The group seemed helpless against the swarm's attack. One by one, they were poisoned and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, another team member thought, even A-rank heroes are being completely overwhelmed. A hornet raised its sharp stinger and shot like a bullet toward him. He raised his hand to punch it, but it dodged. He thought with frustration, damn it, you're tough. Normally you should have exploded into pieces. Seeing the hornets frantically attacking his teammates, he thought, how many of us are going to make it out of here alive? A blade slashed violently toward Imdoohee. Black orcs had suddenly appeared wielding sharp weapons. Dojun wondered, strange, why are these black orcs so strong? The group members took turns charging forward to attack the horde of black orcs. Another member of the group also moved in to attack them. The black orc glared at him with smoldering eyes, then raised the sharp axe in its hand. It swung the axe down ruthlessly, but luckily Han Do-yeon rushed over and saved him from the black orc's blade. He thanked her. She then warned him, don't approach them so carelessly. The sounds of the black orcs grew closer, and Han Do-yeon immediately flew toward one of them. Seeing her coming, it swung its axe, but suddenly, a purple smoke enveloped the black orc. Han Do-yeon was now flying circles around it, then launched a kick straight into the black orc's body. It roared in pain and turned toward the attack, but Han Do-yeon had already vanished. She was now flying above the black orc's head, raising her leg before rocketing down like an arrow to kick it in the head. In a fit of pain and anger, it swung its axe forward, but unexpectedly, it hit another black orc standing in front of it, making it even more furious. At that moment, Yua continued her assault. She delivered a powerful kick that sent the black orc flying. It cried out in agony, spitting a mouthful of black ichor. Witnessing this, everyone thought Dojun is so terrifyingly strong I almost forgot. As expected of an S rank. So powerful. The black orc screamed in pain but was immediately met with a punch from Dojun. Dojun had instantly taken down a black orc in the blink of an eye. Imdoohee thought to herself, this level of difficulty, right at the start of the rift. Even with those two closing, this place won't be easy. The black orc lay unconscious on the ground. Seeing Dojun observing the unconscious creature, Ji asked, what are you looking at? He replied, do you see something that looks like a black ripple anywhere? She asked back, a ripple. You have to really focus to see it. What is this? This is why they've suddenly gotten stronger. Dojun thought to himself. Why is there dark mana here? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Both Imdoohee and Han Do-yeon frowned, looking puzzled. The surrounding atmosphere grew quiet after Dojun spoke. On a dark moonlit night in a desolate wasteland, a monster was desperately trying to destroy something. Naturally, someone was there trying to stop its power. But it seemed the monster refused to be subdued. Everyone felt that things were becoming more and more difficult. They really wanted to destroy it as quickly as possible. This chaotic battle really needed to end here. Everyone felt the situation was now more unstable than ever. Someone had also wondered about this strange phenomenon. The swamp monsters had also grown abnormally strong. Human strength couldn't hold them back. If this continues, humanity won't be able to hold out. Was that last blow strong enough to tear right through battle armor? It's truly dangerous. What in the world is happening? Even at my sharpest, I can't seem to stop it. A blue-haired girl flew straight up and used her power. The monster, of course, wouldn't go down without a fight. But that girl was incredibly smart. If the swamp monsters are already this strong, then there's bound to be even greater danger ahead. Could it be that there's something special about the rift here? A worried expression crossed her face as a thought seemed to strike her. Could it be happening not just in Brazil, but in all the rifts across the entire world? In a rift near Masan, a desolate and remote place, a young man was racing against time. His face was filled with anxiety, sweat drenching his skin. Those were all S-class, and they were wiped out just because of a few Biokero. The purple-haired girl turned with a surprised expression upon hearing that name. Dojun turned and immediately understood what the man was saying. That's right, we absolutely have to be on guard, especially against those infected with dark mana. Dark mana. That's the dark aura that surrounded the Blackwood the other day. Now it's appearing on the swamp monsters. Is that what's making them stronger? The vortex continued to swirl with no end in sight. You could just imagine the dense energy being forcefully poured into their bodies. Seo Dojun was trying his best to keep everything under control. Is this like in a game where you use it to cast spells? What's with the sigh? It can't be right. Does mana really exist in the real world? The biggest difference between a hero and a normal person is the presence or absence of mana. The monsters were growing more ferocious by the day. Seo Dojun really wanted to get this over with as quickly as possible. Everything was becoming a total mess. Did this world really not have the concept of mana before? It must have been a peaceful world then. It's just a shame that peace won't last much longer. He truly didn't want any of this to happen. Dojun wanted everything to go back to the way it was. But no matter what, he had tried his best. Dojun wanted to kick down every obstacle. He would prove that this world deserves to be peaceful. He was the bravest person there had ever been. His comrades all looked at him with admiration. Han Do-yeon still had a question in her mind. So, to sum it up, among all the types of mana, it's this dark mana that's making the monsters stronger, right? If I had to make an analogy, it's like pumping an athlete full of stimulants. That's why I have a question for you, she asked. But how do you know about that, Mr. Seo Dojun? To him, it was simple. In fact, it was strange that they didn't know. After leaving the swamp, the Carnation Guild followed his instructions, deliberately slowing their pace and moving cautiously because it was an extremely dangerous area. Hearing this, everyone felt a growing sense of fear, but a hand signaled them to stop. Everyone halt, I've found it. Dojun pointed at a cocoon containing bait. From the shape, it's easy to guess what it is. Everyone, be careful, that dangerous thing is definitely nearby. But someone else spoke up denying it. Dojun had recognized a more serious problem. The real danger is actually right here. What do you mean lucky we found it early, mister? Seo Dojun, are you some kind of mage? You're saying the danger is this pile of cocoons. Seo Dojun was about to show everyone just how dangerous it was. Those things suddenly exploded. That's right. They are being controlled by something infected with dark mana. They're no different from puppets. If we don't deal with them now, they'll immediately surround us from the front and back and wipe us out in an instant. Now all that's left is to take it down. Seo Dojun was still trying to show everyone the truth. It has absorbed the dark mana and is controlling them like puppets. If we don't handle it now, we'll be completely surrounded and annihilated in a flash. Now we just need to take down that dangerous thing, and it'll be over. Everyone was focused, listening intently to his words. They were all amazed by Seo Dojun's demeanor. It was the first time they'd encountered a situation like this, yet nothing seemed to faze him. The more they looked, the stranger it seemed. This man, I thought he was simply strong, but this kind of power is already beyond human limits. Han Do-yeon gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Tell me the truth. Were you reincarnated? Is this your second life? Seo Dojun found this amusing. A second life, huh? I guess you could call it something like that. How much farther to the core of the rift? The short-haired girl immediately replied, once we get through this forest, we'll be halfway there. Dojun suddenly made an abrupt decision. I'm going to seal this place today. Even the others couldn't believe what he just said. Someone spoke up about their current condition. Maybe you can, Seo Dojun, but the rest of us can't make it. They were exhausted after the battle in the swamp. Dojun looked at their weary faces. He didn't want to force them into a difficult situation. Then rest. I'll take care of it quickly and come back. And with that, Seo Dojun ran straight into the deep forest alone. He had made his decision and was determined to see it through. The others still couldn't understand what he was planning. How does he still have that much incredible strength? So Dojun had now entered the deep forest. His eyes were on high alert for everything. Dojun moved at high speed, observing his surroundings. His gaze was filled with caution. This forest was truly a terrifying place. Suddenly, a spider web appeared in front of him. Seo Dojun tried to see if it was the thing he needed to destroy. He was thrilled. After all this time, he'd finally found it. Dojun immediately raised his sword. The spider also possessed a formidable power. In a flash, it appeared above Seo Dojun's head. More and more spider webs appeared. It was trying to break his concentration. Seo Dojun had to focus as quickly as possible. Their powers were evenly matched, but there was no way he could afford to lose so easily. Dojun fought it with only a sword in his hand. He was feeling tired, but had to keep giving it his all. Dojun breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at his hand. Thanks to circulating the mana heart technique and absorbing the dark mana, he didn't feel tired yet. Dojun returned to everyone's stunned amazement. Han Do-yeon and the others stared at him with wide eyes. He'd taken it down all by himself. Just hearing about it was unbelievable, yet he showed no signs of fatigue at all. Dojun gave an order to the group. There's no longer any monster presence in the forest. Rest for a while. And so everyone gathered around a fire to warm up. The roasting meat smelled delicious. Dojun was seriously focused on his task. A woman approached and shyly asked, "Sir, may I try some of this meat?" Dojun agreed immediately, without any objection. The person next to her, curious, asked the woman, "Why do you suddenly want to eat that?" She replied, "Who knows, maybe eating this is what makes him so strong." The other person hearing this excitedly ran over. "I'll try some too. I wonder if it really works. It can't hurt to sit down and try." Two others who were bandaging their wounds watched her eat with intense craving. Of course, he had already guessed their intentions. That meat won't do anything other than fill your stomach. But I don't dislike people who have the ambition to become stronger. He decided to give them a little gift out of kindness. As the two were eating, they felt a strange change in their bodies. The woman, thinking it was working, was overjoyed. "After eating this meat, I feel full of energy." So Dojun couldn't help but chuckle at their reaction. It was time to discuss their next objective. A little further, and we'll reach the core of the rift. But everyone's tired. Let's go back and rest. We can attack tomorrow. But Seo Dojun said he wanted to seal it today. And besides, our backpacks are already full. Seo Dojun found this strange and turned to ask her, "You agree with them? What else can I do? It would be a lie to say I'm not tired." The monsters are also getting stronger because of that so-called dark mana. Dojun stared at the map, lost in thought. The original plan was to delay sealing the rift for as long as possible. We needed to collect as many rare materials as we could, like blue crocodile hearts or materials only found abroad. The more the better. But the appearance of dark mana changed everything. Variables are never a good sign. There's something about this dark mana that makes me uneasy. He poured all the gems out of his bag. "Take these and head back to the hotel first." Dojun abruptly turned away as soon as he finished speaking, leaving the two of them confused. He didn't forget to turn back and reassure them. "I'll finish sealing it and be right back." The monster still possessed immense destructive power. Dojun was doing his best to stop it. He wouldn't let it invade so easily ever again. Seo Dojun's eyes widened, as if he'd discovered something horrifying. He immediately readied the sword in his hand. Not waiting another moment, Dojun plunged it straight into the monster. He instantly obtained a shining gem. The others had been witnessing his skills all this time. The short-haired girl was worried about his condition. "Dojun, he'll be okay, right?" Han Do-yeon seemed to think it was a normal occurrence. "You saw it yourself. He just said a quick goodbye and shot off like a bullet. He's got plenty of strength left. He's still full of energy." The short-haired girl saw her expression and teased her. "But why the long face? Are you worried about him?" Han Do-yeon tried to dodge the question. "Worried? Of course not. It's just a bit embarrassing to say he's the same rank as us. Is there anyone in the world who can even compare to him?" Dojun was still fighting with all his might, not resting for a second. He was close to defeating the monster. Dojun just hoped he could finish it as quickly as possible. He swiftly took his sword and stabbed it straight through its head. The monster became enraged at him. Dojun was able to let out a long breath. His calm demeanor only seemed to fuel the monster's fury. Dojun continued to use his power. He would burn it with his intense energy. Before the monster could even fight back, it met a painful end. Dojun was their mortal enemy. Two giant monsters, and yet he defeated them with ease. Seo Dojun had also retrieved the gem he needed. The two women had their luggage ready to go. Everyone shouldered their heavy backpacks. They all continued on their journey. Dojun was still plunging his sword straight into the monsters. He wanted them to be destroyed in the most painful way possible. When Dojun attacked, his cruelty was unmatched. He would make them feel the most excruciating pain imaginable. He even pulled out their internal organs, placing them in a jar without a shred of pity. He quickly sealed the lid tightly and tucked it away. The monsters' bodies were leaking blood everywhere. The gems he collected kept piling up. In a flash, he was on his way to becoming the person who owned the most. To get this much from a single monster, not bad. With his baggage on his shoulder, Dojun continued on his way. He was heading to a new place to continue his journey. At the Hero Association headquarters in the Situation Room, everyone in the room looked panicked. A signal had gone off again in some small region. It seemed like some new danger had appeared there. Everyone's face was etched with worry, but after a moment, the three of them began to celebrate. The rift is closed. It was a danger zone. Which team was sent there? It was a team from South Korea called Reincarnation, but the woman next to him wondered. A report just came in that they returned 10 minutes ago. They said they had just stepped out of the rift's gate not long ago. What is this? What on earth is happening? About 10 minutes ago, the two-headed monster had surged back to life. Dojun hadn't expected its power to be so intense. This monster had evolved rapidly thanks to the black mana. Its wounds were also healing quickly. He felt that it was even stronger than before. Dojun spotted something strange. Is that the core? Let's hurry and end this quickly. The two-headed monster had no intention of losing to him. Dojun drew his sword. The monster's weapon was its fists. Dojun felt this battle would be harder to win than he thought, but he wasn't going to give up because of that. The flames were already beginning to glow. The monster remained determined to use its fists. Dojun realized danger was approaching. He had to find a way to resolve this as quickly as possible. The spellbook activated channeling magic through his blade. The monster cried out in pain as it suffered the consequences. It felt like 1,000 knives were stabbing it from the inside. In agony, the monster was powerless against him. Dojun still has plenty of interesting secrets up his sleeve. Surprising, isn't it? This is only the beginning. He quickly drew his sword again. The monster tried to attack him from behind, but before it could move, it was stabbed straight through the stomach. The two-headed monster wanted to fight back, but it couldn't. Dojun found it truly amusing to provoke them. Now it's my turn. No one knew what he was planning to do. The two monsters were bound by an invisible flame, and they writhed in endless pain. Their bodies couldn't withstand the heat and began to tear apart. The temperature was about to reach the highest level ever recorded. The monster never expected to suffer such consequences. It wanted to retreat quickly to ensure its own safety. The monster tried to strike him from above, but its leg was once again sliced in two. It shrieked endlessly in agony. Dojun's power grew stronger and stronger, and he continued to unleash as much of it as he could. His goal was to create a barrier to keep the monster from getting near him, and just like that, he quickly eliminated them all. Dojun breathed a sigh of relief and sheathed his sword. The core began to materialize, growing larger. He walked towards it without a hint of fear. Even as he approached the core, the concentration of black mana didn't decrease at all. If the core isn't emitting, could this mana be coming from an external source? That means there's someone behind this incident. To fill an entire rift area with black mana like this, that's not something just anyone can do. It would have to be a monarch or an archmage from ancient times. If they were truly present here, most life on Earth would already be doomed. I still can't draw any firm conclusions yet. In any case, if the mana source is external closing, the rift won't solve the root problem. He told himself he absolutely had to find a way. Dojun slammed his fist into the core with all his might, and just like that, a crack appeared, and the core shattered into small pieces. I still can't conclude anything for sure. I need to investigate further. At that moment, in the Hero Association's headquarters office, a man's hands trembled as he held and read the paper. Regardless of the mana's origin or how the investigation goes, this report sounds absolutely unbelievable. There were some rifts that required a 3-nation allied force to enter and close, and in the end, only one S-rank hero survived. Meanwhile, another team from South Korea not only closed a rift, but also managed to keep all its members alive. The person reporting cleared up this doubt. We are receiving a series of urgent reports from other rift areas, but most of them indicate that the teams have failed and retreated. I will gather all the information and send a detailed report as soon as possible. But this did little to ease the man's anxiety. An S-rank hero was in charge of each rift, and they still failed so miserably. So the only successful team was the Korean team, led by the hero Dojun. But calling it the Korean team isn't exactly accurate. He held the report but still didn't quite understand. Did we miss something? Wasn't it the dispatched Korean team that closed that rift? The rift was closed after they left. That's hard to believe. Then who closed it? Where is the hero Han Do-yeon right now? The subordinate immediately reported the current situation. She will be at headquarters shortly to report on the matter. The man couldn't wait any longer. Let me see her immediately. From the time she and her team left the rift, it took them about an hour to reach the headquarters. During that time, Dojun had already closed the first rift and was entering the second. The core of this rift was underwater. He dove in immediately. All right, let's go. The man listened, his expression still full of doubt. Are you really asking me to believe that? She felt that what she was saying was not wrong at all. If it's him, it's possible. But he was still skeptical of her words. Are you telling me that the hero Dojun sealed the rift all by himself? Perhaps. He sat there, lost in thought. This is top secret, but in other regions, many S-rank heroes have fallen in battle. Han Do-yeon revealed everything he had done for her team. Without Mr. Dojun, I'm afraid I would have ended up just like them. The man lowered his head, unable to say a word. To be honest, it's just too hard to believe. Even though the monsters grew stronger thanks to an energy called black mana, and that power could overwhelm even S-rank heroes, you're saying Dojun is on a level beyond all of that. However, a report just came in that several rifts in the southern region have been sealed. Perhaps the black mana hasn't appeared in that area yet, but she still felt the need to give a warning. Sir, you mustn't be complacent. The danger level is completely different now. He picked up his phone to check the situation. You said the color of the rift gates is different, right? Right now, there's no other way to identify them. With that, he immediately gathered everyone. Check every rift gate in our territory immediately. Hurry. Having said her piece, Han Do-yun quietly turned and left. Her high heels clicked heavily as she walked away. Suddenly, Han Do-yun received a call from the chairman. It seemed he had something for her to do. She wanted to ask him one thing clearly, and that was about the so-called black mana. Have there been any disturbances in the South Korean sector? He simply gave a cold reply. There haven't been any such reports yet. Just continue to monitor the situation closely. Han Do-yun thought to herself that something didn't feel right. Even for an S-rank hero, facing off against a horde of monsters wielding black mana would be incredibly difficult. If even one of them managed to absorb that power, the consequences would surely be horrific. She had to prepare everything she could, and fast. At that moment, Dojun had almost swum to the other side of the shore. Rifts in this Lake-Sea River area usually have their cores deep underwater, but humans can't breathe down there, so the number of heroes who can use their full power in this environment is extremely small. However, there was a national hero here, an S-rank hero who specialized in underwater combat. He was always paid a very high fee by various nations to handle underwater rifts all over the world, thanks to the special ability to breathe underwater that he awakened when he became a hero. I can feel it. The black mana in the water is much denser. Dojun began to dive down as he grew accustomed to it. He was absolutely determined to conquer the rift at the bottom of the lake. This is great. It must be the black mana. Dojun continued to swim deeper into the sea. He told himself to breathe steadily and first and foremost control his buoyancy. He calmly swam down into the 1,000-mile-deep lake. Dojun had studied the rules carefully before coming down here. His face was filled with determination. After a long while, he was finally able to stand. Dojun immediately put his guard up, and just then he discovered a giant beast behind him. It had found its target to attack him. Jun had recognized its identity early on. Thanks to the black mana, you seem to be brimming with vitality, huh? He decided to use his fists. Dojun was determined to get everything under control immediately. He would not be easily defeated by anything. Dojun silently observed everything. Fish with hideous bodies also appeared here. They were fiercely guarding the larger monster. He kept staring intently at something in the distance. Dojun was already thinking of the most dangerous scenario. He truly couldn't imagine the scene that would unfold. Anyone who saw them would surely be terrified. He ignored the buoyancy and was able to freely control his body. His 2 feet were as firm as if on solid ground, and the punches he threw were just as fast as they would be on the surface. Dojun was trapped between them. He had to find a way out of this place before figuring out his next move. This is annoying. Fighting all of them is going to be exhausting. Dojun decided to find an escape route. He would fly into that open space. But great danger was also waiting up ahead. With sheer determination, Dojun flew forward. Some kind of beast was opening its eye. Dojun still couldn't identify what it was, but he sensed that it was also a great danger. Dojun thought that he had to end the current situation quickly. He rushed over to see what it was. One of its eyes was glowing. This was the first time he had ever seen a creature like this. Its gaze seemed to be fixed on him. To think he could accidentally find it in a place like this. In his previous world, those who left their names in legend all had one thing in common. Before they became famous, they had all hunted this very creature. How could he possibly miss a golden opportunity like this? But for Dojun to possess, it would not be an easy task. That thing suddenly dove straight into the deep part of the lake. He immediately threw his hand down in a powerful punch. Dojun could not let this precious opportunity slip away. For that creature, there was no such thing as a natural predator. No matter the foe, it would create a virtual space to swallow them whole. Jun was almost pulled down into the ocean. He could feel the situation growing even more dangerous. Dojun had to try his best to remain as calm as possible. He wanted this to be over quickly, but fighting this creature was proving to be a difficult task. It just kept staring with its eye wide open, not making a single move. Meanwhile, he was gritting his teeth and enduring the strain. Dojun was trying to think of the most practical way to handle this. Just killing it would be easy, but doing so meant he couldn't obtain its virtual space. He had to use pure mana to suppress it. Only then would this virtual space become completely his. His silhouette looked as if it was engulfed in a sea of fire. For some reason, some of the fish began to decay. They had been contaminated by the light from his power. Jun was trying to concentrate with everything he had. He felt that his own body was running out of strength. At this rate, I'm going to lose. Dojun's hand reached out as if to touch something. He was fighting with his sheer determination. The more mana he poured out, the more black mana he had to absorb from the abyss. Seo Dojun decided to use both hands to counter the force. He seemed to feel something strange again. Seo Dojun couldn't afford to lose. Is this too much for my current body, he wondered. Somehow his reflection entered the creature's eye. Seo Dojun felt like he had nothing left to lose. Alright, let's go all out this one time. The current was growing stronger by the second. Suddenly, an eruption shot up from the seabed to the surface. The creature and he both leaped up at the same time. Jun had executed his plan exactly as he'd thought it out. Seo Dojun felt a surge of joy in his heart because his plan had succeeded. He had finally obtained the thing he wanted. But a moment later, for some reason, he collapsed. The water's surface was no longer as peaceful as it was before. There was just an empty space right in the middle. And so time passed. Seo Dojun seemed to have drifted to some mountainous region. In front of him stood a flock of birds just watching him. Dojun was still dazed and not fully conscious, but suddenly, a creature approached, startling him. Then they all abruptly flew away. Jun's eyes snapped open as he witnessed this scene. He remembered everything and realized he must have passed out. Dojun sat up trying to get his bearings. He could feel the power recovering in his hands. My mana has increased compared to before. It was worth the fight. Seo Dojun seemed to remember something else. That virtual space was still deeply ingrained in his mind. He had to fight for a chance to win it. It was the most precious prize of all. He stepped back into that circle, along with his items. He was happy feeling that he had completed a noble mission. There's nothing left for me in this rift anymore. Time to seal it up and head to a rest stop. At the Korean Hero Association, an assistant spoke up. Although no official announcement has been made, the news about the heroes' deaths is confirmed to be true. Na Dae-gwang frowned, his face full of regret. We've lost such valuable talent. The assistant continued. I heard this only happened in a few specific areas that had special rifts. Na Dae-gwang asked Hero So. Dojun was able to seal places like that. He's truly more talented than I thought. He added that the association was already completely focused on the Takashita Kasi incident, and he was afraid that this would cause an even bigger stir. He recalled how Hero Yunho was the talk of the town back in England. Honestly, I'm thrilled that a hero from our country is making headlines for his accomplishments. So what's the situation with the rifts in our country now? His assistant held up a document and replied, We haven't detected any unusual signs similar to what happened in Brazil. My guess is that this was just a sudden localized event that can be contained. Hearing this, Na Dae-gwang reminded him not to jump to conclusions, and that they couldn't neglect monitoring the rifts for even a single moment. The assistant obediently replied, Yes, sir. By the way, Na Dae-gwang said worriedly, I'm a little concerned about Hero Seo Dojun. His assistant asked, confused, What do you mean, sir? He explained. Chairman Daniel Lopez, of Brazil, is known for being extremely cheap. I'm sure he'll try to exploit the hero's abilities to the fullest. For the entire time he's in Brazil, you'll see. The assistant countered, No way. Na Dae-gwang looked at him stunned. What do you mean, no way? The assistant elaborated. I think it's more likely that Hero Seo Dojun will completely drain Chairman Lopez of his resources. After hearing that, they were both silent for a moment, before Na Dae-gwang burst out laughing. That sounds about right. Seo Dojun is no pushover after all. The scene changes. Chairman Lopez scowls, his expression tense as he looks ahead and yells, Hey, don't you think you're being a little unreasonable? Seo Dojun asks nonchalantly. Unreasonable? Well, then I guess we have nothing more to talk about. I'm leaving. The man in the gray suit saw him turn away and quickly stopped him. Wait, please think about the safety of Brazil. Isn't that the responsibility of an S-rank hero? Dojun shot back. Responsibility? I've already closed 2 extremely dangerous rifts on my own. What other responsibility do I have? Why don't you go say that to the Brazilian heroes who haven't even done their jobs? And don't get it twisted. Brazil's safety has nothing to do with me. Let me ask you this. If the rifts back in Korea started changing like the ones here, would you willingly send your heroes to help us? The man in gray stammered, Well, that's... His assistant, seeing the superficiality, jumped in to persuade him. Hero Dojun, the situation is incredibly dire. All rift zones within a 500-kilometer radius of Santa are completely inaccessible. The man in gray added, That's right. The areas where the anomalies occurred are already lost causes. If this kind of thing happens again, Brazil will be facing a catastrophe. Hearing this, Dojun scowled at the man. Im Do-hee and John exchanged a look. Han Do-yeon spoke up, Mr. Chairman, if that's the case, then the answer you're looking for becomes even simpler. Please just accept Mr. Dojun's request. Compared to the safety of the entire nation of Brazil, his request isn't unreasonable at all. Chairman Lopez was silent for a moment, in thought, then made his decision. I agree. From now on, for every rift you successfully close, I will pay you $50 million. Seo Dojun replied satisfied. See, it would have been much better if you'd just done that from the start. First off, for the 2 rifts I've already closed, go ahead and wire me the $100 million up front. Han Do-yeon thought to herself, if word of this gets out, he'll definitely be criticized for being a money grubber. But the Brazilian Association is way too proud. They'll never let this leak. She glanced over at Seo Dojun, who was staring at the man in gray with a determined look on his face. Yunho smirked to himself. He wasn't the type to care about public opinion anyway. For him, this is killing two birds with one stone. Imdohee noticed her smile and looked puzzled. Seo Dojun stared straight ahead, then closed his eyes, thinking to himself, Seo Dojun, this money is enough. It's enough to buy that ultra-safe house you always dreamed of. I kept my promise. Are you happy now? Although the Brazilian government was flustered by Dojun's demands, they had no other choice and were ultimately forced to accept. At the same time, they required him to sign a non-disclosure agreement beforehand. Because of this, Seo Dojun's public image remained untarnished. The scene shifts to a muscular man drinking, while another man lies in a hospital bed covered in injuries. Elsewhere, a group of people are loading coffins onto an airplane. The families of the deceased are all weeping. Among the crowd are Dojun and his teammates. Back at the hotel, Dojun hangs his head in sadness. Imdohee speaks up. Are you coming with us to the next rift? So Dojun just kept eating in silence, not answering, which made her feel a little awkward. You don't seem very excited about this. Suddenly, So Dojun spoke up. I'm just weighing my options to see what's most profitable. She looked at him confused. Profitable, he continued. While I'm sealing one rift, your guild should move to the entrance of the next one. Imdohee was confused. So, we'll close that rift together. Dojun smiled. You catch on quick. Suddenly, someone else chimed in. So while we're clearing out the aftermath of the rift that was just sealed, Mr. Dojun will go and close another one. Ah-hin confirmed. Exactly. That way we can clear up to 3 sites a day. I'll even share a piece of my cut from the reward money for the rifts we work on together. Hearing this, everyone gasped in excitement. Suddenly, Dojun leaned in and whispered to the purple-haired girl, before I get to that next rift, don't push yourself too hard. Just focus on protecting the guild members. You can handle that, can't you? After all, you're an S rank. This made her blush as she replied, yes. Seeing this, everyone started whispering amongst themselves. What do you think they were talking about? Probably just giving her some encouragement. Look at Hero Imdohee's face. She's bright red. They must actually be dating. Then they all burst out laughing. Seo Dojun announced, let's move out as soon as we're done eating. Everyone agreed. Right. The scene changes. Under a bright blue sky, Seo Dojun walks alone through a grassy field. Suddenly, he hears a strange noise. It's a towering monster that has appeared right in front of him. Seo Dojun looks at it and smirks. A Cyclops type. Huh, alright, let's see what you've got. The second the words left his mouth, he dashed toward the monster and slammed his fist into its face, smiling as he said, time to take you down and make some pocket money. Sunlight streams down through the forest, but the peaceful scene is shattered as a flock of birds suddenly takes to the sky. Turns out Dojun just laid a massive hit on the Cyclops-type monster, causing it to spew blood. The monster staggers back from the force of his punch. It glares at Seo Dojun with eyes full of hate. Seeing that it's still standing after his thunderous blow, he remarks, wow, you're tough as nails. Guess I'll test out a new skill then. The monster roars and charges at him. Dojun swiftly dodges its attack, then kicked the monster straight in the face. His kick shattered a few of its teeth, sending spit flying everywhere. But this monster was pretty tough. After Seo Dojun's kick, it just stood there, as if nothing had happened. Its eyes filled with hatred, stared at him as streams of smoke suddenly started rising from its body. Seo Dojun glanced at it and conjured a spatial void. Just as the monster raised its hand to attack, he was sucked into the void. The monster cried out in pain as the punch meant for Seo Dojun was reflected by his void, striking the monster's own head instead. Dojun thought to himself, its practical combat application isn't very efficient yet, and the mana consumption is insane. Meanwhile, the rift in the southern Ma Yu-Du region had been dealt with. Everyone was stunned when they heard the news. The man in the suit thought to himself, they cleared a rift in just 8 hours. He then immediately ordered his assistant to pay them. The assistant complied. Yes, sir. After speaking, he immediately transferred 50 million US dollars. Then said in a bewildered tone, but, at this rate, the budget will hit $1 billion in just a few days, Mr. Chairman. The man in the suit replied sinisterly, there's no way I'm letting him walk away with all that money. The assistant immediately understood the implication. He turned and asked, so your intention is to delay the payment, the chairman yelled. You idiot. What if we do that and Dojun just quits? The assistant stammered. Then, what's your plan, sir? The man in the suit ordered summon all the A-rank hunters immediately. The international S-ranks who are at the resort, bring them here. Form a special team to compete with Seo Dojun. The reward for this team will be $10 million. We have to motivate them with money and psychological pressure. Force them to close the rift gates before Dojun does. The assistant immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. The man in the suit thought, all right, let the showdown begin. Between Seo Dojun and the International Heroes Alliance, let's see which side can handle more gates. Just then, Zhou Yubin received a text message. He looked at his phone. Chairman Daniel Lopez, huh? So after all that, he finally decided on this plan. The assistant beside him spoke up. The rumors about the S-rank hunters dying are spreading everywhere, causing chaos. Zhou Yubin replied, split among everyone, $10 million isn't much. But the loot from the Rift's legacy items will be much more lucrative, so this is fine. Still, are they really putting us all on one team, everyone deploying at once? The assistant replied, those are the orders from above. Hearing this, Zhou Yubin gritted his teeth and said, if I get stuck on the same team as that detestable Seo Dojun, I'll lose my mind. The assistant read the list and remarked, I don't see Seo Dojun's name on the list at all. Zhou Yubin was surprised to hear that. What? Let me see that. It's true. Even Hai Unan and Cheong-ins have vanished from the list. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, Seo Dojun was on his phone checking the amount that had just been transferred. Han Do-yun asked curiously, did the association wire the payment yet? He replied coolly, they did. Han Do-yun guessed, the fee for you must have been too high, so they gathered all the foreign hunters into one team. Hearing this, Do-jun just snorted and replied, the association isn't stupid. Why would they let me take all the reward money? Han Do-yun mumbled in agreement. Yeah, well. Seeing her reaction, he sensed something was off. Is something wrong? At that moment, Han Do-yun cheerfully exposed the situation. You're really laid back about this, Mr. So Dojun. The association is clearly playing dirty behind your back. Dojun thought to himself, it's because I've already collected the amount we originally agreed upon. Money is no longer important to me now. From this point on, there's something more urgent I need to do. Just as the association planned, the race between the two sides was decided early on. A person in the control room typed furiously, updating the rift situation. 3 p.m. The rift in Sector A35 has been closed. Credit to Seo Dojun and his guild. 5:10 p.m. The rift in Sector C12 has been closed by the Heroes Alliance team. 1 S rank and 5 A ranks with minor scratches, but 2 A ranks are severely injured. Call the medical team now. 9:50 p.m. The A037 rift closure is complete. The one responsible was Seo Dojun. He handled it all by himself. After taking down a monster, Seo Dojun stared ahead with a sharp gaze. And so a few days passed in a flash. Everyone in the briefing room looked exhausted from monitoring the competition for so long. A man, seeing his tired colleague, handed him a can of coffee and teased, man, you've got dark circles down to your chin. The man took it and replied, I'm a bit tired. I tried to take a quick nap earlier, but it didn't help at all. That's just how things are now. The rifts shrouded in dark magic are being dealt with extremely quickly. But on the other hand, the normal rifts are being ignored. Agents are monitoring those places 24/7 with machines and sensors. Because they never know what kind of incident might suddenly occur. They have to be ready for battle every single day. The man with glasses sipped his coffee while continuing to monitor the rifts. Suddenly, a large red dot appeared on the computer screen. However, the red dot suddenly vanished, meaning the holes in the rift had been completely closed, causing the two monitoring agents to stare with wide-eyed surprise. A loud shout erupted from a room in the building. Seo Dojun and the other heroes had successfully closed all the gates. A joyous voice announced, the rift in Sector B41 has been completely sealed. Everyone was so happy they started to cry. It's finally over. Someone quickly ran towards a room. It was Chairman Daniel Lopez's assistant. He joyfully announced, Mr. Chairman, we have closed all rifts within a 500-kilometer radius of Santeng. Daniel Lopez let out a sigh of relief and asked, so, does this mean the emergency situation has been resolved? The assistant confirmed, yes, sir. All rifts containing dark magic have been sealed. Hearing this, Daniel Lopez seemed relieved. I see. You've all worked very hard. Seeing the assistant about to leave, he quickly called him back. Wait, hold on. Although there are still a few rifts left, taking a day off to relax wouldn't kill anyone. The assistant, still seemingly confused, stammered, What? What do you mean, sir? Daniel Lopez replied, I'm going to throw a party to show my gratitude for the hunters and agents' hard work. At the party, the fragrant aroma of barbecue wafted from the charcoal grill, where Zhou Yubin was chatting with his colleagues. A band was also playing on stage. Indu walked up and spoke, Mr. Chairman, we've come to say our goodbyes. Daniel Lopez asked in surprise. Goodbyes. Indu smiled and replied, our group is preparing to return to our country. Hearing this, he asked urgently, return to your country. Why so suddenly? Daniel Lopez looked over at Dojun. He wasn't looking at the chairman but was smiling at something in another direction. Daniel Lopez pleaded, there are still plenty of rifts and areas with cracks. At the very least, you all should finish this campaign before you go back. Indu reminded him of their agreement. The original agreement was that our team would only handle the Santarang area. Once we're done, we're supposed to withdraw. Daniel Lopez quickly tried to stop them. Hold on. Let's not be so hasty. How about this? At the very least, could Hero Dojun stay behind? Hearing this, Indo felt annoyed. What does he mean, at the very least? It was obvious the old man was only targeting Seo Dojun. She turned to ask him, what do you think? Seeing Seo Dojun remain silent, Daniel Lopez quickly spoke up. Hey, this isn't a good place to talk. I'd like to speak with you privately for a moment. Watching the two of them walk away, Indu asked Han Do-yun, do you think Seo Dojun will stay? Han Do-yeon answered worriedly. He's already made enough money, and he even got a top-tier ingredient like the elite crocodile's heart. He'll probably leave. In-do teased her. You silly girl. You just can't bear to see him go, can you? She shyly denied it. That's not it at all. You're talking nonsense. The two of them quietly observed the conversation between Daniel Lopez and Seo Dojun. Seeing Dojun turn to walk away, they continued to guess. Looks like he's decided to leave. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? I don't know. Suddenly they exclaimed in surprise. Ah, it's Beth Holly. In-do nudged Han Do-yeon, urging her to go see what they were talking about. Hurry up, Han Do-yeon refused. Why would I go over there? But In-do kept making up reasons. Let's go see if they're on a secret date or something. Han Do-yeon refuted the idea. A secret date, out here in the open with all these people. Seeing how clueless she was, In-do chided her. You're so naive. Standing in front of a great beauty like that, do you really think he has the mind to notice his surroundings? If you don't want him stolen from right under your nose, you'd better make a move and stake your claim. Suddenly, she overheard the conversation between Seo Dojun and Beth Holly. Please consider it carefully, because this is also a wonderful opportunity for you. Hearing that, Han Do-yeon thought curiously. An opportunity? What did she just say? Could it be some kind of indecent proposal like moving in together? Beth Holly proposed, I'll be waiting for your reply. Just contact me anytime. Seo Dojun didn't refuse outright, but replied, I'll think about it. In-do looked at Beth Holly and praised her inwardly. She really is beautiful, but he still seems pretty calm. Could he be impotent? What kind of crazy things am I thinking? Suddenly Seo Dojun spoke up to ask for a favor. Since we've run into each other here, could I ask you for something? Beth Holly agreed. Of course. Han Do-yeon continued to eavesdrop on their conversation. Seo Dojun asked, the upcoming Golden Market, I'd like to check it out. Could you get me an invitation? She thought to herself, the Golden Market, isn't that the world-famous annual auction held in Las Vegas? Why would Dojun want to go there? Beth Holly smiled and replied, of course I can, but I have one condition. A week before the market opens, come to my house. Hearing Beth Holly's request, In-do was even more shocked, her jaw dropping. In her mind, images of a hot and seductive Beth Holly kept appearing. She watched the two of them and thought nervously, what are you going to do? Seo Dojun Han Do-yeon glared at them with daggers in her eyes, while Beth Holly smiled at him with an expectant look. Suddenly, she realized a pair of eyes was staring daggers at her. It turned out to be Han Do-yeon, who had been standing there watching them talk for who knows how long. She spoke up, take your time to answer. But since I sincerely hope you'll come, I'll give you the Golden Market ticket now. This is much better than a one-time use invitation, isn't it? Right after he checked his phone and saw he had received a VIP ticket to the Golden Market, Dojun thanked her. Meanwhile, Han Do-yeon was still reeling. When did she get Dojun's phone number? Suddenly a voice rang out. My, what a beautiful sight we have here. It was Dowoong-pai who had just walked over mocking them, the two great beauties of Korea and America standing side by side. Tiska, what a lovely scene. So, Dojun, you're pretty impressive. Holding two flowers in one hand, you must feel like you've got the whole world in your grasp, don't you? Dojun glanced at Do-eung-pai, who stared back at him with a provocative expression. Han Do-yeon felt a sense of unease in her heart. Do-eung-pai looks like he's about to start something. Suddenly he laughed loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Do-eung-pai feigned innocence. Honestly, don't be so tense. I don't intend to do anything. I just wanted to introduce you to a friend of mine. But I wonder if you two already know each other. Dojun looked at the person approaching. Beth Holly also looked at him with surprise. Han Do-yeon thought in shock, Takashi. The person standing before them was Takashi, with his arm in a cast. Han Do-yeon frowned, thinking, he's already been discharged from the hospital. Chairman Daniel Lopez was also a bit panicked to see him here. Damn it. I specifically didn't invite Hiro Takashi because I was afraid this would happen. Why did the two of them have to run into each other at this exact moment? Dojun looked at him with emotionless eyes while Takashi glared at him with a furious expression. Suddenly Seo Dojun spoke. It seems your body has fully recovered, hasn't it? He replied with polite sarcasm. Thanks to a certain someone, I had a truly memorable experience. Dojun replied, as long as you think it was all right. Chairman Daniel Lopez, seeing the tense atmosphere, spoke up to check on him. Hiro Takashi, your body has recovered a lot. I didn't invite you to this event because I was worried you would overexert yourself, but seeing you like this, I feel much more at ease. Now, there's a very comfortable sofa over there. Please feel free to relax and chat. Do-eun cursed inwardly, seeing the situation wasn't what he'd expected. Damn it, that old geezer, I can't let him ruin the opportunity I worked so hard to create. He immediately chimed in. That's right, Takashi. You should be resting. The wound that Dojun gave you must still be aching, right? Oh, and I wonder if you've received an apology yet. After all, you were the one who was beaten, so you deserve an apology. Isn't that right? The more he spoke, the angrier Takashi became. He glared at Seo Dojun. Han Do-yeon and Beth Holly also looked nervously toward Takashi. Seo Dojun smiled and called out, Hey Takashi, the gawk are scum, aren't they? Everyone was stunned to hear Seo Dojun ask him that so directly. Indu and Beth, Holly were frozen for a good 5 seconds, thinking, what is happening? Takashi gritted his teeth and replied in a furious tone, is this really the time or place to be talking about that? But Dojun completely ignored what he said and stated firmly, of course they're scum. Du Eungpi seemed unable to believe it, and stammered. What? Dojun continued to press him. They're worthless trash that brings no benefit to society, right? Absolutely. Complete and utter trash. Han Do-yeon thought to herself, I feel like I've seen this scene somewhere before. Du Eungpi put a hand on Takashi's shoulder and whispered, Takashi, what the hell are you doing right now? Takashi didn't answer. Instead, he turned back to him with a face full of rage, making Do Eungbi flinch. Then he held up his phone and played the recorded conversation. A voice echoed out saying, about that thing I mentioned before, he needs to get it done quickly. What was it? Did you forget? There's someone in Brazil who needs to be eliminated. Right, I've been so busy lately. What was his name again? Dojun. The listener was completely shocked. The voice from the recording continued, just take care of him inside the rift, right? Talking too much just tires me out. Is there anything else to do in Brazil? If so, maybe a date with some girls. I want to try hitting on Gia this time. Or maybe Han Do-yeon. I don't think she has a boyfriend. Well, I'll see you in Brazil then. Du Eungbi stared at Takashi in disbelief. Dojun thought to himself with amusement. I never expected Lin's eye to be so effective. Kang Do-eung, you picked the wrong opponent. From now on I'm going to torture you until you wish you were dead. Right then, hundreds of eyes were on Du Eungbi, making him break out in a sweat from humiliation. He scowled so hard that the veins on his forehead popped. Suddenly, Du Eungbi burst out laughing. A voice rang out, damn it, that's stupid. Yakuza ruined everything. Takashi stood opposite Du Eungbi, the tension between them like a fire about to ignite. The voice continued, that's right, even though he's already caused all sorts of trouble. Dojun thought, but if this rambling keeps up, something big is going to happen. Just as he predicted, Do Eungbi raised his fist and punched Takashi hard in the face, making him reel. Takashi cried out in pain. Seizing the opportunity while he was hurt, Du Eungbi quickly fled. Chairman Daniel Lopez immediately gave an order. Now get him. The bodyguards acknowledged the order. Yes, sir. They chased after Du Eungbi. Seeing this, Han Do-yeon urged Dojun quick catch him. Suddenly she stopped noticing. Dojun was still standing in place. She thought, isn't he going to chase him? In that situation, Dojun could have easily stopped him. Han Do-yeon asked quizzically, why didn't you stop him? But Dojun just remained silent. It was a shocking night. The incident quickly spread across the world, and the shock that both South Korea and Japan had to endure was beyond imagination. Both governments and the hero associations tried to evade public scrutiny. The media relentlessly exposed the past deeds of Kang Eungbi and Takashi. In a room where furniture was apparently being smashed by someone, Hong Hae-ju angrily cursed, you idiots, you bastards, you goddamn fools. Hong Hae-ju continuously used a golf club to smash the furniture. She seemed to be venting her anger on the household items. Manager Lee stood outside, silently enduring her rage. Suddenly she shouted, Manager Lee, get in here, which made his heart skip a beat. By now, the furniture in the room was in pieces after Hong Hae-ju's rampage. She picked up a cigarette and asked about Kang Do-eung's current situation. Manager Lee immediately reported, I've heard that Interpol and the World Hero Alliance are rigorously hunting for him, but there's been no information about his capture yet. She cursed angrily. That despicable bastard. I hope he resists and gets killed just to get him out of my sight. What about the loose ends? Have they been tied up? Manager Lee replied, yes, I've already taken all the necessary measures. From our accounts to the compromised communication network and even the security cameras, everything has been thoroughly handled. Is there something worrying you, ma'am? Hong Hae-ju didn't answer and instead threw a phone at him. Manager Lee caught it and asked with a surprised look, wait, is this a phone? Hearing that, she retorted, you're looking at it and you can't tell it's the one I use for personal matters. You know this number is limited to family only. And yet, read the new message. Manager Lee looked down at the phone and saw a threatening text. Cooperate, partner. If you refuse, I'll release the evidence. I'll be in touch. He asked suspiciously. Could this be Kang Do-eung? What kind of nonsense cooperation could he possibly want with us? Hong Hae-ju seemed to lose her composure and screamed, what does that even matter? Just being associated with him is enough to cause huge trouble. You're all a bunch of useless incompetents. Useless. Get the hell out of my sight. With that, she grabbed a vase and threw it at him. As Manager Lee walked out, he worriedly thought, if I get dragged into this any further, my own life will be in danger. I have to find a way to save myself. Just as he reached the door, he ran into Seo Ki-jung. His piercing gaze was fixed on Manager Lee. Seo Ki-jung was Hong Hae-ju's father-in-law, the head of T Group. The moment Manager Lee saw him, his face turned pale with fear, and he quickly said, my apologies, Chairman. Upon seeing him, Hong Hae-ju flinched. She trembled and tried to explain, Father, I wanted to say, but Seo Ki-jung didn't let her finish and slapped her across the face. Hong Hae-ju clutched her face, trembling on the floor. He angrily demanded, do you see me as some over-the-hill old man? Hong Hae-ju asked, trembling. Father, what are you talking about? Before she could recover, Seo Ki-jung slapped her again. He interrogated her. Did you think I didn't know you hired Kang Do-eung to kill So Dojun? My own flesh and blood is an S-rank hero. I will definitely bring Dojun back home. Hong Hae-ju was shocked to hear these words. Seo Ki-jung continued, I never liked that arrogant P-group all just because they have that one guy, Jung Si-ho. It seems the heavens are still smiling on me, Seo Ki-jung. With that, he gave a sinister smile. To do that, first, we need to figure out how to clean up the mess you've made. Yes. Hong Hae-ju frowned, sweat beading on her face. While the situation surrounding Kang Do-eung was descending into chaos, So Do-jun's team returned to South Korea. Looking out the airplane window, Seo Do-jun thought, this Rift expedition was quite profitable. I gathered enough materials and made a good amount of money too. Eun suddenly leaned forward and asked him, I have something I'm very curious about. Can you answer it for me? Dojun looked at her and asked, what is it? Eun continued, it's about Kang Do-eung. You let him escape on purpose, didn't you? Dojun smiled and replied playfully, that's the only way we can move on to the next step. At Seo Do-jun's place in South Korea, Eun was happily enjoying a hamburger. Seo Do-jun smiled and asked the little girl, is it good? She replied with satisfaction, it's absolutely delicious. He watched her eat with a happy expression, but his eyes seemed to hold something back. Do-jun recalled the events that had happened earlier. After returning to the country and reuniting with his family, So Do-jun was completely stunned, as his grandmother's health had clearly deteriorated. Seeing her like this, he rushed over worriedly and asked, why wouldn't you go to the hospital? And you didn't even call to let me know. Seo Eun-young spoke in a small voice, big brother, don't scold grandma. She said it was money you had to risk your life to earn so it shouldn't be wasted. Do-jun put a hand to his grandmother's ear and then said, going to the hospital when you're sick isn't being wasteful. He whispered in her ear, I've gone out and made a lot of money, so don't worry and just go to the hospital. All the things you need to do, all the things you want to buy. From now on, don't hold back anymore. Just live comfortably. Hearing this, his grandmother was moved to tears. Do-jun immediately had her admitted to the best hospital in Korea, and visiting her with So Eun-young every day to eat hamburgers together became a new daily routine for him. The two siblings happily ate their hamburgers together. The scene changes to the Gasan Hero residential district. Inside his shop, Choi Chol-guan remarked, the more I look at it, the more impressive it is. This is the first time I've ever seen a blue crocodile's heart so perfectly intact. I should be able to forge a sword that's even more effective than expected. Do-jun asked curiously, how long will it take? The man thought for a moment before announcing, about 3 weeks. I'll get started on it right away. Suddenly, Do-jun proposed, besides the sword, there's something else I'd like to ask you to make. Is that possible? Choi Chol-guan nodded. Anything. If you're the one asking, I'll make it. Seo Do-jun then pulled a grotesque-looking item from his bag. The man stared in surprise at the item in his hand. This is, Do-jun calmly announced, it's the silk thread and salivary gland sac of a Belzeka. Hearing this, Choi Chol-guan seemed to understand. You want to make armor custom-sized for you, right? Do-jun shook his head. No, I'm planning to have it made for my little sister. The man's expression slowly changed. Your sister armor made from Belzeka silk has incredibly high defensive power. I'm sure there are plenty of heroes lining up to buy something like that. Is your sister a hero too? Do-jun chuckled and held out his phone. Not at all. You'll be surprised. It's for this cute little girl, see. He continued with his instructions. Make it look like normal clothing, not a combat suit. Choi Chol-guan laughed and nodded. I understand. But then he asked curiously, is there a problem? The man smiled and shared an important piece of information. Kids grow up fast, you know. Even if I make it, she might only be able to wear it for a year or two. Seo Do-jun didn't seem to care about this. He then pulled out a bottle which confused the man. What's this now? Do-jun held it out firmly in front of Choi Chol-guan. It's the essence of a tayul. If you combine it with the fabric, its elasticity will increase tenfold. The man's eyes lit up. Really, a tayul? You mean that extremely common plant-type monster? Seo Do-jun nodded and turned to leave. Then I'll leave it in your hands. Choi Chol-guan, still confused, asked last time. It was Cyclops' blood, and now this. Where do you even find these things? Do-jun stopped abruptly at the question. A moment later, he chuckled and announced, this is my second life after all. The scene changes to a large city where Park Sung-wook is walking slowly forward. In a place like this, he was no different from any ordinary person. Park Sung-wook's eyes were now filled with a strange look. After walking for a while, he entered an underground basement. Next, Park Sung-wook walked into a cafe. An employee greeted him with a smile. Welcome, he thought to himself. Opening a cafe in a basement, the owner must have a sharp eye. Suddenly, Sung-wook recognized the man in front of him, feeling a hint of admiration. But thanks to that, it's good that I can meet him quietly like this. He silently gazed at the back of the person ahead of him. Park Sung-wook stepped forward to greet him. A pleasure to meet you, he thought to himself. He probably wanted to meet here for that very reason. At the same time, he introduced himself. I am Park Sung-wook, the one who was contacted. 52 years old, formerly the head of the secretarial office at S Group and currently working freelance. The person opposite him introduced himself as well. Hello, I'm Seo Do-jun. Park Sung-wook slowly sat down and asked, "You're the hero who's been on the rise recently, right? What business do you have with me?" Dojun got straight to the point. "I was referred to you. I heard you're the one who helps corporations or heroes when they want to do things secretly." Hearing this, the man nodded. "Yes, I'll do anything as long as it's not illegal. One hot chocolate." Suddenly, Seo Dojun spoke up. "I want to build a house." The man gave him a confused look. "A house? Judging by the fact that you're asking me instead of a construction company. It seems you need a rather unusual house, wouldn't you say?" He realized, so he gets straight to the point, huh? Dojun continued his announcement. "I need the safest house in the world." Park Sung-wook prodded further. "What are your desired location and budget?" Just then, a server brought their coffee over. Dojun thought silently for a short moment. The priority is Seoul. The budget is about 5 trillion. That number made Park Sung-wook spit out all the black coffee in his mouth. Dojun frowned in annoyance. "Is this the first time you've handled such a large budget?" The man quickly shook his head. "No, it's not that." He then carefully stepped forward to wipe Seo Dojun's face clean. Park Sung-wook sighed and continued his questions. "It seems you're planning to build a castle, not a house." Dojun was surprised. "A castle? Maybe something like a castle would be better. Then for the budget, would a budget of 1 trillion won be okay?" This figure made Park Sung-wook freeze. He quickly recovered and said, "Hero Dojun, do you happen to know where the safest house in Korea is right now?" Dojun thought for a moment. "The private residence of Chairman Oh Rong-gae of S Group in Gangnam." The man nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's correct. Chairman Oh Rong-gae's house is valued at 1.1 trillion won, but in reality, the land and construction costs were only about 800 billion won. Looking at your budget, Hero Seo Dojun, you could build a house far more magnificent than that. But it would be difficult in Gangnam. You can't buy land there. Because a rift has never appeared in Gangnam, the land prices have never dropped. They only continue to rise. In conclusion, you can build the best house, but securing the safest area won't be easy. How will you handle that?" Dojun calmly sipped the coffee in his hand. Then he calmly declared, "The safest place isn't Gangnam. The notion that Gangnam is the safest place is just a hope held by the people of Gangnam." Park Sung-wook still didn't understand what Seo Dojun had just said. Just a hope, Dojun thought to himself. The belief that Gangnam is safe is just an illusion created by the media. The fact that nothing has happened in Gangnam so far is purely a coincidence. Even in the world that was destroyed, it was only a matter of when, not if. Dojun recalled every rift that had appeared, understanding that eventually rifts appeared in every single area. Suddenly he asked, "So, do you have a target area in mind? How about we buy in the Guro district?" Park Sung-wook was utterly confused. He asked blankly. "Guro, a rift appeared there a few years ago. Even Mapo, which isn't far, had a rift recently." Dojun silently realized Mapo. "I was the one who handled that." Suddenly, Park Sung-wook asked curiously, "Do you have a special reason for choosing Guro?" His answer made the other man extremely anxious. It was just because Guzo was close. After he finished speaking, Seo Dojun's expression remained calm. Elsewhere, a rift had appeared in the sky. Monsters began to invade the land. Suddenly, one turned its head to look in a certain direction, its eyes widening as if it realized something was wrong. Before it could even react, Seo Dojun took it down with a single swing of his sword. He felt relieved that this monster hadn't wasted his time. Dojun held up the sword and observed it intently. It was even better than he'd expected. Choi Chol-gwan then happily announced, "I can say with confidence this is the greatest masterpiece of my life. It was all made from the materials you provided, so I won't take any money." "Wait, you already transferred it. Could the satisfaction I'm feeling right now really be exchanged for a few coins? 10 billion. Choi Chol-gwan's face completely changed when he saw the number. Dojun chuckled and told him, "I don't like being in debt." Thanks to this sword, he dealt with the monsters with incredible ease. It seemed like none of them were a match for him, which he found immensely enjoyable. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say this sword is worth hundreds of billions. Thanks to this, hunting will be much easier from now on. After meeting with Park Sung-wook and deciding to build a house, Seo Dojun spent all his time for the next few weeks hunting rifts. He wanted to buy 10,000 pyong of land in the G district, which is equivalent to 33.57 square meters, and he'd need at least 400 to 500 billion gun. Even that might not be enough if the landowner decided to price gouge. To Park Sung-wook's suggestion about the purchase area, Seo Dojun simply replied, "I'll take care of the money." With the help of his sword, Seo Dojun dealt with monsters even more easily. Then one evening, he took Seo Eun-young out for a drive. The little girl smiled happily. "I heard Grandma will be discharged from the hospital in a few days. That's great news." He nodded. "That's good." The girl pouted a little. "You've been so busy lately." Seo Dojun gave a forced smile. He really had been a bit busy. Seeing this, Seo Eun-young suggested, "Then you don't have to visit her every day. Let me take care of Grandma." Her heartbreakingly mature words left Seo Dojun silent. While he was still lost in thought, a man suddenly appeared before them. He stared at the two of them and then asked, "You're Seo Dojun, aren't you? Chairman Song Ji-han sent me to pick you up. Please get in the car. I was instructed to escort you personally." He thought silently for a moment, then he lifted Yoon and set her on the ground. Yoon, stay here for a second, okay? The little girl nodded in agreement. Okay, he continued to instruct her. Yoon, close your eyes for a bit. She obediently followed his words. Okay. The next second, Dojun kicked and shattered the supercar in front of them. Before the secretary could even understand what was happening, the car was completely destroyed. He rushed forward to stop him. Hey, that's... His eyes were now filled with nothing but hatred. Get lost, and don't ever show your face again. While the man was still flustered, Dojun turned back to his sister. He quickly explained, I was just teaching a lesson to someone who tried to take me away from my Yoon. Hearing this, the little girl smiled and turned to look at him. Then if someone tries to take Yoon from you, can I handle them? Dojun chuckled reassuringly. Don't worry. He gently bent down and picked her up, then returned to their home with her. Recalling her earlier words, Dojun decided that if anyone even dared to have such a thought, he would kill them all. I'm Do-hee's voice rang out. Are you planning to buy a house, Dojun? Dojun nodded in confirmation. It seems I'm going through someone you recommended. She quickly stood up. What about me? What am I going to do? Dojun asked blankly. What are you going to do? Do-hee laughed. You idiot. Why are you even asking? I have to move in next door, of course. I have to become the single woman living next door, right? She imagined a scene where Han Do-yeon would smile and strike up a conversation. I cooked a little too much, can I bring some over to share? Her delusions left, Dojun completely speechless. This woman is crazy. She wouldn't back down either. What's the point of having all that money if you don't use it? Money is meant to be used at times like this. And so the two of them continued to argue in the mansion. Her body drew closer, and she took the opportunity to get intimate with Seo Dojun. If only we could get even closer. Just thinking about this scene made Han Do-yeon blush with embarrassment. Do-hee reminded her, it's entirely possible, you know. It's totally possible. I heard he's not just moving but building a brand new house, right? So he's not just going to stay for a year or two and then leave. She also nodded in agreement. That's right, exactly. Han Do-yeon fell silent thinking for a moment. Do-hee was still staring at her. Suddenly she asked, how about you move near Dojun too, sis? Look at this girl, she's clearly on edge. She quickly reacted. Oh, you're really something. Do-hee took the opportunity to repeat herself. But I'm not kidding. It's not what you're thinking. After what happened in Brazil, I'm certain of one thing a hero has to pick the right side to follow no matter where they go. That being the case, I'd rather choose the sports car speeding down the highway. Han Do-yeon glanced suspiciously at Do-hee. Are you saying Dojun is that sports car? She laughed. You really have to ask. You've seen it too, haven't you? His level is completely different from other S ranks. I'm thinking of using this opportunity to build a whole complex and put the guild office there too. She also nodded in agreement. That sounds good. Do-hee brought her wine glass closer. Come on, Han Do-yeon, you should make a decision too. Not yet, she said before nodding in agreement. All right. Inside the Na Daegwang building, they remarked on Hero Dojun. You've been quite busy lately. You've already closed 9 rifts in just 2 weeks. Since the payout isn't small, I had to call you all the way here. And while you're here, I wanted to hear your reason. Are you in such a rush because you predict that Korea will become as dangerous as Brazil? Looking at the balance in his account, Seo Dojun focused his thoughts. 452 billion had been deposited. He shook his head and replied, for now, it's still fine. Na Daegwang was surprised. For now? Then what on earth is your reason for hunting monsters so relentlessly? Hearing this naive question, Seo Dojun let out a cryptic laugh. I'm just doing what's right in front of me. Because I need money. Na Daegwang was completely taken aback. Money, he nodded and continued to explain. To build a house. And regarding the construction of the house, I also have a favor to ask you, Chairman. From that day on, real estate transactions around the land Dojun had purchased started happening at a dizzying pace, starting with Dojun Han Do-yeon and Do-hee, and then even the Na Daegwang Guild and the Hwajeong Guild joined in. It's unclear where they got the tip, but a number of heroes and land speculators also jumped into the fray. The hero chairman burst out laughing like a madman. He felt a thrill of excitement. The blood of a businessman never lies. When it comes to investing, it has to be real estate. Find out exactly why he's buying up all the surrounding land for me. The secretary immediately nodded in agreement. Understood. Rumors gave birth to more rumors, drawing in even more buyers. Soon, the land prices in Guzo district skyrocketed. But Seo Dojun had already purchased 10,000 pyong of land beforehand. He calmly placed the blueprints down on the table. Park Sung-wook was still baffled and asked, is this everything? I really don't get it. On a 10,000 pyong plot of land, you're only building a 150 pyong house. What do you plan to do with the rest of the land? Dojun slowly handed him the design plans. I have to make this house the safest place in the world. The man was confused. The only safe feature seemed to be the circular outer wall. Park Sung-wook thought to himself, is he planning on building an entire fortress? He continued to remind him, it can be built quickly, since there's no need for interior work, but what's its purpose? You have to register it with the district office. It seemed Seo Dojun had already prepared for this. The chairman of the association will take care of it. Seeing his confidence, Park Sung-wook couldn't help but be surprised. He grew even more curious. What on earth was this for, that even the chairman of the Hero Association had to get involved? The scene shifted to a rift area on a mountain where Dojun was casually walking, preparing for a mission. The voice of the chairman's secretary rang out. Hunter Dojun personally asked the chairman. The chairman nodded seriously in confirmation. He made a very bold request. After confirming the monster's presence on the mountain, Dojun immediately took care of them. Over here, the assistant is still in shock. Taming monsters. Na Daegwang felt a sense of anticipation. I was just as shocked when I first heard it. Isn't this completely unprecedented, taming monsters? It seems Dojun is truly serious. He calmly walked towards a cave on the cliffside, his tall figure entering deep inside. Meanwhile, the chairman was still feeling expectant. He asked for permission to raise a monster on his own land. After entering the cave, Dojun observed his surroundings. Na Daegwang continued his conversation with the secretary, and there's something even more shocking. Do you know what it is? The monster Dojun plans to tame is a Cassian. Seeing the monster before him, his anticipation grew even stronger. I'll go easy on you today. It swung its giant tail towards him. With his nimble body, Dojun easily dodged. The Cassian continued to unleash a massive wave of power. Its eyes were bloodshot, as if it wanted to eat him alive. Dojun retreated to a safe distance. An hour passed, and he had finally dealt with the Cassian. It lay exhausted on the ground, motionless. He approached it and calmly stroked its head. I'll visit again later, so be good. Feeling quite cheerful, Dojun hummed a tune as he left. The Cassian behind him looked utterly dejected. Han Do-yeon's phone was still ringing non-stop. She tiredly reached for her phone and slowly answered. A familiar voice came through. Were you sleeping? I have something to ask you. Do-yeon was surprised. Dojun, is that you? He continued to probe. Does Stone Man also distribute mana, stone powder? She was confused. Powder mana stones are so precious, who would grind them into powder? I heard that grinding them up makes all the energy disappear. Why are you suddenly asking about that? Dojun calmly looked at the giant rift before him. I have a use for it. Han Do-yeon was even more surprised. What are you using it for? I'm even more curious now. But he didn't tell her. Fine, I'll find it myself. After he hung up, Do-yeon frowned in annoyance, saying such strange things so early in the morning. Meanwhile, Dojun had walked directly into the rift. The most fundamental way to protect a house is from the outside. As for the guards inside, they can be positioned once the construction is complete. Dojun looked up ahead. And finally, I'll build a device to nullify external impacts like earthquakes. Seeing a monster attack him, Dojun laughed. To make that, I'm going to need your mana stone. When it attacked, he leaped aside, swiftly dodging. The monster's attacks were incredibly powerful, forcing him to be on guard. Even after a long time, the monster's strength was still immense. Dojun seized an opportunity to leap into the air, and in an instant he appeared behind it. This monster was too vigilant. It had already detected his move. Of course, Dojun was not one to back down and attack directly. A strange aura enveloped his body. He slowly aimed his sword forward. Half-moon sword style, third form. Dojun's eyes widened as he stared ahead, the light from his sword growing more intense. He decisively slashed at the monster with powerful strokes. Everything happened so fast that it was left dazed. The space around them began to change. Destructive spirals hidden behind a beautiful facade. Spirals of fire rained down onto the ground. The monster was still dazed, not knowing what to do. Within seconds, the fire spirals continuously fell upon its body. With no way to escape, it was severely injured. As it fell, Dojun landed on the ground. His gaze was nothing short of terrifying. The reward for this battle was a sparkling mana stone. Dojun crushed it without a second thought. He ground it into a powder and carefully poured it into a vial. Then, Dojun continued to calculate. Come to think of it, a rift is also a type of external impact. Maybe I can use this to suppress the formation of rifts. If so, that would be perfect. The scene shifted to a press conference with everyone gathered in one place. While Dojun was busy hunting in rifts and visiting his grandmother in the hospital, some shocking news was released to the public. Grandson of TG's chairman Hyo helps Dojun. The truth is that Dojun is the grandson of TG's chairman Hyo. Chairman Hyo let out a hearty laugh. Looks like that Dojun kid got scared, calling a press conference all of a sudden. Once a rumor spreads, no matter what you say, people will only ever see you as my grandson. This topic was being hotly debated. No wonder it felt strange. How could a kid that young already be an S-rank TG? Must have poured a ton of money into him. Isn't he basically a diamond spoon baby? Why hold a press conference? He'll probably just deny everything. Let's see what that Dojun has to say. In front of all the cameras, Dojun appeared strangely calm. He finally decided to speak. I was born an illegitimate child, and I was abandoned when I was very young. This news stunned everyone into silence. Han Do-yeon and Ins were speechless, and even Chairman Hyo couldn't believe he would say such a thing. Dojun slowly recounted the life he had lived. To be more precise, he briefly but clearly described the life that the original Dojun had gone through. For those who were still skeptical of Seo Dojun's words, testimonials from his old school friends were released, and even interviews with the owners of places he used to work part-time were broadcast. Gradually, a wave of sympathy for Dojun spread widely. Comments poured in. So, Dojun's character is perfect too. What kind of person is he? I want to marry him, Dojun. And so TG's stock price, which had been steadily climbing before the press conference, plummeted by 30% in an instant. Chairman Hiro was clutching his head on the verge of a complete breakdown. Back in the day, Seo Dojun may have been young, but he was driven by a single-minded determination. My only wish is for you and Seo Eun-young to live your lives in safety. That was the reason he never stopped trying. Soon that promise would become a reality. Absolute unshakable safety. The debt collectors had been dealt with long ago. After that devastating blow, the T group had also become much more docile. Even though Kang Dong-pyo was still out there, he was sure the man would walk right into a trap. The only thing he needed to watch out for until the very end were unexpected cracks in his plan. Once the house was complete, it would be strong enough to defend against any cracks that might appear nearby. Park Sung-wook came forward to report, "We've completed the exterior first, just as you instructed. The house itself is also nearly finished." Seo Dojun asked, "When will it be completely done? I want to move in early." The man was utterly bewildered. "How can you say that? This is the residence of the world's #1 hero. We can't afford to be careless with even a single screw." Dojun suddenly announced, "I'll pay double the construction cost." Park Sung-wook's expression immediately changed completely. 10 days. I guarantee it'll be done. Suddenly he remembered something. One more thing. Don't let a single soul come near here tonight. As evening fell, Seo Dojun headed deep into the forest. He was still focused, thinking about his next move. A calculating look slowly formed on his face. All the magic stones I've accumulated. Tonight I'm using every last one. With that, Seo Dojun pulled out all the magic stones he had on him. A magic circle appeared. He bent down to begin, and his body erupted in a brilliant red aura. He raised his hands, controlling the stones from a distance. Each stone fell into a different position, but they all landed in spots that Seo Dojun had calculated beforehand. This magic circle would make the fortress walls increasingly sturdy. His eyes scanned the area. They were all imagination-grade magic stones. Placing them looks pretty neat. Now, I'll use the magic stone powder to crush any potential variables that might arise. A magic stone fell to the ground, making the area sparkle. After finishing his work, Seo Dojun headed in another direction. All right, the base is done. Time to go pick up some gatekeepers. The sound of Hong Hae-ju's screaming echoed. I knew it was you, Kang Dong-pyo. Instead of wasting time threatening me, you should be out there killing Seo Dojun. The fake papers, the hotel money, even the cost of investigating Seo Dojun. I've taken care of everything for you, haven't I? Now go get his head and bring it to me. Immediately, her attitude infuriated him. He'd heard this woman was shunned by both her husband's family and her own, yet she was taking her anger out on him. He shot back, "You think I enjoy being in this position? I've had to suppress the urge to bury the bastards who put me in this state alive, just to focus solely on that punk Seo Dojun." Hearing this, Hae-ju was about to lose her mind. "Then why haven't you done anything? Are you that scared of Seo Dojun that you're just cowering in fear?" He angrily stepped closer to her and warned, "Shut your trap and crawl back into whatever hole you came from. You think an S-rank fight is child's play. The easiest way to end this would be to take some old man or a little girl hostage. But it's like he knows. He never leaves his family's side. Once we got involved with Seo Dojun, there was no turning back for either of us. I'm gritting my teeth with the determination to wipe that bastard's entire family off the face of the earth. And what did you dare say to me? That I'm scared? Kang Dong-pyo, afraid of a snot-nosed kid who's still wet behind the ears. Let me tell you, there's never been a single person I've marked for death who has managed to stay alive. You think Seo Dojun can protect his family forever? The moment he lets his guard down, they'll all become my prey. If you understand, then shut your mouth and don't interfere. You don't need to push me. I know how to defeat him. I will make it happen, no matter the cost." The scene shifts to the Dark Castle. This place hosted only Death Knights. There was no separate boss, only Death Knights. Seo Dojun stepped inside the castle. 3, right at the entrance. Seems manageable, but they're not easy opponents, for many reasons. They have no physical bodies, nor do they feel pain. Unless you strike their soul core, they won't fall. Furthermore, they retain the swordsmanship they learned as humans, with each one fighting in their own unique style. Seo Dojun let out an excited laugh. "Well, you were all knights once. It would be rude to greet you empty-handed." With that, he leaped into the air, sword in hand, and attacked. His strikes were incredibly decisive. His power was so overwhelming that the knights couldn't even fight back. Seeing them struggle, Dojun chuckled. "Besides, I really love a good sword fight." In the moments that followed, the two sides clashed again. When a knight attacked, he dodged with ease. "I've lived with a blade in my hand since I could barely walk." The secret technique of the Bangian clan doesn't use any other kind of martial art. Seo Dojun's speed continued to increase until the knight couldn't keep up. This gave him an even greater advantage, leaving them unable to resist. "I'm going to conquer this place using only my sword." This little challenge I've set for myself is so exciting I can barely contain it. What, only one left? A strange noise echoed. So Dojun turned to look behind him, taking in the chaotic scene. I figured at least one of them would stand out even among the regular ones. What a disappointment. Dojun sighed softly. Noticing another figure approaching, his attention was piqued. Before him stood a knight that seemed much stronger than the previous three. Dojun's anticipation grew. It's about time. I knew a high ranker would show up eventually. The knight wasted no time on words. It immediately attacked with its sword. With a simple turn of his own blade, he easily parried the blow. The two then began a duel of pure swordsmanship. Seo Dojun thought to himself. As expected, he's on a completely different level. That's a sharp blade. Good, keep it coming. I'm starting to like this. The two fought on, and even he had to nod in approval. That last blow was pretty good. But Seo Dojun had already found the knight's weakness and struck. Unable to withstand the attack, it collapsed to the ground. He placed his sword on its neck and declared, "You will be my guard." And just like that, Seo Dojun had acquired several new guards. He laughed, clearly pleased. 5 elites in 2 days. The effort was well worth it. He suddenly waved his hand to the side, and all the knights listening to his command abruptly vanished from the spot. Seo Dojun chuckled, talking to himself. Recruiting guards is done. I guess I should raise a guard dog too. Inside the forest, Zan sensed something unusual. It was that human who had come here before. Its eyes were filled with nothing but hatred. Upon seeing Seo Dojun, it began to roar madly. Zan angrily warned, "Get out of my territory," he replied. "I'm not here to play today. Just behave and come with me." Unbelievably arrogant, Cathian shot back, unwilling to be outdone. "A pathetic insect like you dares to wish for death." Seo Dojun's expression grew even more annoyed. Realizing something was wrong, startled it. He's different. This guy is completely different. This guy. He's terrifyingly strong. Cathian hastily spread its wings, seemingly compromising, as it carried Seo Dojun away from this place. Observing from above, he gave a cold command. "First, get out of the gate." It was about to say something more. "Get out, but my home is here." Of course, he paid no attention to what it had just said. With no other choice, Cathian could only obey. Yes. The scene shifts to a bustling street, where a dark shadow flying in the sky draws everyone's attention. Seeing Cathian soaring through the city center terrified the people. "What is that thing?" "A monster." Dojun was still instructing it. "Fly carefully. Don't crash into any buildings." A wicked glint, mixed with a hint of hatred, flashed in its eyes. Of course, he had also noticed something was amiss. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, "Are you trying to defy me?" Seo Dojun's series of actions had driven Cathian insane. "I won't tolerate this anymore. Do you have any idea who I am?" At its roar, all the citizens screamed in despair. "My ears are about to go deaf." This made it even more smug. "See that engrave my nobility into your very bones." Just as Cathian finished speaking, Seo Dojun struck its body. "You're scaring people. Fly more quietly." Although furious, it had no choice but to obey. Guam U.S. territory in the Mariana Islands of the Pacific Ocean. Cathian's powerful flight flattened the trees below. It carried Dojun, appearing in this very place. He calmly jumped down to the ground, calculating in his head. A spatial rift can appear anywhere. If one appears on a deserted island and monster waves keep repeating, that place will turn into a monster den. Seo Dojun looked up ahead. "Just like this place. Go over there and cause some trouble." Cathian immediately obeyed. When the monsters saw a human appear, they rushed to attack, but none of them were a match for Cathian. One by one, they were quickly and easily dealt with. Seo Dojun walked over to pick up the monostones, reaping all the rewards. He let out a satisfied laugh. "You have to at least earn your own keep. I'll be taking you for regular walks." Before long, Dojun's new house was also completed. It had 1 basement level, 3 floors above ground, and was fully equipped with state-of-the-art systems. His grandmother was astounded. "Heavens, this isn't a house anymore, it's a palace." Suddenly she turned her head to look behind her. She was startled to see Cathian sleeping obediently in the yard. "What is that thing?" Dojun announced. "In the countryside, people usually raise a chicken in their yard. Well, this is just like that." Grandma nodded, but Cathian was deeply wounded. A chicken. Seo Eun-young was thrilled. "Brother, can I go tour the house for a bit?" Dojun nodded. "Of course. Feel free to touch anything you want to see inside." Grandma quickly went to the little girl's side. "Be careful not to fall. Come with Grandma." Now only he and Han Do-yeon were left in the yard. She suddenly called out to him, "Seo Dojun, I've been sensing a dark aura rising from underground. You're raising something else besides Cathian, aren't you?" He gently reassured her, "It's not dangerous. Don't worry about it," he thought to himself. Her senses have gotten much sharper. Hearing him say that, Han Do-yeon nodded. "I guess so." From beneath the ground, the knights Dojun had recruited appeared one by one. Dojun suddenly spoke, drawing Han Do-yeon's attention. "Thank you for taking care of my grandmother and Seo Eun-young while I was away. Let's go out to eat this weekend. Just the two of us." Han Do-yeon was completely taken aback by the offer. Han Do-yeon glanced at him, confused. Dojun, did you forget? You promised to take Seo Eun-young to the amusement park this weekend. She's been looking forward to it so much. He was startled, and his expression immediately turned serious. I've been so busy hunting gates lately that I forgot. Oh well. Eun-young is the #1 priority. Han Do-yeon suddenly spoke up. Then let's all go together. Can I come to the amusement park too? She looked at him with an expectant gaze. Soon the day of the trip arrived, and the three of them happily went together. People around them were surprised. Isn't that Seo Dojun? And that's Han Do-yeon next to him. They look so good together. Who's the little girl? Could that be their daughter? You idiot, don't you watch the news? That's Seo Dojun's little sister. He's not just on a date, he brought his sister along. They're totally the type of couple the family approves of. They all had a great time playing together. When it came to the roller coaster, Seo Eun-young was a little scared but exhausted. She eventually fell asleep on Seo Do-jun's back. He and Han Do-yeon talked for a long time. He suddenly fell silent for a moment, which caught her attention. What are you staring at? He recalled what Seo Eun-young had once told him. Brother, she made pasta for me yesterday. It tasted a little strange, but she was so gentle. I really like her. Before that, I even went to a super pretty cafe with her and Grandma. It was so sparkly. Thinking of this, Seo Do-jun gave a warm smile. Thank you for always being there for my family. I hope you'll continue to support us in the future. Han Do-yeon was surprised to hear this. The world's safest house is already finished, so why is he talking about the future? Could he mean something else? What does he mean by that? Seo Do-jun. As time passed into the evening, the two of them quickly headed back. Han Do-yeon focused on driving, while Seo Do-jun sat in the passenger seat, when suddenly he realized something was wrong. He abruptly turned his head and warned her, "It's that bastard." A familiar murderous aura had infiltrated the house. "I have to go on ahead. I'm counting on you with Seo Eun-young." Although very surprised, she nodded in response. "Leave it to me." Do-jun rushed forward at top speed. Moments later, he had completely vanished from sight. Seo Do-jun flew even higher than the skyscrapers. The scene changes to his house. From his vantage point, he saw Kang Dong-pyo fighting with Kathian. He was annoyed that someone was blocking his way. What the hell are these tin cans? The condescending words only enraged him more. Its power was immense, causing the ground to shatter. Kang Dong-pyo leaped aside to dodge. He screamed in desperation, "Kathian, why is that thing here?" From high above, Seo Do-jun observed in silence. Just as I predicted. He chose a time when Kathian and I were both away. If he were a little less cowardly, he wouldn't have fallen for the trap. He immediately waved his hand, commanding his knights to fall back. Immediately after, the knights gradually vanished, causing Kang Dong-pyo to panic. "What's going on?" Seo Do-jun's voice rang out. "It was so hard for you to get here. It would be a real loss of face to be chased away by the house dog again, so I just had them back off a bit." Kang Dong-pyo immediately recognized him. "You bastard, Seo Do-jun." He looked at Kang Dong-pyo with a cold gaze. "Stop barking. It's hurting my ears." This blatant disrespect drove him mad with rage. Before he could even figure out what to do, Do-jun had already landed a punch on him. He appeared right in front of Kang Dong-pyo. "I only threw a light punch and you couldn't even dodge it. Want me to go even easier on you?" His power was so overwhelming that Kang Dong-pyo was desperate. How could the power difference be this huge? Should I keep this up, or should I go easier on him? He wondered. Coldly, he threw a punch straight at him, and if he'd been any slower, the guy's ear would have been torn right off. Kang Dong-pyo pulled a vial of potion from his clothes. "All right then. It's humiliating, but I can't fight him head-on right now. Once I've made up my mind to kill him, no one can stop me from going after his family." Seeing the raw hatred in his eyes, Seo Do-jun was surprised. "You seem pretty desperate, don't you?" His body had now completely transformed, and his arm had even swollen to an abnormal size. Seeing things getting messy, he sighed. "The Oano elixir, the one that grants the user the left arm of a titan. If I recall, it's a single-use item." Seo Do-jun then asked him, "You must have bought that on the black market. I bet it cost you everything you own, didn't it?" These seemingly casual words drove Kang Dong-pyo into a frenzy. He attacked him wildly. "Instead of standing there mocking me, you should be protecting that old woman of yours." This time his eyes fell on the house behind them. A wicked smile spread across Kang Dong-pyo's face. All he needed to do was create a ground tremor and make the house collapse, and when he runs to save them. But before he could even finish his thought, Seo Do-jun whispered right beside him, "Nice try, but it's useless." Kang Dong-pyo was stunned. "When did he get behind me?" He continued, "Because the monostones I've spread all over this area have already absorbed all the vibrations. Now then, had enough of despair yet? Now you'll pay with your own body for daring to target my family." With that, Seo Do-jun slammed Kang Dong-pyo's head into the ground with all his might. A single blow was enough to leave him completely motionless. But he wasn't done yet. He raised his leg, then kicked the man's body forward, as if it were a soccer ball. A familiar noise caught Seo Do-jun's attention. The E-Union was back. Han Do-yeon stepped forward and covered the little girl's eyes. "Looks like everything is over." "Seo Eun-young, honey, don't look." The little girl obediently nodded. "Okay, sis." Kang Dong-pyo was handed over to the Hero Association, barely clinging to life. The present Seo Do-jun then saw the Seo Do-jun of the past. He was surprised. It's you again. Long time no see. The past, Seo Dojun deeply moved, placed a hand on his chest. Thanks to you, it seems my deepest wish has been granted. I have nothing left to worry about now. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. You've done so much more for me than I ever could have hoped for. How can I possibly repay you for this? The present, Seo Dojun replied. Don't worry about it. Just consider it part of the service. The next morning, Han Do-yeon smiled. Seo Dojun, did you sleep well? He stepped outside to greet the day. He felt a warmth spreading through his chest. That's right, Seo Jun. You don't need to worry about a thing, because I've also found my own happiness right here. And that's the end of the story. Thank you for watching until the very end. Have a great day.